It was a typical school day when the alarm went off in all educational institutions. Everything was filled with a strange dark fog, and at first people looked into it with incomprehension. Many people thought that someone suddenly started filming a movie and the doll looked strange. In the middle of the bus stood a goblin with a huge axe and terrifying red eyes, and fangs protruding from his mouth. That day, many saw hell, in which most died a terrible death. Some were overcome with panic, horror, and fear, while others tried to call the police with trembling hands. People on the bus fell one after another, and the horrific images quickly caused general panic. 5 goblins would attack someone, hanging over them and continuing to strike. In the eyes of the people, there was horror, fear, and hopelessness of this situation and the confined space. The main character couldn't calm down because he knew that everyone on the bus wouldn't last more than a minute. He knew that both children and adults would be killed, and 80% of Seoul's population would be wiped out. Can someone with a player talent value of 0 survive? For some reason, the main character was a mediocre player, but he had to resist this attack. In 2028, on a typical Seoul day, many people were studying or working. School children and students discussed the recent exams, which, according to many, were too difficult and were failed. Our main character is 30-year-old Jack, who has been studying and trying to pass the civil service exam and has already spent 7 years on it. 10 years ago, a gate opened in Seoul and terrible events occurred, and some survivors awakened and became known as players. The brunette also had a dream of becoming a player, but he had no talent, so he gave up his dream and focused on the exam. At the next table, they were discussing some video in which a man fought so well that he simply tore everything to pieces. The other man was a little jealous and thought that he would also fight well if he had talent. But he understood that they were ordinary people and could only focus on the exam. While eating his food, Jack silently listened to the discussion about a certain man who had collected 60 talents in the previous test and set a new record in Korea. That man was called a dead genius, most likely because his talents were discovered too late, so he also wanted to take the civil service exam. This was discovered on an additional test, and the talent panels were already closed at that time, and usually talent panels were closed at 20 years old, and this person was already 30. 7 years ago, as a last chance, he took a government-sponsored test to determine whether he had talent or not. During the walkthrough, you could see the total number of talents and evaluate the open ones. But Jack only had 1 left. For him, this result was worse than a complete lack of talent. And at that moment, he did not understand anything. And he didn't understand why the head of the Players Association's personnel department came personally to Jack and handed him the results, and also wished him luck in the civil servant exam. Talented players had their lives filled with public attention. They were asked how they felt about their success, and they answered that it didn't matter. After all, they were doing good for their country. Some girl in a formal suit explained that if someone had 1 talent panel, then they had not awakened, which meant they could only register for the exam. The difference between the life of a player and an ordinary person is like the difference between heaven and hell, which means that the hopes of becoming a player were a luxury for Jack. The boy, as always, wanted to return home and study hard, and daylight fell on the photograph of a woman with a girl. At the end of April 2018, a cataclysm began in Seoul, and the guy wanted to remember all those events, so he listened to some video clip. The lesson was supposed to begin with the primordial fog in Seoul, and the result of the disaster was 145,000 dead out of 150 affected. The video showed that the entire area that was attacked was close to being destroyed, and the speaker admitted that he couldn't even stand on his feet when he saw the fog. Suddenly, the man wanted to say something he was sure of. Effort is more important than talent, and he was a living example of that. As the man talked about how he would continue to improve, Jack wondered if his efforts were really not enough to achieve his dream. But right after that, he slapped himself in the face, because he saw no point in dwelling on useless things, because he couldn't change the past. With the thought that if he had talent, he would awaken, and then receive an offer from the guard and make his life worthy, the guy continued writing the notes. However, Jack very often had the thought that it was all his fault. He recalled opening a letter from his mother, who was no longer alive, in which she expressed her love and hope that he and his sister would be well and find happiness. In fact, Jack's mother died of some disease that could not be cured. The older sister dreamed of escaping poverty and got a job at a semiconductor factory, but only developed leukemia. Jack wanted to succeed for his family, but he had no talent, money, or connections, and he failed the exam 3 times. He didn't understand what he was missing and thought he had done his best. But that was not the case. Hoping that tomorrow would change if he tried harder, Jack clenched his fist. As the clock in Jack's room struck almost midnight, a blue light appeared in the darkness. When it was almost 6 in the morning, the guy had a hard time getting himself up. Remembering that there would be a midterm assessment today, the guy got up and cursed himself for going to bed earlier but still overslept. He decided to take a quick shower and go to the academy, but suddenly wondered what time exactly the assessment usually took place. At the bus stop, someone called his mother and said that he was late, but he would have breakfast on the way to school. All this time, Jack stood calmly at the bus stop and waited for his bus, which was supposed to arrive in 2 minutes. Jack didn't understand why yet, but this day seemed strange to him, and this thought made him look around the bus stop. When the bus had already arrived and the brunette was about to get on it, he continued to try to understand what made this day different from all the previous ones. Having already entered the bus, the guy decided that it was all about his mood and decided to read his notes instead. As Jack walked further, he heard various conversations between passengers, from the release of a new video to conversations with his wife. Sitting down in his seat, the guy was surprised that the old group had become popular again, but he couldn't know about it because he doesn't watch TV. Taking his notebook, he began to search for the entry where he had stopped yesterday, and then he spoke the material out loud. While the guy was repeating his notes, you could hear passengers talking about how it was too cold for April, but they didn't want to get out other clothes. While Jack was talking out loud about how the training had begun with the primordial fog, one of the passengers noticed something strange. The commotion that arose on the bus made the guy look up from his notebook. He immediately noticed that all the passengers were looking to the right and discussing the strange fog, because of which it was impossible to see anything. People were very surprised by this because the forecast did not mention anything like this. At the same time, Jack felt a sharp smell of sewage, which made him immediately cover his mouth with his hand. However, when the guy thought that everything around was strange and the smell was too disgusting, he turned his attention to his vibrating phone. It turns out that he received an emergency message on his phone about an emergency situation. The message said that fog could lead to accidents on the roads, but what was more terrifying was the date that was given in the message. April 27th, 2018. Jack couldn't believe it and, out of anxiety inside, he clenched his teeth and squeezed his hand on his chest. Jack finally realized that he was now in the events of 10 years ago and no one suspected what awaited them. Only one man knew now that 145,000 people out of 150,000 would die. People started to get a little worried because it was getting as dark as night and asked the driver if they would continue driving. Jack knew there was a 97% chance he would die during this training. But suddenly, at that very moment, a sign appeared in front of him that he had never seen before. The time countdown began on the table and all players were asked to get ready for the start of training. 10 years ago, during the beginning of training, monsters emerged from the dungeon and this led to a brutal massacre with no chance of resistance. The cataclysm lasted almost a week, and during this time almost 150,000 died in just one region. But later, people appeared who were called players and who gradually dealt with the disaster. Various guides for specific locations and recordings of various player battles began to appear. And later, thanks to this, it was possible to create virtual dungeons for developing strategies, and the world began to recover from the disaster. Jack was able to remember many of the notes and completed the dungeons many times. Even though Jack couldn't become a player, he continued to go through dungeons because that's where he could be the best player. Jack knew about the notifications that appeared after the cataclysm began, but he only knew about it in theory, and now he saw it personally. Suddenly, the bus crashed into something and the panic among the people only increased. Many were worried because nothing was visible or clear from the outside, and school children were worried that they would be late for school. Meanwhile, Jack, realizing what would happen next, tried to calm himself down because it had already happened. Jack figured that he was the only one who received the notification, which meant he was the only player, and now he had to use all the information he knew to survive. Suddenly, he started receiving notifications that someone was watching him and wanted to give him bonuses, and this really surprised the guy. The fate of each was decided by what bonuses the guards would give, and the guards themselves were one level higher than the players. Suddenly, Jack saw that the bonus he had received was the eyes of a cold-blooded observer. At that very moment, the guy admitted to himself that he himself began to feel much calmer, as if he were observing from a third person. With 10 seconds left before the training began, the driver announced that the fog was too thick and everyone would have to get there on their own. When everyone was about to leave the bus, Jack suddenly shouted at everyone to lie down on the floor, because this was the only way to survive. At the same moment, he received a notification that an unknown observer was interested in the brunette. Suddenly, one of the passengers pointed ahead and asked what was there. The driver turned around and saw that there was a strange blue funnel inside the bus. At that moment, a girl appeared from there, and a notification came that mid-level administrators were now appearing. The girl with blonde hair, who resembled an angel, introduced herself as the mid-level administrator Sania. With an impassive look in her yellow eyes, she said that now everyone gets into training. Then Jack received information that he had to hold out in the training zone for 7 days, but he couldn't leave it, and further difficulty would be determined by the number of survivors. People didn't understand what was going on and asked for an explanation of what was going on, hoping that it was just a movie being filmed. Turning to the girl, the guys worriedly said that they were not in the mood for pranks. Then Senia replied that during training they needed to use all their strength to survive. But the others still did not understand the meaning of her words. Suddenly, a knock was heard from the right of the bus and everyone quickly turned in that direction. There they saw a man who had splashed his blood on the window of a bus. Slowly, panic began to rise in Jack, because he understood what would happen next. And in the meantime, people around him were getting ready to call the police, because someone had been killed. Jack also knew that the strategy of those monsters was to scatter corpses in order to cause panic and fear. At the same moment, the first group of goblins approached the bus and began their invasion. Suddenly, one of the goblins jumped onto the window and scared the passengers until they were completely unsure who exactly had jumped onto the glass. Some goblins were already on the roof, so the passengers wanted to leave the bus as quickly as possible. Then everyone on the bus was seized with panic, because some wanted to run away and some wanted to stay inside. Jack knew that there was almost no chance of survival outside, and it would be better to think about that later. But now something else was important. The boy knew that fighting the goblins directly was signing his own death warrant. This had become clear over 10 years of battles. Of course, in 10 years, the goblins would no longer be a threat, but now Jack had very little chance of defeating them, because they were several times stronger than an ordinary person. But the guy also understood that very soon the goblins would break into the bus. Soon the door of the bus was broken through, and panic gripped the people even more, and some even intended to run. Then Jack made another attempt to warn the people and asked everyone to lie down, but immediately noticed that they were too scared. The guy was already ready to lie down on the floor, but he still tried to reason with the people nearby and explained that they had little time. But the people were really too scared and didn't understand why they had to stay inside while someone was already being killed outside. And at that moment, Jack was finally convinced that they wouldn't listen to him. Suddenly, Jack's status and inventory window activated, and the unknown observer became even more interested in the brunette. Seeing his indicators, the guy was surprised that they were too high, because even the King of Fists during training had an average indicator of 9. But Jack didn't have time for these thoughts because the goblins were constantly getting closer and closer to them with every second. At that moment, one of the goblins broke through the door with his club. At that moment, a multitude of goblins burst into the bus and began to attack people with weapons, wearing creepy smiles. People tried to run and save themselves, but one by one they were caught and killed in cold blood despite their screams and pleas to stop. Afterwards, they looked with pleasure at all their victims and the work they had done in the bus, which was full of blood. Suddenly, one of the goblins noticed the brunette lying on the floor. Frowning slightly, the goblin walked up to him and poked the guy in the side with his club. At that moment, Jack was able to activate the cold observer's eye and was grateful that his plan was working. In fact, there were safe zones in the training, and one of them was the bus. Jack knew that in order to fulfill the safe zone requirement, he had to be inside and stay put. The brunette was afraid that he would move and violate the conditions of the safe zone, but he was able to calmly endure it. And now he allowed himself to slightly clench his fist. Jack suspected that it was the bonus the guard had given him. The eyes of a cold-blooded observer. Our hero didn't understand why he was given this bonus, but with it he assumed that it would be a little easier to survive. Looking at the goblins a couple of meters away from him, the guy recalled the information that the first attack of the goblins would last about 10 minutes. The first 5 minutes the goblins were looking for the bus and trying to break in, so Jack didn't have much longer to endure it. Suddenly, one of the goblins returned to the boy and grabbed him by the head, then lifted him into the air. After that, the goblin licked the guy's cheek, which made Jack feel disgusted. But he understood that he couldn't move and had to endure it. Suddenly, Jack received a notification that the brave Lion King wanted to give him a chance. At that moment, a power-enhancing elixir appeared in Jack's hand, sent to him by the new guardian. The gift from this guardian temporarily increases strength, and the potion lasted for 10 minutes. Jack was a little surprised that he now had in his hands the second beta bonus, which allowed him to increase his strength. The player received 2 stat points when they leveled up, and the elixir was worth 3 level ups. Because of this, Jack understood one important but risky thing. If he drank the elixir, he would have enough strength to fight, and he would be able to win. At that moment, he received a notification that this guardian expected courage from him, which meant that he wanted Jack to fight. However, Jack thought the guards were strange. because there were only a few seconds left before the end of the attack, which meant he would survive if he didn't do anything stupid. Suddenly, Jack received a notification that the brave Lion King was asking a middle-ranking administrator for a deal, and at that moment, everything was enveloped in blue light. At the same time, Senya announced that the brave Lion King's request was to change the environmental conditions of the training area. Jack just gritted his teeth at this and was angry that the Guardian had made a deal with her, because he knew that this Guardian was forcing a useless sense of bravery on the players, because he loved the cruelty and suffering of others. Jack knew that given the nature of this guard, he would want to remove the safe zone. Then Senya bowed her head slightly and announced that the deal was complete and the safe zone would be cancelled in 30 seconds. Then the guy suddenly blurted out that if the guard forcibly changes the training zone, then the player should receive compensation, which means there is not enough elixir. Jack was adamant that they couldn't ignore the rules when his life was on the line. Senya was surprised that the boy knew so much, while the unknown observer was surprised, and the brave Lion King remained silent. Jack could not come to terms with such injustice, and at the same time understood the girl's surprise, because they learned about the laws only 7 years later. When the girl wanted to know how the guy knew this, Jack considered it unnecessary to explain, since the players were not obliged to reveal their game. While Senya remained silent, Jack noted that they had already spent 10 seconds talking. Pointing his finger at her, he continued to say that they had wasted 10 seconds in the safe zone and had to make up for it. Eventually, the girl admitted that the player was right and announced that the safe zone would be extended for 10 seconds after their conversation. Also, as compensation, Jack was given good quality grease and a rusty iron sword. However, the guy was not very happy with such a small compensation for changing the script. However, in such a situation, he had no choice but to take what was offered. The guy even had to mention the laws for the sake of an extra 10 seconds. But it was not in vain, because at that moment the goblin attack ended. After a certain amount of time, all the goblins immediately tried to quickly escape from the scene of their crime. Dear YouTube viewer, please leave your comment and subscribe to the channel, because I tried a lot for you. If you don't do this, the goblins will beat me half to death. Save me. Now that the goblins were gone, Jack could finally be glad that the conversation had helped avoid death and fighting. When the boy received a notification that the guard lion was disappointed, the boy cursed under his breath. When Jack got up from his seat, he suddenly felt sick from the picture he saw. The guy immediately covered his mouth with his hand because of the nausea that came from the terrible smell that was in the bus. But Jack tried to push those thoughts aside as quickly as possible and focus on survival. Because the bus broke down, Jack had to make an effort to open the doors and get out of it. First, he needed to find food, and his main goal was the grocery store, which was 300 meters away. Jack had studied in the area for 3 years, so he remembered the geography very well, and he needed to move quickly to avoid getting into a hopeless situation. Among the survivors were those who found the wounded and tried to call at least someone for help. Jack assumed there must be other survivors nearby, but he had difficulty getting his bearings because of the fog. For some reason, Jack felt calm being among the corpses and assumed it was because he had been given those skills. But suddenly he looked down and saw someone's small hand next to his leg. At that moment, the guy thought that he had accidentally almost stepped on a corpse, but suddenly he heard a child's voice. The little girl, with tears in her eyes, asked for salvation and help. He was surprised. Jack stepped back a little and did not yet know what he should do. At the same moment, on the other side, he saw a lone goblin, who for some reason did not leave after the first wave. The goblin grinned evilly and was about to cut the girl's leg with a sharp knife. At that moment, the girl was still begging Jack to help her. With tears in her eyes, the girl admitted that she just wanted to see her mother. Having come to his senses, the guy realized that the girl was still not injured, although the goblin tried to cut her. Besides, the girl was screaming not from pain, but from fear, and the goblin was strangely focused. Because of all this, Jack assumed that the girl had a talent that he could only hear about. Suddenly, Senya appeared and said that even a first-level goblin would be difficult for a newbie to kill. After thinking about her words, the guy decided that if she was telling the truth, then it was impressive. Jack understood that because of fear and panic, the girl did not notice her very rare talent. Jack also understood that if he left her here, then other goblins would come and kill the girl. Then Jack was about to make a decision and opened his inventory. In fact, Jack was more familiar with the training conditions than many and could compare the theory and experience of virtual dungeons. According to the administrator, even such a goblin is difficult to defeat, but this only worked in the case of a direct confrontation. After all, the goblin can't respond if he doesn't see the enemy, which means he only needs to hit the weak point. At that moment, The girl finally stopped crying and looked at the stranger with a little surprise. When the goblin was killed, Jack immediately gained experience for the kill. After that, he immediately turned his gaze to the victim. Looking at the girl who had already calmed down, the guy asked her to get up and get ready. As he started to walk away from her, he said that if she fell behind, he would leave her behind. Then the girl quickly rose to her feet and awkwardly replied that she was already following him. After that, they continued their way to the store together. When they finally arrived at the store, Jack pointed the girl to the front door and forbade her to open it under any circumstances. Hearing no answer, Jack turned to the girl and asked if she understood him, to which the girl anxiously gave her consent. The guy noticed her fear, and it was normal, considering the severity of the training, and then continued to say that no matter under what circumstances, the girl should not open the door. For a while, Jack continued to look at the girl, who was shaking all over with fear. Suddenly, a notification appeared about the approaching second goblin attack, to which Jack and the girl immediately raised their heads. Then Jack asked the girl if she saw the notification that had appeared and asked what it said. When the girl started reading and mentioned safe zones, the guy immediately asked where they were. When the girl told him about the school, the store, and the hospital, Jack was completely convinced that she was a player. Jack knew that before the second attack, the players could see the safe zone in the store, but the girl saw the safe zone in the school, which spoke of her great talent. When the notification about the attack went out, the guy became wary and wanted to make sure they were safe. Jack turned to his companion and reminded her once again that she should under no circumstances open the door. When Jack said that if she wasn't confident, she could sit facing the wall and not look at the door, he received a notification that the safe zone setup was complete. At that moment, they looked outside and saw that the primordial fog and the first goblin had appeared there. Later, screams could be heard from other survivors outside, standing back to back and trying to fight off the goblins. However, this did not help them, because the goblins were stronger than the green newcomers and attacked them from all sides. Suddenly, all the survivors turned their attention to the store and realized that there was a safe zone there. In an instant, they all ran to the door of the store and asked the children to open the door for them. However, they saw a guy pointing his sword at them and looking at them emotionlessly, and this only made people angry. Jack's lips curled slightly as he thought about how he had never felt anything before, but it was very painful for him to watch it. Suddenly, the goblins approached the people who were on the street, and this meant death to everyone who remained outside. At that very moment, one of the goblins wounded the first survivor, and his blood stained everything around. Jack watched dispassionately as all the doors were stained with other people's blood and the survivors begged for salvation. When everything calmed down, the guy lowered his sword and thought about the fact that it was impossible to break into this safe zone by force. And unfortunately, it would be enough for him to open the door from the inside for the zone to disappear. While the girl covered her ears with her hands, the boy continued to think that if he had opened the door, they would have died too. Looking through the blood-stained glass, the boy was going to imprint this picture in his memory forever. Jack wanted revenge on those who created this terrible system and the guards who watched the game. 6 hours had passed since the goblin attack, and Jack sat next to the girl who had calmed down during that time. Suddenly she turned to him and awkwardly thanked him because she had not had time to do so then. The girl introduced herself as Sylvia and said she was 14 years old. When Sylvia admitted that she was glad to see them, Jack sighed and replied that he had helped her for a reason and could not guarantee that she would survive what was happening. The girl was surprised and scared by this, and lightly touching the guy, she asked what she had done wrong. Jack realized that he had gone too far and continued to say that he could not guarantee her safety because he was not even sure that he could protect himself. The girl listened with alarm to the words that Jack would not kick her out as long as it did not threaten his safety and suggested that she sleep. When Sylvia decided to ask where they were going, Jack didn't answer her. He remembered looking at the notice that listed the safe zones, as well as the additional safe zone. After thinking for a moment, he replied that they would go to the parking lot that was near the large tower. But seeing her surprised face, Jack realized that she had not seen the additional zone in that place. In fact, Jack had never heard of such a thing either, but he knew that that tower was the key point of the entire training. After some time, Jack replenished his water supplies and was about to leave the store with Sylvia. As soon as she went outside, the girl immediately began to cover her mouth with her hand because she could not stand the terrible smell that was there. Looking at her, Jack realized that she was just pretending that everything was okay, because this picture was terrible even for his age. Looking at the cars where the corpses lay, Jack thought that this is what a destroyed city looks like. Suddenly, Jack asked the girl to look carefully under her feet, but she did not quite understand why this was necessary. Pointing his finger at the ground, Jack asked him to tell him if he saw anything jelly-like there. Suddenly, pointing somewhere into the distance, Sylvia asked if this was what Jack was talking about. Jack grabbed the hilt of his sword, simultaneously surprised that they had found the slime so quickly. Slime was the easiest prey that even a child could handle, so Jack had no problem eliminating it. At the same moment after killing the monster, the boy thought that it was his first time using a sword, but it seemed like he was very familiar with this feeling. Right after that, Jack explained to Sylvia that the slime is the weakest monster, and if they appear on their way, the guy will kill them. That's why Jack asked her to be careful, but he was surprised that the monster was found so quickly. And a little later, looking at his rusty sword, Jack again thought about the fact that he had previously used swords only in virtual dungeons. But as he squeezed his hand on the hilt of the sword, he thought about how the feeling was so familiar, as if he had used the sword often. After some time, Jack killed the fifth monster and also noticed that Sylvia noticed the monsters much faster than him. After the fifth killed monster, Jack's level rose to the second, and the guy also received 2 points to all characteristics and 1 bonus point to a random characteristic. When the girl asked why Jack's body started glowing, the boy replied that he had raised his level. Then the girl listened with delight to how killing monsters allows you to level up. When Sylvia replied that she would try to level up too, Jack turned to look at her with an impassive gaze. Then Jack killed monsters and realized that he was doing it for the first time, but the feeling and the sword were very familiar. But once the guy leveled up to level 3, he stopped and thought about how he was leveling up too fast and was also getting random points. Then Jack remembered that the famous King of Fists, who was able to complete the training, mentioned this in his notes, but even he had a hard time getting those glasses. And Jack had already received them twice, although he was only at level 3. When Jack was told about the retest, they said with certainty that he had no talent. Because of this, Jack assumed that the talent panels were open when he returned, although the guy was sure that they were closed at that time too. Looking back, Jack thought that he might have been the one who showed progressive growth only in the beginning. But he thought it was even better this way, because he managed to survive, reach the 3rd level, and attract the attention of some guards. And if this assumption was correct, then Jack has a chance to achieve his goal after training. In 3 years, a disease-curing potion was supposed to appear on the market that would cost 1 billion won, and with it, Jack would be able to cure his mother. So Jack was going to survive this training and confidently move towards his goal, saving money. On the way to the tower, our heroes continued to kill slugs, and at first the guy was surprised by the bonus points, but then he discovered another important point. It turned out that after level 5 it was possible to create groups, so Jack immediately sent an invitation to his companion. While Jack looked at the girl and thought that she too would become stronger, an unknown observer showed interest in them. Suddenly Sylvia thanked Jack and with tears in her eyes said that she would try to help and asked him not to abandon her. Jack continued to look at her and thought that the girl was still worried about this, and he felt sorry for her. However, the guy had a lot of his own worries, so he exhaled and asked his girlfriend to show this with actions, not words. Jack understood that he was growing faster and was getting extra points, but in the tower, a monster was waiting for them, from which the guy would not be able to protect the girl. Later, they continued on their way, and on the way, they met a white fox, seeing which Sylvia immediately asked if she was a new monster. Looking at the fox, Jack thought that the monster was similar to a neutral one, but it had a passive skill that made other surrounding monsters attack. When Jack decided the best they could do was to go around the monster, Sylvia asked what a provocation was. Immediately after this, our heroes noticed the sound of footsteps nearby. Suddenly, a pack of foxes gathered around Sylvia and were about to attack the girl. A second later, all the foxes had already pounced on the girl, and she was only trying to cover herself with her hands. Quickly turning to Sylvia, Jack noticed that she was taking almost no damage, but the fox would only get bigger. So Jack deftly aimed at their necks and killed each fox. The moment his body was enveloped in a blue glow and his level rose, the boy asked if Sylvia was injured. Suddenly, an administrator appeared behind Jack and the girl asked what his level was. The guy replied that he was level 8, but the girl didn't believe him, so he asked to scan it and find out. When he started receiving notifications that observers were surprised by his growth rate, the guy admitted to himself that this speed was strange for him too. Besides, his stat window was very advanced and the growth was unusual, but it was a good opportunity. Quickly telling Sylvia where they were going, the guy said he would explain the plan inside, and if she didn't listen, he would die. However, continuing on his way, the guy reassured Sylvia that she just needed to follow his instructions. After some time, our heroes managed to kill many city foxes. Looking back at the girl, Jack thought about the fact that he had given her the iron gloves, which meant that the preparation was almost complete, and all that was left was to follow the plan. When Jack told her to go inside, Sylvia hesitantly agreed to follow the guy. At the entrance to the dungeon, a window appeared in front of Jack, confirming whether they really wanted to enter the dungeon. As soon as they agreed, they immediately began to be transported inside, and Sylvia grabbed Jack's hand. There, our heroes immediately saw several goblins and a small pack of foxes. As soon as people appeared in the dungeon, the goblins immediately turned their attention to them. Turning his gaze to Sylvia, Jack asked if she had remembered exactly what they needed to do, and she confidently replied that she had remembered everything. Jack said to start with the goblins, so Sylvia immediately ran towards them. The goblins were also ready to attack and were advancing straight towards the girl. Without losing her composure, Sylvia immediately hit the first goblin in the face with her left hand. Unlike other dungeons, this one had aggressive goblins and neutral foxes that wouldn't attack unless you touched them. Watching Sylvia, Jack thought she was some kind of genius, because she was doing much better than Jack had expected. Jack knew that the goblin attacks would not harm her in any way, and she exceeded all expectations. When Sylvia had dealt with the monsters and was trying to catch her breath, Jack approached her and suggested that she take a little rest. As Jack retreated to a secluded spot, he thought that a mini-boss was about to appear, which appeared every time all the monsters on the first floor were killed. Leaning against a wall, Jack asked if Sylvia had caught her breath and told her to continue finishing off the others. When Jack told her to run to him as soon as she finished, the girl was about to strike the fox. All this time, Jack watched and tried to control the cleanup process. Unexpectedly for Jack, the pause effect was activated, and the unknown observer showed deep interest in the guy. Realizing that the pause would stop all activity in a particular area, Jack clenched his teeth slightly and turned toward the stranger's voice. The pause was the effect of the administrators, and now one stood in front of Jack and asked if the guy had gone crazy. Jack asked what the girl meant, and he himself thought that the effect was very expensive, and for some reason they decided to use it on Jack. Senya noticed that Jack acted as if he knew what was coming and asked if this was all part of his plan. The guy didn't understand why she was interested in this, and the girl didn't understand why Jack was acting so unreasonably. The guy was surprised by the way the girl spoke about his actions, so Senya began to explain to Jack. The level 13 goblin that Jack was about to summon had great stats. While Sylvia stood frozen right next to him, Jack silently listened to how he wouldn't be able to defeat such an enemy on the 8th level. After listening to her, Jack decided that the words sounded as if the administrator did not want him dead. However, Senya did not understand what he was talking about, which Jack immediately recognized as an attempt to lie and was convinced that he had become someone who attracted a lot of attention. Senya said that Jack was a player who knew the future, but in reality, he had become a rare figure who could attract the attention of the guards. Because of all this, Jack concluded that it was not in her interests for Jack to die, and besides, he did not hear about her in the future. When there was silence, the guy chuckled and told her that she couldn't even come up with an excuse. Jack thought she was such a bad administrator that she was destroyed before she even got any notoriety. The girl asked if it was an insult, but Jack replied that he was just telling the truth and that she did not know how to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, Jack told her that if she wanted to entertain the guards, she should say after a pause that he could not defeat the goblin. Jack was supposed to win in the end, but Senya still didn't understand how the guy was going to do it with the girl. However, the guy continued to talk about his idea of how a level 8 player would defeat the boss. Jack claimed that the guards would go crazy if they saw something like this, and Senya would be able to increase her rank. In exchange for this little show, Jack wanted to offer the administrator a deal. However, at this point, Senya lost her temper and, intending to punish the player, said that his arrogance had gone too far and her patience was not limitless. To this, Jack calmly replied that if she wanted to, she would have already killed him. Jack continued to assure her that a deal with him would benefit her, and then finally the girl asked what he was proposing. Once the terms of the deal were agreed upon, everything was back in motion, with Sylvia fighting the monsters. After some time, she turned to Jack and said that she had finally dealt with all the monsters. Once all the conditions were met, a goblin soldier immediately appeared and a boss monster zone began to be created. At this time, Jack and Sylvia were sitting in a secluded place, and the guy asked his partner to be quiet and hide. As soon as the goblin noticed the people, he immediately swung his huge spear at them. Jack hid from the goblin because he knew the most effective way to defeat him. He knew the most important thing was to avoid the most dangerous skill, the spear throw. As soon as the first task was completed, Jack immediately rose from his seat and called Sylvia to follow him. At the same moment, turning to Senya, the guy asked her to look carefully. After all, Jack promised her an interesting battle, as a guy of the 8th level would defeat the boss. As soon as the boy appeared in front of him, the goblin pointed his spear at him. Gritting his teeth a little, the boy thought that the boss really was more frightening than all the other monsters. Jack also knew that after the spear attack, the goblin would rush at the survivors, which Jack could now observe. At that moment, Jack could only watch carefully because there were two options for attack. The first option is a thrust, and the second is a swing, which is what the goblin chose. But Jack managed to avoid the swing and was immediately able to attack the goblin when he opened up. However, Jack's attack did not do much damage and only angered the goblin, which was expected. The enraged goblin immediately rushed at the guy and this time wanted to use the puncture. The attack was very fast, but Jack managed to repel it again. But suddenly, unexpectedly even for himself, Jack discovered that he could predict movements. Jack was about to use all his strength to kill the goblin, and his sword was already leaving a bloody trail. Sylvia was not far from there and was going to deal with all the other low-level monsters. However, now she was sticking to Jack's plan and had to endure all the monster attacks. Senia, who was watching everything, suddenly saw that a lot of unknown observers had gathered, showing interest in the battle. When asked if it was true that a level 8 player was fighting a monster, the girl confirmed it. Senya herself had a hard time believing it and assumed that Jack was hiding his true level. She noticed that the movements were different from the way other players moved, but in her opinion, it was still not enough. She understood that weak attacks could not kill the boss and only exhausted the player. The battle between Jack and the boss continued, and this time the goblin was going to hit the man with all his might. At that moment, Jack called out to Sylvia and said that they could now move on with their plan. This was a signal to Sylvia that she could now kill monsters. At that very moment, she raised one hand up, and the goblin was surprised by this, because before the girl had simply stood motionless. One hit was enough to kill a monster, and from this, Sylvia immediately gained experience. Senia watched this and tried not to show her surprise, although it was difficult for her to believe what was happening. Killing Sylvia also gave Jack experience, which increased the guy's level, but only made the sword dull. Leveling up gave stat points and restored health, something Jack could use due to the low level of the zone and the rapid growth of his own abilities. Turning to Sylvia, Jack told her to keep the monsters at bay and to be prepared. Jack understood that while Sylvia was sharing her experience and the goblin was distracted by Jack, the guy could improve his characteristics and restore his health. As Jack dodged another blow, he continued to think that he had a chance to win. The guy hoped to hit the goblin's weak spot, the back of the neck. He decided to check the status window again and look at his experience when he himself was already covered in sweat and could hardly withstand the onslaught of the boss. Sylvia continued to try to raise Jack's level once again. Jack was forced to take one of the goblin's attacks. The blow landed on the guy's shoulder. At that moment, the guy's level rose and he was about to strike the goblin with his sword. Jack delivered one deft blow and drew his sword across the goblin's neck. However, this did not kill the boss, and he only turned to look at the man who was behind him. Jack immediately took advantage of the goblin's opening and struck at the back of the neck. It was at that moment, when the rusty sword broke, that Jack received a notification that he had defeated the goblin. While Jack was being credited with experience for the battle, the boy tried to catch his breath. As Sylvia ran up to Jack with concern, the boy received a notification that the system had assessed his passage as solo. Sylvia ran up to Jack and hugged him tightly, and the guy hugged her too, but he did it mechanically. Suddenly, he received a notification that one of the conditions of the hidden figure had been met, but Jack knew nothing about the hidden boss. At the same time, in another area there were also survivors who were fighting monsters. People around were amazed at how some guy killed level 8 monsters with one hit. Everyone around was praising that player and asking him not to be modest. However, the guy was embarrassed by all these compliments in his direction, and he did not consider himself so strong. But suddenly he noticed two more survivors who were separated from everyone else. Noticing them, the player immediately raised his hand and tried to attract their attention. Jack couldn't get the thought out of his head whether he really had no talent. However, realizing that he had defeated the mini-boss, the guy denied his lack of talent. Jack knew some of the events of the future, but even this was no guarantee that it would be easy for him in the dungeon. In addition, Jack now attracted the attention of a woman with scales, a guard whose character was close to absolute good, and unlike the Lion King, she always put the safety of the players first. Jack stood there in bewilderment that the guard, who always provided reasonable support and compensation, would pay attention to a player like him. The boy turned slightly to the side when he thought that such attention was given to him because of Sylvia. Looking at the girl, he thought that to others the situation might look like he was rescuing an abandoned child. At that moment, a sword began to appear in Jack's hand as a reward for defeating the boss. When the boy received the weapon and quickly assessed the sword, which was twice as good as the previous one, Sylvia asked where they were going now. Turning around, Jack said that they would go and kill as many wolves as they could. Jack explained that the wolves were level 7 and their leader was level 9, and they were able to deal with these monsters. Senya watched with disbelief as the boy said that he knew so much because he had heard about it from someone before. As he left, the guy thought about how he originally wanted to stay in the safe zone until the King of Fists attacked the second floor of this tower. Now Jack had a new goal. He decided to collect money because now he definitely had the talent of a player. Jack was going to take advantage of every opportunity, whether the talent was something he had always had or was acquired through training. The excited guy asked our heroes in surprise how they managed to survive. It was the first time Jack had met the King of Fists in person, but he recognized the guy right away. The guy knew that later the King of Fists, Sam, would be in the top 8 famous players in Korea, but for now the guy looked much simpler. Sam tried to cheer up the strangers, and Jack, amazed at how many people Sam had already saved, realized that the title of trained was not given for nothing. Sam immediately awkwardly offered the strangers to join their group if they wanted to, of course. Sam thought they had a better chance as a group, but Jack was in no hurry to give an answer. After thinking for a bit, our hero politely refused, which greatly surprised everyone watching. Jack explained that it was enough for both of them to hold out, and he was confident that together they could handle it. Having received an unexpected refusal, Sam awkwardly scratched the back of his head and wished the strangers good luck. While Jack politely wished him luck in return, the others began to whisper that the guy was acting so arrogant because he hadn't seen Sam's powers. Jack had already started to leave, but suddenly stopped and decided to give Sam some advice. Pointing to his eye, Jack warned that if they encountered an opponent that was too strong, they should aim for the left eye. Sam was a little surprised by the stranger's strange behavior, but in the end he thanked him anyway. When they had moved a decent distance away, Sylvia suddenly asked if those people could handle it. Turning around, Jack said that they would most likely be okay since the guy seemed strong. Jack reassured his partner, but knew that those people would face problems. If we are to believe the memoirs of the King of Fists, then he and 10 survivors had to go into the dungeon of the tower. They will try to clear the second floor, but an enemy will appear who will kill almost the entire group, and in the end, only Sam will survive, and the attempt to clear that floor will be the biggest mistake of his life. Jack knew that things could turn out differently now, but he still thought it was too dangerous to join them. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Sylvia, who pointed to the side and said that there were monsters there. Seeing a small pack of wolves, Jack praised his partner for her observation and offered to deal with the monsters. Without thinking twice, our heroes immediately rushed at the monsters. Armed with a bat, Sylvia struck the first wolf and stunned it. Jack kept up with her, and with the help of his new sword, killed several wolves at once. While swinging at the monsters, Jack simultaneously thought that he needed to take advantage of the removal of the level limit and raise his level above 10th. With this thought, he quickly passed the wolves and caught one of them. After killing the last wolf, Sylvia was glad that she listened to Jack, because it really was easier to fight wolves with a bat than with fists. But after that, she immediately turned back, because she heard the sound characteristic of raising the level and a blue light. Jack received a notification congratulating him on being the first to reach level 11, which was expected. For his achievements, the system decided to give him the title of Discoverer and greatly surprised the guy. This title came with huge bonuses to experience, and Jack had never heard of this title and did not know that it was possible to get something else besides the title of completed training. But after thinking for a bit, Jack decided that it made sense, since no one had ever removed the level cap before. The players hadn't met the requirements, so they couldn't even know about the title. Sylvia asked worriedly if everything was okay, and Jack simply suggested that she continue on their way. The girl listened to the boy and obediently followed him forward. They were watched by Senya, who, together with the other guards, wanted to check everything. Jack continued to choose the direction they were heading while Senya watched them, staying very close. Turning to the administrator, the guy immediately realized that the girl was furious because she was even shaking slightly. Yesterday, Senya asked if the guy had received the title, and Jack was surprised, but did not rush to answer. After thinking for a bit, the guy slowly replied that he had received a title, and Senya asked what kind of title it was. When Jack said he wasn't going to answer her question, Senya immediately became furious, but tried not to show it. Jack knew that the guards couldn't know the player's title unless the player told them, so they continued to press Senya. Our hero understood that it was probably hard for her, but he had no reason to tell her about the title. While our heroes continued to kill wolves and level up, Sam's team had already arrived at the tower. Sam drew everyone's attention to himself and began to talk about how there was a dungeon nearby that everyone already knew about, but they didn't know what danger could be inside. The guy tried to inspire everyone with fighting spirit and talked about how the world had changed and now risk brought greater reward. People looked at him in surprise when he said that they could all enter the dungeon together if they agreed. Very quickly, the first volunteer appeared who wanted to follow Sam, because Sam had previously helped the man a lot. Immediately after him, a second guy responded, who thought that going together was a very good idea. After this, absolutely every member of the team was charged with fighting spirit and everyone wanted to enter the dungeon as soon as possible. A multitude of wolves suddenly appeared on the stream, which Jack and Sylvia were hunting. Without giving the monsters time to attack, the guy immediately struck the first blow. Suddenly, Sylvia noticed that they were doing it much faster now, and Jack agreed, citing the fact that they had repeated it many times. They had been hunting wolves for the second day already, and during this time, Jack had risen to level 12, and they were killing them faster than new wolves appeared. Suddenly, Sylvia noticed that one wolf appeared on the other side of the stream. Slowly approaching the monster, Jack believed that this wolf was the last one in this area. The guy dealt a quick blow, to which the wolf did not even have time to react and was immediately killed. Suddenly, a red notification appeared in front of Jack, the appearance of which immediately alerted the guy. It turned out that all the conditions of the hidden figure were met, despite the fact that Jack tried to avoid any fears, and now the lycanthrope was supposed to appear. Jack immediately turned to Sylvia and told her to run as a red and black portal appeared in front of the boy. As she ran away, Sylvia asked what it was, but Jack refused to explain, since there was no time for that now. Turning around, Jack saw that a werewolf had already appeared from the portal. The lycanthrope howled, and the howling effect was immediately applied to the body, making it harder for our heroes to move. Sylvia's body soon became paralyzed and she fell to the ground, unable to move. Jack immediately shouted at her to hide behind the car, but in that case, the girl did not understand how Jack would cope without her. Gritting his teeth and looking at his enemy, the boy thought that he had guessed that there might be a hidden figure in the training, but he never thought that he would meet a werewolf. Looking at the monster, Jack tried to assess its physical abilities and decided that the werewolf was stronger than the monster on the second floor of the tower. Jack couldn't see the monster's level, but he assumed it was no higher than level 25. But levels like that shouldn't appear in the tutorial. While the guy was trying to figure out what to do, since the difference in levels was too big, the werewolf was preparing to launch the first attack. Jack understood that it was too late to run away and decided to use everything he had. Otherwise, he would definitely die. After drinking the elixir and raising his strength by 6 units, Jack wanted to use the strategy of the great adventurer Jackson. At that moment, the werewolf rushed at the guy with his mouth wide open. For a while, Jack stood motionless and waited for the right moment to begin his actions. Sylvia watched the whole thing from behind the car, but she was worried about whether Jack would be able to cope without her. Noticing that the monster's level was not displayed, the girl immediately decided that the monster was different from those they had met before. All this time, Jack stood motionless and let the werewolf come even closer to him. It was unclear to Sylvia and the watching guards what the boy was going to do. The guy's sweat dropped at the thought that if the level wasn't displayed, it meant the player wouldn't be able to defeat that monster. The guy understood that there were 10 levels between them, and it was almost impossible to defeat such a monster. Jack recalled watching tutorial videos that said that at lower levels, players wouldn't have such a hard time. The best that weak players could do was to stay away or run away, but if a fight was inevitable, there was only one solution. It was a method worth trying even at the risk of one's life. Remembering what the guy had seen, he took out some lubricant for sharpening blades and other purposes from his inventory. At this point, the werewolf was very close, and Jack knew that his first attack would be a jump. The werewolf struck hard, but it turned out that Jack was able to deftly avoid it. He knew that after landing there would be an almost immediate attack, and it was necessary to choose the right moment when the muscles tensed. As the werewolf began to turn around to strike again, Jack knew it was the right moment for his trick. Jack spilled the grease on the spot where the werewolf later stepped with one paw. Because of this, the monster was unsteady on his feet, and taking advantage of the moment, Jack pushed him with all his might in the stomach. Jack was able to do this only because he gained more strength from drinking the elixir. That video talked about using all your strength and any methods to throw the werewolf into the water. Jack actually managed to do it, so he watched as the monster struggled in the water. At that moment, something strange began to happen and the werewolf became noticeably smaller. Sylvia watched this in surprise and did not understand why the werewolf suddenly became smaller. While trying to catch his breath, Jack simultaneously said that water always had a similar effect on them, making them look like ordinary wolves. Sylvia asked if Jack had studied any martial arts, but the boy only replied that he had not had time for it and was busy preparing for the exam. Sylvia praised her partner and said that he fought like he came out of a movie, but Jack knew that if he fought well, he would not have to use stunts. The guy slowly descended into the water and carefully approached the werewolf, pointing his sword at him. With one well-aimed blow, the guy plunged the sword straight into the monster's heart, from where blood immediately gushed. Jack managed to kill the monster when it became the same size as a human. Now Jack thought that he had managed to figure it out easier than he had expected. The werewolf was also so strong that after killing him, Jack immediately leveled up. However, his surprise knew no bounds when the guy was given the title of an excellent hunter and promoted 3 levels at once. Many of the watching guards were amazed at how everything turned out and gave the guy coins as a reward. As soon as Jack came out of the water and rose up, he immediately turned to Senya. The girl appeared out of nowhere and very quickly, which is why the guy suggested that she was waiting for Jack to call her. Ignoring Jack's last words, the girl briefly confirmed that he was level 15. Now Senya was ready to explain the item shop to him, but Jack was unsure if he would be able to do it in training. When a new window appeared in front of Jack, the girl explained that in the store you can spend coins to buy special things. Because the boy was only in the training area, there were only 4 items available in the store, but that was enough for Jack. While the boy was deciding how best to spend the small amount of coins, Senya silently watched his actions. Suddenly, the girl turned to him and said that she had one question and asked if he had a real name. Jack didn't quite understand what she meant by that, but asked why he needed to answer that question. Hearing this, the girl nervously turned away and said that she was not curious, although she began to tremble with anger again. When she asked if the guy would check the title, he replied that she did not have to be present when he checked it. Jack realized that she was hoping that he would show her the status window because he was inexperienced. But Jack decided to maintain the mystical atmosphere. When Jack told Sylvia to get ready to leave, the girl asked where they were going this time. Jack answered her dispassionately that they would go to the 2nd floor of the tower. The girl was a little surprised by this decision, because earlier Jack said that there were dangerous monsters there and the guy again confirmed his words. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the tower, many people were already seriously injured or even killed. Sam was also covered in blood, but he held on and tried to figure out where that monster had suddenly appeared from. In front of them was a huge ogre, which Sam did not know how to defeat because it was too strong. Sam knew it would be all over if he gave up, so the boy put all his remaining strength into his punch. No matter how strong the blow was, the monster was able to easily block it and did not receive any damage. The blow only angered Ogre, and now he struck the man with all his might. Unfortunately for the guy, his arm was now broken, while the monster stood before him unharmed after multiple attacks. Sam began to feel anxious at the thought that they would all die here if he didn't come up with something. Suddenly, he remembered the strange guy he had met earlier who had given him strange advice. At that moment, it dawned on Sam and he decided that the advice was specifically for this monster. However, he had no time to think because the monster was trying to punch the man in the head. Luckily, Sam had good reflexes, so he was able to deftly dodge the blow. But this trick was not unexpected for the ogre and he simply hit the guy with his free hand. Sam was thrown to the side, and blood began to flow from his mouth due to the force of the blow. At that moment, the guy despaired and decided that he could not defeat such an enemy and that their end had come. But at that very moment, everyone received a notification that a new player had appeared, to whom the ogre immediately paid attention. Now Jack and Sylvia were in the boss area, from which they could exit within 10 seconds. Jack was able to assess the situation very quickly and immediately understood what had happened here. Running his gaze across the room, the guy immediately saw many survivors and wounded people. Jack assumed that Sam had passed out, and Sylvia tried to hold on to Jack out of fear. At the same moment, Jack opened his inventory and took out some weak healing potions. Suddenly, one of the players came to his senses and told the newly arrived players to run away from here as quickly as possible. Breathing heavily, the man explained that in 10 seconds they would no longer be able to leave here, and then the monster would kill them. Jack didn't respond to all this and listened silently, looking at the man with an impassive gaze. Turning to Sylvia and handing her the potions, the boy asked her to distribute them among the survivors. Stepping forward with his sword, he also asked that everyone be told that while he was fighting, everyone should stay behind and not move. Hearing this, the man became very indignant and shouted another warning at the guy. But Jack still didn't listen to the man and was determined to fight the monster. Looking at the monster, Jack thought that no one knew this boss better than Jack himself. Seeing the red name, Jack decided that, like the lycanthrope, defeating the ogre would be difficult. Jack knew that this monster was known for its durability and endurance, and this boss also had physical resistance to attacks. The ogre took almost no damage from melee attacks, meaning he was a serious opponent for Sam. While Jack was assessing the enemy, the monster had already come close and swung its hand. The ogre struck hard, and the floor beneath his hand began to break due to the great force. But as soon as the ogre struck that blow, he realized that something was wrong with this attack. In fact, Jack was faster and was able to easily avoid the attack of the large, clumsy monster. Jack struck and a large scratch appeared on the monster's head. Jack was about to strike again, knowing that there was no particular strategy against the troll. Only constant attacks could work against the troll, which is what our hero was doing at that moment. The king of fists that Jack knew was able to kill the monster and receive the title of trained. Sam then managed to win due to constant attacks and not allowing the troll to recover. While Sylvia was handing out medicine to everyone and watching Sam anxiously, other people were watching the fight in amazement. When the excellent hunter effect was activated, Jack immediately began to see the trajectories of attacks and was able to dodge. Jack also knew that he could relieve fatigue with the help of potions that he had previously bought in the store. Jack believed that if he played it safe, he could win. The ogre was enraged by the constant attacks and attacked the guy. Jack immediately noticed this, and standing sideways to the monster was about to launch his attack. The people who had already recovered from the potions began to watch the fight and wondered who this stranger was. Everyone was surprised and wondered how long the fight had been going on and if the guy had really come here to help them. Jack constantly dodged attacks and deftly wielded his sword, and those watching did not understand how a man could fight for so long. One of the observers thought that Sam was a genius, but now, watching the fight, he believed that this stranger was much stronger. After a long fight, Jack was already tired and breathing heavily, while at the same time he used items from the slots. Jack now understood how difficult the fight had been, but the monster was no longer standing firmly on its feet, meaning its end was near. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that the previous him would never have thought of getting involved in a fight. But now Jack believed that all this was in the past, because now he intended to become a player. Raising his sword higher, the guy tried to concentrate because there were 15 minutes left until the chance to finish everything. Jack was about to strike when suddenly he received a notification that the brave Lion King wanted to help him, and this greatly surprised the guy. The boy gripped the sword tighter, realizing that his attacks would now be 100% stronger. But he didn't understand why the guard intervened now. This angered the guy, but he immediately attacked the monster while the effect was active. Jack was angry that the double attack was given to him too late. Jack also realized that damage counting was now useless. While the guy looked at the ogre, who was screaming in pain, he blamed the guard, who had now ruined everything. In a rage, our hero continued to mercilessly attack the troll and paint everything around him with his blood. At some point, due to severe pain, the monster fell to its knees and began to growl. One of the observers was amazed that the guy dealt with such an enemy alone. Jack gritted his teeth at the thought that the Lion King had deliberately offered his help at such an inopportune moment. Looking at the ogre, the boy thought that if he had the opportunity to kill the guard, the Lion King would be the first. Now Jack realized that his plan had failed, and a red light began to emanate from the ogre. Suddenly, Jack realized that now all they had to do was run. At that moment, Sam woke up and saw that someone was holding something up to his face. It turned out that Sylvia was in front of him, continuing to hand out medication to everyone and asking Sam to stay put. When the girl was about to leave, the guy stopped her and asked what happened to the monster. Then Sylvia pointed in the direction where the boss was still. Looking there, the guy was very surprised by what he saw and asked if it was really the boss. Now looking at the monster, Sam felt a completely different aura and did not understand what had happened. Suddenly, while the ogre stood still, someone fired an arrow from his bow. The arrow of a well-aimed archer hit the monster right in the head. While Jack looked at the monster in surprise, the archer was happy that he had killed the boss. The guy started laughing and talking about how he couldn't give their loot to a stranger. While the boy asked if the stranger was going to take their achievements, Jack stood there and said nothing. But suddenly he briefly told the archer to run, but he did not understand and asked the stranger again. Then Jack turned around and shouted that he had to run because Jack couldn't protect a fool. The archer turned pale with horror and asked what Jack meant. At the same moment, the system sent a notification that the boss had lost his mind. While the ogre was going berserk, Jack immediately ran to Sylvia and wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. As she ran away, the girl asked where they were running, and Jack told her about the escalator. Meanwhile, the boss was already standing in front of the archer, and the guy looked at him with horror and did not dare to move. At some point, he woke up and started running away from the monster with all his might. As the boy ran away and asked for help, the ogre's hand instantly reached the boy's back. With just a little effort, the monster killed the archer by crushing his head. Sam watched the horror unfolding in silence and did not dare move. Then the boss turned to the guy and looked at him with his yellow, glowing eyes. At this moment, Jack and Sylvia were trying their best to run away from the berserker. As Jack left that place, all he could think was that it was his mistake. Jack replayed in his head the events that existed for the entertainment of the guards and the events that occurred due to the greed of other players. The guy felt guilty for not thinking about these little things, and now, due to the berserker state, the boss area disappeared. Jack knew that there were no safe places in the dungeon except the parking lot, so he tried to go down with Sylvia. While Sylvia didn't understand why they needed to go there, the guy suggested using the fire escape. Jack went there because he knew there was a safe area on the second floor of the parking lot. When Jack abruptly opened the door, Sylvia was standing behind him, trying to catch her breath. However, the guy immediately heard a rumble next to him and turned in that direction. There he saw a menacingly striding monster that was approaching them. And this only meant that everyone on the second floor had already been killed. With this thought of the guy, the monster suddenly rushed towards them and growled angrily. Jack managed to somehow react to this and tried to pull Sylvia towards him. A second later, the monster's hand was where the people had been, but they were able to avoid the attack and fell down. Jack fell on his back, softening Sylvia's fall. The guy tried to calm himself down and repeated that there was no need to panic and everything was bearable. Looking at the boss, Jack only thought that if they were touched even once, they would die. A second later, the berserker was about to step over the railing and follow the survivors. As Jack ran down from the boss, he thought about why the safe zone was so far away. A few seconds later, Jack already saw the door behind which the safe zone was supposed to be. Jack stopped in front of the door and was about to open it, but suddenly he received a notification that the system saw a critical situation. Jack was sweating from not turning around, but he saw the boss raise his fist, which was supposed to kill the guy. Under the created conditions, Jack's forced ability, the sixth sense, awakened, and turning around, the guy saw that fist in exactly the same way. Jack began to shake as he thought about how he was going to die. But at that very moment, Sylvia shielded him and took the full blow. Tears immediately started flowing from the girl's eyes, and blood appeared from her mouth. Jack only managed to shout the name of his partner, who decided to risk herself. The girl watched everything from the side and could not come to terms with the thought that this could happen. Looking at the monster, who had already begun to strike, she thought that now everyone would die. At the moment when Sylvia decided to save Jack, the woman with the scales gave her the ability to use the Platinum Shield skill because she was impressed by the girl's bravery. When the Platinum Shield detected excessive physical force, it could not withstand it and distributed the damage evenly. Jack managed to catch his wounded partner, who lost consciousness. Looking at the girl, the guy guessed from the sound during the attack that she used a Platinum Shield. Now Sylvia was in bad shape and was breathing heavily. At that moment, the boss wanted to strike again, but Jack managed to avoid it. Taking the girl in his arms, the guy began to run away with her to the safe zone. Jack knew that there was very little time left and he just had to cross the line. All the guy had to do was go through the glass door in the parking lot. Jack ran through the door and fell on his back again. After his fall, Jack immediately raised his head and looked at the berserker who was furiously approaching them. But as soon as the boss approached the door, he encountered an invisible wall that did not let him pass. Now the guy was trying to catch his breath when he saw that the boss couldn't get through the safe zone. The boss became furious at this and started pounding his fists on the door. Amidst the loud crash, Jack tried to bring the girl to her senses. Jack saw the girl's mangled arms and couldn't believe she had tried to stop the attack. When Jack gave her the potion, he didn't know when Sylvia had that skill, but it saved her. But the problem was that due to the distribution of damage, the brain could be damaged. The guy continued to think about all this under the loud sounds and growling of the berserker. Jack gritted his teeth and muttered that he hoped the monster would die soon. Jack assumed, based on the berserker's state, that he had almost no health left. Looking at the monster, Jack took out another bottle of potion and opened it. At that moment, the monster began to roar even louder and new wounds appeared that began to bleed. The next second, Jack watched as the monster seemed to be torn apart. At the moment when the system recognized the death of the monster, Senya appeared and announced that the murder would go to Jack. However, the guy looked at her and seemed to have no intention of answering. The guy looked sad when the system started to determine the difficulty based on the number of surviving players. In the end, the system counted just over 5,000 survivors, and everyone was glad that the training was now complete. Jack tensed at the thought that the number of survivors was the same, even though he and Sylvia had survived. At that moment, the system began to give out rewards and titles to all survivors. The system also gave Sam the title of the completed training, and an entry about this player appeared in the Hall of Fame. The bottle flew down from the fact that Sam was once again the only survivor on the second floor. But turning his gaze to Sylvia, the guy thought that her condition was more important now. Suddenly, the guy turned to Senya and reminded the administrator about the deal he wanted to make. Now Jack was ready to do anything to save Sylvia, and to do this, he wanted to raise the rank of the item store. Then the girl asked if he was satisfied with the terms of the deal, since the store's rank would rise sometime after training. Sania wasn't sure if this was worth signing an exclusive contract for. Once a contract was made between a player and an administrator, the guards could only look at the player through the corresponding administrator. Because of this, the more attention a player attracted, the more the administrator received. Jack assumed that he had become known as a troublemaker and therefore must be highly valued. Giving the elixir to the girl, Jack only briefly said that she did not have much time. Jack believed that he didn't need any other reasons, because without her, he would have already died. Looking at the girl, the guy thought only about the fact that he owed his life to her and was ready to do anything just to save her. Having already used too many bottles of potions, the guy hoped that his partner would soon wake up. After some time, Sylvia finally woke up and was surprised that she was still alive. Breathing a sigh of relief, the guy confirmed this and said that the sight was incredible. When Sylvia got up, she still couldn't believe that she was still alive. Then her gaze fell on the 3 empty bottles next to her. Turning to Jack, she reminded him of his words about leaving her if she caused problems. Jack thought for a moment and told her that she had miraculously survived, and it would be wrong to abandon her. The girl immediately burst into tears upon realizing that no one had abandoned Sylvia. Then the guy turned to the administrator and asked to count the individual awards. Just when Senya had already agreed to do this, Jack suddenly remembered something. A slight grin appeared on the guy's face, and he wanted to talk about raising the store's rank. When Jack said that they hadn't signed anything, the girl again began to shake with anger and indignation. The guy looked at the inexperienced administrator impassively and thought about the fact that he needed to sign the document for the system to confirm it. Jack chuckled and said that it was her own fault for not preparing a contract. Having accepted her mistake, the girl tried to calm down and start handing out individual awards. Jack looked ahead in surprise and could not hide his surprise. The guy stood in front of 2 windows from the system and did not yet understand what to do. But Jack quickly realized what it was and already wanted to choose something for himself. The 7-day training ended, and the players who managed to survive received rewards based on their achievements. Jack knew that it was impossible to repeat this without knowing the strategy of combat, and due to his influence, the training changed greatly. Also, Jack hoped that the reward would be different, but he was wrong. The title changed and 3 additional points were given. Sania announced that the excellent hunter had been promoted and offered the guy to look at the effects. A smug grin immediately appeared on Jack's face, and he replied that of course he would look, but on his own. Jack was surprised to see that Excellent Hunter was a good title, and now it had good damage and speed increase added to it. The guy didn't understand whether it was normal to receive such a salary during training, and then immediately decided to check the conditions for the promotion. Jack defeated the lycanthrope after reaching level 10, so he got a good title. But Jack believed that even this title could not compare with the latest award. Jack managed to overcome the deadly situation with the help of his 6th sense and fulfilled the conditions of the merger. The guy knew that there were few records about it, and the existing ones contained almost no useful information. But roughly speaking, fusion is a rare method of strengthening. Now Jack felt that he knew little about teaching either and was about to make a choice. Jack had access to the 6th sense fusion, which he received because of the boss. There was also the eye of a cool observer and the learning bonus of a great player. As a result, Jack decided to use the fusion on the 6th sense and the eye of a cold-blooded observer. But suddenly at one point the guy felt ill and bent over, clutching his chest. Sylvia immediately looked at Jack with concern, and tears appeared in her eyes. Jack's body immediately became covered in sweat and began to shake, and his heart felt like it was ready to explode. The fusion process was accompanied by severe pain, and if the player was unable to withstand it, he would die. At that moment, Jack was a little indignant about this, because something like this should be warned about in advance. When it was all over, Jack was lying on the floor, trying his best not to pass out. The last thing Jack remembered was a blurry silhouette of Sylvia and the notification that the Eye of Perception had been received. When Jack opened his eyes, he was already lying in a cozy bed. The boy stood up and felt a little alarmed and surprised that he was still alive. Turning back, he thought he heard some kind of alarm signal. But behind him, he saw a girl who was sitting next to him and was his sister. Jack was surprised that Alla was here, and his sister's face looked angry. Alla began to shake with anger, and she said that Jack had gone to school and returned a week later, and the guy looked surprised. Standing up from her seat, the girl asked if Jack had thought about how he and his mother would react to this. As she left the room, the girl gritted her teeth and muttered that it was good that at least Jack was alive. Looking at the door, which slammed loudly, Jack thought that his sister would not change in 10 years. But Jack was very surprised to hear sobs behind the door. Tears appeared in Alla's eyes, and she said that he should have died if he had already decided to do so, and that there was no point in making him worry like that. Jack stared at the door silently, trying to collect his thoughts. Then he finally realized that the fusion had ended the moment he lost consciousness. Jack decided that he heard his sister crying because of her new ability and apologized to his sister for making her cry. Now Jack was glad that his sister wouldn't have to go to the factory for him. Later, the door to the ward opened and Jack saw his mother at the entrance. The mother slowly walked up to Jack's bed and covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hold back her tears. Almost immediately after this, Sylvia flew into the room, also wanting to see Jack. Jack and his mother looked in surprise at the girl who appeared out of nowhere. Sylvia immediately rushed to Jack and hugged him, saying that she was glad he was alive. As usual, tears flowed from the girl's eyes, and a familiar blush appeared on her cheeks. A warm smile appeared on Jack's face, and he lightly ruffled the girl's hair. Jack went back in time to a time when the 7-day training was so horrible that even 10 years later, people still remembered the horror. Jack was able to survive in hell, where the player's talent and luck were tested. He also managed to gain abilities that he could not even imagine. After some time, another blue portal appeared in the middle of the street. People immediately became frightened by this and were going to report it, but some decided to run away immediately. But Jack and Sylvia were about to go inside while everyone else was running away from the portal. Exactly 1 month has passed since the greatest disaster in one of the districts of Seoul. The news anchor announced that out of the 150,000 victims, only about 5,000 people survived. The shock of that event has still not passed, and many people still live with a huge emotional wound because they lost loved ones and neighbors, the host announced. The man said that at first they wanted to express their condolences, and on the memorable date they decided to invite a special guest. Turning to the guest, the host spoke of him as someone who had undergone training and who, even in hellish conditions, could lead people. The special guest was Sam. The presenter continued to talk about how, according to survivors, Sam played a key role in the incident. Sam was known to have killed goblin and wolf monsters with his bare hands and also saved many people. The presenter also mentioned that Sam was given the title of having completed the training. When the man asked what the boy had to say about it, Sam remained silent. At that moment, the boy had a flashback to his first meeting with that mysterious stranger. After that, Sam hesitantly replied that he was just lucky. Sam admitted that he was not the hero of the training and only took all the credit for it. The man replied that modesty was considered a quality of a hero, but it was obvious to everyone that the main character of that incident was Sam. However, Sam was certain that it was not modesty. Remembering what happened, the guy added that there was another guy and a girl there. And if Sam compared himself to that guy, he would be much stronger. Sam was also convinced that he would have died without the help of that stranger. The guy sat there and refused to think about the fact that the guy had died and was sure that such a strong player had managed to survive. Sam was determined to repay the favor, and in the meantime, a new training was about to begin. Jack knew that the new gate that had appeared must have led to the underground of Seoul Station. Panic arose among the crowd, because everyone understood that most likely monsters would appear from the portal again. Sylvia quietly asked if they were going to go inside. After reading the notification from the system, Jack responded that their decision should be obvious. As soon as our heroes entered the portal, the guards were immediately able to observe them. Taking his sword, Jack remembered that many came to this dungeon in order to raise their level, and if you know the tactics, then it becomes even easier here than in that tower. Turning to the girl, Jack asked if she remembered his words, and Sylvia answered him positively. But suddenly the guy heard a female voice, which advised him to take 5 more players with him. Senia appeared in front of Jack and, as an administrator, warned the guy about the possible danger. Senia said that the manual says that a group of 7 people should go into this dungeon. The girl advised him to leave and return with the group, but the guy only sighed heavily. As always, Jack decided to ignore Senya and simply walked past the girl who did not know what to answer. But as he was leaving, the guy asked if Senya had forgotten his words, and turning to her, Jack repeated that he was going to show his game. Sam explained to his company's boss that he wanted to leave and take a different path. The man in glasses did not understand the decision of the young guy who had passed the selection, but quickly let him go. Walking among the crowd of ordinary people, Sam thought only about how the world had changed. Now weak monsters like slime appeared even outside the dungeons and scared ordinary people. While Sam was thinking about all the new changes, he suddenly heard people nearby discussing the need to escape. Sam immediately tensed up when he heard about the new gates at the station. Then Sam's administrator appeared and said that the first dungeon after the tutorial had finally appeared. An administrator named Neptune suggested that the guy go to that dungeon, but first find the required number of people. Suddenly, some notification came, and Neptune was surprised that 2 people had already entered. But he decided not to attach any importance to this and suggested that Sam find 4 more people to enter. Sam then decided to read the information that the dungeon would collapse if it was not cleared in time, and that monsters would break out if the dungeon was breached. While Sylvia was amazed at how the dungeon looked, Jack asked her to look more carefully under her feet. But right after that, Jack thought that this dungeon was a cold, damp cave. Jack also knew that there shouldn't have been any danger in the first half of the dungeon. But what surprised Jack more was that Sylvia was already level 15 thanks to her efforts. Suddenly, Sylvia saw something ahead that immediately attracted her attention. It turned out that the road ahead split, and some circles were drawn on the ground. At that moment, Jack realized that they had come to the crossroads of 7 paths. Jack knew that each of the roads led to caves where different items could be obtained, which is why it was recommended to take 7 players. And when a person steps on each circle, then a path of surmountable difficulties opens up for 7 players above the 10th level. And no matter what path our heroes chose, the probability of dying was very high, because there were only 2 of them. Jack chuckled at the thought that these were exactly the thoughts that Senya had. Suddenly, Jack told Sylvia that he would be back soon and that she should stay here. Then the guy, armed with his sword, walked in an unknown direction. Suddenly, he came to the first path, and when the road was activated, a bright light appeared under his feet. A grin appeared on the guy's face at the thought that he could now begin to go through the dungeon. In fact, it was necessary to clear each path and get a reward, because each of the rewards was necessary in order to complete the dungeon. And when one of the players entered the path, the difficulty was automatically set as for 7 people. That is, the 2 of our heroes should have been equal to 7, but Jack was not worried about this, because he knew the strategy for passing. This dungeon was one of the first to be opened, so even secret strategies became public knowledge. But Jack also knew that in such a situation there had to be a way to clean up with fewer people. Jack stood calmly on the circle drawn on the ground and waited for the road to activate. The guy looked back and thought that it would have been enough to take advantage of the fact that activating the path set the difficulty. The guy knew how to make things easier for himself, so he went to the next path and activated it. In fact, for 7 paths there was a difficulty of 7 people, and if one path received a difficulty of 7, then the difficulty would decrease with each activated circle, and if 7 circles were activated, then the difficulty of each would be 1. After that, Jack immediately returned to Sylvia, and he himself thought that in the conditions of the cleansing there was no task to pass the paths simultaneously, so his strategy was possible. Immediately after this, Jack turned back sharply and held his gaze, and then suggested to Sylvia to begin the cleanup. At the same time, people were crowding around some building and trying to understand what was happening, but they themselves looked worried. A police officer announced over a loudspeaker that they were investigating the situation at Seoul Station and asked citizens to follow instructions and evacuate. However, ordinary citizens were skeptical about the policeman's request and had no intention of leaving. Among the crowd was Sam, who knew that the gates to the dungeon were inside. There was also a guy with dark skin there, and with his mouth twisted, he complained about the noise from the people. When he turned to the police, they all turned around, a little scared, to look at the mysterious guy. The guy was literally walking on air and asking why the people who had gathered were interfering with his broadcast. As the boy continued to grumble, people around him were amazed that he could walk on air. The police were on alert and demanded that the stranger give his name. Like everyone else, Sam stood and watched what was happening. But unlike the others, he was able to recognize the guy. It turns out that guy was a mid-level administrator named Chris. Sam immediately tensed up at the thought that if the administrator was here, then that player should have been nearby too. At the same moment, a policeman demanded through a loudspeaker that the stranger obey, otherwise they would open fire on him. The man didn't have time to finish speaking before his gaze dropped downwards and his eyebrows furrowed. Chris quickly approached the man, put his hand in his mouth and asked what he would do for him. Chris then grabbed the man by the neck and lifted him up, boldly replying that they could risk harming him. When others demanded that the man be released or else they would open fire on the guy, he squeezed the man's neck and turned his head 180 degrees. Immediately after this, people actually opened fire on the strange guy. However, all the bullets that were fired at him were stopped by the shield, which they could not penetrate. As soon as the people stopped shooting, liquid began to appear from the administrator's fingers and rise into the air. Afterwards, the guy waved his hand and small droplets flew like bullets at his enemies. Everything happened too fast and ordinary people could not react to this attack in time. As soon as the first drop reached the policeman, he immediately began to burn. One by one, the fire engulfed all the policemen. As the other police officers became frightened and began to retreat, a smug grin appeared on the guy's face, and he said that insects are always noisy. But everyone ran away from that place except one guy, who silently watched what was happening. Afterwards, Chris turned to someone and said that if he had already cleared the way, then it was time for the players to start their game. After that, Chris turned his gaze to the side and a smirk appeared on his face. Looking at Sam, who looked very tense, Chris said that another very famous player had appeared here. Suddenly, some guy appeared and, after greeting Sam, told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, or rather since training. Sam's face remained surprised when he saw who started talking to him. The guy ignored Sam and continued to say that it seemed like the last time they saw each other was a month ago. Smiling sweetly at Sam, Jackson admitted that he hadn't expected to meet Sam here. Unlike Jackson, Sam's greeting was very dry, but he wasn't surprised by the guy's appearance because he guessed that he would be able to survive. Sam only saw him during the goblin attack, but he could never forget Jackson. The boy remembered the horrible picture of Jackson killing monsters with pleasure while others tried to run away and save themselves. Jackson scared Sam, but Sam was sure that he had strong skills. Jackson suddenly asked if Sam wanted to enter the dungeon, but immediately realized that the answer to his question was obvious. While Sam stood there tensely, the guy continued to talk about how a player like Sam should have noticed the changes in the world by now. Pointing to the portal, Jackson said they were appearing more frequently and changing their reality, and there were opportunities ahead that players shouldn't miss. Sam didn't want to answer, so Jackson changed the subject and said that they needed 7 people for the dungeon. Waving his hand, Jackson said he only had 6 people. He then spread his arms wide and said that it would be very good if Sam decided to join them. Meanwhile, at the first fork, there were black bulls of the 12th level. When the monsters weren't expecting it, Jack suddenly moved towards them and attacked. Jack was breathing heavily and turned around when he heard an angry moo in his direction. Then a smirk appeared on his face, and he told Sylvia that they still had a lot to do, and they should quickly finish their hunt and move on. Seeing the people, the monsters immediately ran towards them and wanted to trample them. Seeing the danger, Jack immediately lowered his sword and prepared to fight back. A second later, with a deft swing of his sword, he killed one black bull. But there were still many monsters around, and another bull growled angrily at the guy again. Then Jack moved deftly upward and was about to attack. The boy landed deftly on the bull's back and pulled the hand holding the sword back. With a good swing, Jack deftly chopped off one of the bull's horns. And then, turning his sword over and pointing the sharp end down, he was about to finish what he had started. When that bull fell, the guy immediately ran to the next one. When everything was finished, the system calculated the experience and even gave out a few coins as a reward. Jack exhaled heavily and turned around, deciding that they had killed about 30 bulls. Suddenly, Sylvia turned to the guy and began to praise the guy's agile movements, after which the monsters immediately died. Having finished her admiration, the girl asked if everyone could do this, because she had met many players, but had never seen such movements in anyone. When Sylvia asked how to learn this, Jack answered the question evasively, because he noticed the appearance of Senia, who was also interested in knowing the answer to this question. When the guy answered with a smile that she should continue training and that everything would work out in the future, the girl again began to shake with anger. Sylvia was not very happy with the answer and asked if it was really just a matter of practice, and Jack again confirmed this. Suddenly, the guy became more serious and said that you should train as if you don't want to regret anything, and if you always give it your all, then one day you will achieve what you want. Sylvia didn't quite understand the answer, but she decided that if Jack said so, it must be true. She was interrupted from her thoughts by the appearance of some kind of golden ring, and she asked Jack what was flying there. Then both of our heroes noticed the ring and looked at the hovering object with surprise. Smiling slightly and reaching out for the ring, the guy was glad that it had finally appeared. Having announced that they had already cleared this path, the guy suggested leaving here and moving on to the next one. Then Sylvia was surprised that they weren't going to kill those monsters, and Jack explained that they wouldn't be able to collect much experience from them. Sylvia admitted that she thought they would kill everyone like the wolves, but Jack said that it would be better not to do that this time. After that, the guy briefly said that they were not alone there. At that moment, other players actually entered the dungeon, looking forward to the start of the hunt. Jackson immediately noticed that this dungeon was very different from the conditions they had been in during training. But then, turning to Sam, Jackson said it still felt nostalgic and asked what Sam thought about it. Sam replied dryly that he remembered that dungeon, but nothing good came to mind. Then the guy became immersed in thoughts about how more than 10 people were killed back then, and he didn't have enough strength to defeat the monsters. At that moment, Jackson said that it would be better for their own safety if they quickly cleared everything out and left. Then the small group of people continued to move in silence. But at some point, the person walking in front noticed something and asked Jackson to look at it. It turned out that there were several unknown passages ahead. Everyone started looking around and didn't understand why there was a glowing circle under each entrance. Suddenly pointing his finger at the nearest passage, Jackson suggested checking it first. At the same moment, Jack and Sylvia cleared the second path and received the second item. Taking the necklace, Jack noticed that it appeared faster than the ring. When Sylvia asked if they were going to the next path, the boy realized that she now understood that the main thing was to get items and not to kill monsters. But suddenly after this, the girl looked as if she was in doubt and awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Suddenly she turned to Jack and apologized because she thought she was too slow. The girl admitted that she saw Jack fighting while she broke the horn of only one bull. Sylvia was very surprised to see that Jack had already killed several by that time. Sylvia admitted that she thought Jack was strong enough to cope on his own and felt that she was in the way. Then Jack asked her not to talk nonsense and asked if she had ever seen him do anything useless. Sylvia was a little surprised by the question and hesitantly replied that she had never noticed such behavior from Jack. Saying that Jack didn't care about her just because she was a child, the boy continued walking forward. When our heroes entered the third path, the girl was surprised by what she saw. Sylvia immediately noticed that the bulls were now purple. Suddenly, one of the bulls looked at them angrily with his red eyes. Sylvia was a little surprised by this action and stepped back. At that moment, the bull bowed his head, and two of his three horns quickly flew out of his head. One of the horns flew straight into Sylvia's forehead, and the girl screamed a little because of the unpleasant pain. Jack immediately asked if she was in pain, but the girl replied that everything was fine and that something had hit her in the head. Then she turned her gaze downwards and looked at the ground in surprise. There she saw a horn stuck in, and Jack began to explain that these bulls could shoot with their horns. At that moment, Jack put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked again if she was in pain. Once again, hearing a positive answer, Jack said that he would leave these bulls for his partner. At that moment, Sylvia saw all the bulls looking very angrily and running towards her. She was not happy with such a gift from Jack and could not yet imagine how she would cope with the bulls herself. Sylvia was constantly hit by horns, which she tried to protect herself from with her hands. Suddenly, Jack happily said that she blocked the horns much better than he thought. But the girl asked him not to say that just because she could not be hurt. But then Jack calmly said that the bulls could not harm her, so she should use provocation. Then Sylvia decided to use the advice and a ball formed around her body, and at the same moment all the bulls stopped and stared at the girl. The provocation made the bulls even more anxious. Bowing their heads, they began to extend all their horns with even greater fury. Due to such a strong pressure, the girl could only cover her head with her hands. But when the attacks suddenly stopped, Sylvia revealed her face and was surprised that there were no more attacks. Suddenly, one after another, the bulls began to fall, and the system began to credit the girl with experience. Then Jack explained to her that purple bulls died when both horns shot out. At that moment, a new object appeared, and this time Jack was pleased with the speed with which it appeared. Having taken Duranchi's bracelet, the boy only thought about the fact that now there were 4 items left. Then Sylvia asked if they would leave this time, since those bulls gave much more experience. Jack exhaled and explained again that there could be other players here and it was better to leave the monsters to them. But Jack also left them because it would take more time for players to catch up with those ahead. When other players encountered the purple bulls, they had a hard time dealing with the monsters. But Sam responded to the guy's request for help and pulled ahead. The guy swung his hand and hit the bull in the head, killing the monster immediately. Everyone was surprised by Sam's powerful punch and noticed that his skills were on a completely different level. Seeing Sam's attack like that, Jackson looked at the guy thoughtfully. Taking one of the horns, the guy reasoned out loud that the effectiveness was weak. Continuing to hold that same horn, Jackson reasoned that they had only found the monster's weak spot thanks to the corpses they had discovered. Throwing away the horn, Jackson said that this dungeon was strange and the reward for killing such bulls was small. At that moment, Jackson turned to Sam and asked what the guy thought about it. Sam completely agreed with the guy and said that they really hadn't come across anything worthwhile yet. Jackson found it strange that even for killing all the bulls, they were not given any reward. But quickly turning to the others, he said that there was no point in them standing there. They immediately decided to try a new path, which had black bulls. When Jackson saw them, he was a little surprised that they had come across bulls again. But turning to the side, the guy again saw corpses that had no horns. Then Jackson thought deeply about it, and Sam wondered what was going on in that guy's head. Suddenly, Jackson turned around with displeasure and hissed. Some of his men began killing black bulls again. Jackson thought that what was happening was unusual, because in the dungeon in training there were many awards and titles, and perhaps in this dungeon the awards were further away. But suddenly, looking at one of the corpses, Jackson began to think that someone had taken the reward before them. As he approached, he kicked the corpse and considered his thought strange, because his group was the only one that entered the dungeon after Chris cleared the way. Jackson didn't understand where players could come from who cleared the dungeon faster than Sam. Jackson was irritated by the thought that someone might have gotten ahead of him and was already in the middle of the cleanup. Suddenly, Sam noticed that Jackson began to spin her knife in her hand. Then, grabbing his gun, Jackson told everyone to deal with the bulls and move on to the next path. A crazy smile appeared on the guy's face as he said that they might have been missing something. Meanwhile, our heroes were on the 6th path and had already dealt with the monsters. Suddenly, an object that resembled a shield appeared in front of Jack. Taking the shield, Jack thought about how he wanted to give the shield to Sylvia, but the shield's durability wasn't that good. Then Sylvia wanted to ask Jack something, but he immediately answered her positively. Our heroes already had Athena's necklace from the 4th path and Zenith's club from the 5th. And there was also the Victoria shield from the 6th path they had just passed. When Jack said there was one last item left, Sylvia asked if they could then clear the dungeon. Jack confirmed this and said that so far everything was going well for them and they should move on. After some time, our heroes finally came to the final path. Sylvia began to look around nervously because they were about to take the last path. But suddenly she looked up and asked Jack to look up too. Then our heroes saw that a group of people were standing above and watching them. Like everyone else, Sam first looked down at the players in surprise. But after a few seconds, Sam immediately recognized the guy and the girl. A smile appeared on Jack's face, knowing that they had been caught later than he had expected, meaning that they must have been newcomers. While everyone was amazed by the other players, Jackson seemed to be slowly filled with anger. As a result, a creepy grin appeared on his face and a chuckle escaped his lips. Jack assumed that this group of players entered the dungeon after them. Looking at Sam, Jack was a little surprised that the King of Fists was associated with this group. But as soon as Jack saw the guy's status window, he was even more surprised. Jack was surprised that Sam had both a broad and narrow outlook. However, Jack immediately turned his attention to more important things. Approaching the strangers, Jackson smiled sweetly at them again, hoping to make friends with them. The guy admitted that they had already found dead monsters and asked if this was Jack's work. Jack replied dryly that they had dealt with those monsters, and he himself noted that 10 years ago Jackson looked a little younger. However, Jack still recognized this guy because of whom the organization of evil players would later appear. This organization was called the Demon King's Army, and their strength was enough to compete with the 8 heroes. Jack knew that the evil that those people committed was often beyond description, and that their infamous leaders were always at the forefront. Jackson was a self-proclaimed leader and maniac who was famous for his wickedness. Although Jack suspected that he would meet such a person, he did not think so soon. Jackson noted that the boy and girl were moving very quickly and asked if it was true that there were only 2 of them. When Jack replied that the 2 of them were enough, Jackson agreed, since they had already seen their work. After this, Jackson asked if Jack needed more people since the dungeon was recommended for 7 people. But Jack immediately answered him that the guy would find out if they couldn't move on. Then what was the point of this conversation? When one of Jackson's men began to lose his temper with Jack's behavior, Jackson stopped him with his hand and wanted to offer something to the strangers. The guy said that everyone on his team was very experienced players compared to the other survivors of the training. When Jackson suggested clearing the dungeon together, creepy grins appeared on the faces of his men. Jackson continued to assure that it would be faster and safer for everyone. Jack's face immediately became more serious when he heard that in this case, the reward for completing the game would be divided. Jackson ended by saying that the dungeon didn't belong to anyone and he hoped for Jack's wise decision. While Jack stood there in thought, Sylvia looked at the strangers with excitement and a bit of fear. When Jack finally decided to agree to Jackson's offer, he looked happy that he had managed to lure 2 people to his side. However, Jack set one condition for them. The key item of the 7th path must be given to him. When our heroes reached the 7th path, they began to fight with the bulls. Now, a large group of people dealt with the purple bulls together. Suddenly, the players noticed that more bulls were approaching, and then they suggested luring them one by one and killing them. Sylvia immediately noticed that they were doing things much faster together, but she felt like something was wrong. It wasn't long before she noticed that Jack wasn't moving as quickly or as efficiently as he had before. Sylvia looked worriedly at the boy who could previously cope on his own, but now looked exhausted. After killing one bull, Jackson thought about what he thought Jack had hidden, but now the guy didn't stand out with any special skills. Immediately after this thought, the guy turned his gaze to the light that appeared. Lakatula's earrings appeared in front of him, and Jackson thought that this was the item Jack had spoken of earlier. Jackson immediately took the earrings and checked their statuses and saw that the stats were low and the durability was as bad as it could be. Immediately after this, Jack approached him and asked if they had managed to find the last item. Jackson walked up to the guy and handed him the item, asking why he needed these earrings since there was nothing special about them. Then Jack immediately replied that the item was needed to complete a quest that the first players who entered the dungeon received, and now Jack could complete this quest. At that moment, Jack remembered the promised reward, and a notification appeared in front of Jackson that he had been given 500 coins. A smile appeared on Jackson's face at the thought that robbing strangers would be much easier than he thought, since they gave him the coins so easily. Smiling sweetly, Jackson admitted that such an attitude was immediately refreshing, since he was immediately given the promised payment. When Jackson said he would do his best to help him get through the dungeon, Jack said they needed to go deeper and finish the quest. Afterwards, Sylvia watched as Jackson returned to his men and announced that they would follow Jack. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl asked if everything was okay with the guy, but Jack was a little surprised by her question. Sylvia awkwardly admitted that she thought the guy looked tired, but Jack reassured her that he was fine. Later, Jack opened the status window of an unsuspecting Jackson and saw that the guy's status was irritated and his worldview was cruel, evil, and hypocritical. Jack could see the boy's vile intentions through the eye of perception and realized that in the past, Jackson was the same as he was 10 years later. Jackson continued to follow Jack constantly and smiled sweetly at his back. But Jack wondered how long the boy could hide his rotten nature. After some time, our heroes came to a spacious room. Then Jack looked up and was glad that they had finally come to this place. At that moment, the system sent a notification that they had come to Mandara Square, and in the middle there was a huge stone statue. When suddenly the statue opened its eyes, from which a bright light appeared, the system sent a notification about it. Jack knew that Mandara Square only appeared when all the paths were cleared, but Sylvia looked worried. Meanwhile, Jack continued to think about how the name Final Destination came from the fact that no one knew how to complete the task. When the statue suddenly spoke and asked who dared to wake it up, Sam was very surprised by such a skill of the statue. The statue asked only the worthy to remain, because those who remained would not be able to escape punishment. When the statue finished speaking, Jack moved from his place and walked straight towards her. With the thought that Jack had not come this far to give up, the boy stopped at the feet of the statue. After that, the guy looked at the statue and said that he could prove that he was worthy. Immediately after this, the place where Jack's heart should be began to glow brightly. After that, there was a tense atmosphere in the room, and the statue stared at the guy. The boy frowned, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as the statue demanded he prove his words. Immediately after this, a window began to appear next to the guy, to which he turned his gaze. The window that appeared showed a statue of Mandara and 7 black circles on each part of her body. Jack was very tense because he had to pass the test. Otherwise, his heart will be destroyed. With this thought, the guy opened his inventory and took out all the items he could get. Jack had to give all the items of the statue in the order of the forks, and Jack had to start with the ring. As soon as the boy agreed to give the statue the ring, it immediately turned into a red round stone. After that, the guy gave the items to the statue one by one, and they turned into red stones. Almost immediately after this, all those objects began to appear on the statue of Mandara one after another. All the other players watched what was happening, not hiding their surprise. The statue then announced that Jack had proven himself worthy and asked him to answer the question and asked the boy his name. For a while, the guy stood silently and looked at the statue dispassionately, in no hurry to answer the question. In the video Jack watched earlier, it was said that Mandra means ranch, and the Mandra statue is a ranch guard. The mission was simple. The rancher had hidden something inside the dungeon, and a guard was waiting for his return. There was a hidden reward in the dungeon, so it was recommended to give a false name. After pausing the video, Jack carefully wrote down everything he heard. Remembering that moment, the guy introduced himself as the owner of the statue and as the person who gave the statue a new life. Looking up at the statue and into its eyes, the boy introduced himself as Rancher. At this moment, the statue was very surprised and there was silence. The other players then watched in surprise and did not understand what the guy was talking about. After this, the statue greeted its owner, and the system sent a notification that the hidden quest had been completed. Then Jack breathed a sigh of relief and thought happily that now he would be able to receive a reward. While everyone was outraged that the statue bowed before Jack, Sylvia looked at him with admiration in her eyes. Sam smiled at that moment too, because he was worried that something bad would happen, but Jack was definitely special. Meanwhile, the statue pointed to the items entrusted to it and asked Jack to choose one. Jack knew that if he chose an item now, it would be easier later, and he knew what the next place would be. Then Jackson came up to him and pointed out that the guy had received a special award and at the same time congratulated Jack. Jackson admitted that he had not seen anything yet and assumed that he needed to wait, which Jack confirmed. Smiling sweetly, Jackson said that everything was fine then and Jack could deal with whatever he had planned. As Jackson turned and started to walk away, a mad smile spread across his face. Jack stood with his back to the departing man and did not respond to the guy's last words. Using the ability of the eye of perception, Jack could see everything that was happening around him. After walking some distance, Jackson turned back and grinned. He looked at Sylvia, who had just approached Jack and was saying something to the guy. At that moment, Jackson looked like a real madman who had his own plans in his head. Jack could feel the madman's gaze and knew he was aiming for Sylvia. Thinking that Jackson's essence was revealed at the moment when the guy thought Jack wasn't looking at him, our hero decided to choose a reward. Jack decided to choose Mandra's gloves, and the statue immediately agreed to give the item to the guy. The guy looked in surprise at the shining gloves, which were resistant to poison and protected the owner from many infections. When the boy accepted the item, the statue said that she hoped he would need the gloves on his journey. At that moment, the next quest called Two Paths began, and some window appeared in front of Sylvia. When the girl asked about the two roads mentioned in the description, Jack replied that it was the last crossroads and the raid on the dungeon was almost complete. Because they weren't finished yet, Jack asked Sylvia to stay close and not relax, and the girl reassured him that she would be right behind him. But at that moment, someone called out to them and asked them to wait for them. Suddenly, Jackson said he was disappointed in Jack because the guy didn't seem to think of them as a team. Jackson said it looked like they had to follow orders, but they didn't agree to that. Since they had to split into two teams, Jackson asked to do it wisely, and Jack agreed to clear one path, since he and Sylvia would be enough for this. Jackson noted the guy's confidence, but he didn't understand why Jack was so sure that two would be enough. As Jackson continued to talk about how great it was to feel confident in a new place, Sam began to shake with anger. The guy was even more infuriated by the words that because of such self-confidence, everything could end badly. After a moment of silence, Jack decided that there was some sense in Jackson's words. And then, looking up at his interlocutor, the guy asked how they would share. Jackson suggested thinking about balanced groups, that is, 3 or 4 people. Jackson believed that Sam could make up for the lack of strength of a 3-man group. Jackson suggested that Jack become the leader of such a group, but Sam was very surprised. However, Jackson's proposal did not end there, and he wanted to offer something else. Looking at Sylvia, the guy invited her to join a group of 4 people. After that, with a creepy expression on his face, he asked Jack what the guy thought about such a distribution. This made Sylvia tense up, and she too waited for Jack's reaction. But at that very moment, his strong hand fell on her shoulder. Pulling the surprised girl towards him, Jack repeated Jackson's question to himself with a smile. But the next second, his face changed completely, and he said that he had no desire whatsoever to agree to this. Jackson said that such an answer was difficult to understand. But Jack replied that it was his decision and he was not going to convince anyone of it. After this, Jack added that Sylvia was like a little sister to him, and he was not going to let her go until they cleared the dungeon. Jackson thought about the guy's words for a moment and asked if they would be together until the very end. And then the guy said that now he was even more interested in finding out where this self-confidence came from. When the guy suggested that Jack was getting information and help from the guards, Senya immediately became a little tense. Jack confirmed the guy's guess, which greatly surprised his administrator, but he didn't care, and all his information was taken from the future. When he received a notification that some guards were interested in the source of his knowledge, the guy got angry, because if they were so interested, they could have shared something themselves. Jackson believed the guy and understood why he was so self-confident, and after that, said that they would not take Sylvia with them. Turning around, he suggested that Sam go with them since it would be okay if they separated in this way. When Jack said they had no objections, Sam was very surprised. Sam bowed his head slightly and replied that he agreed to go with Jack. After that, it was agreed to meet when everyone had cleared their paths. But Jack noticed that Jackson had a crazy smile on his face again. When our heroes finally reached the first path, the system sent notifications asking players to keep going and announcing that there would be a clearing hint at the end of the road. Because less than 5 people entered, a safe zone was temporarily established, and Sylvia asked if it was enough for them to go all the way. When Sam suddenly turned to Jack and asked if he was the guy Sam thought he was, Jack immediately turned his gaze to the guy. Sam said he thought he met Jack during training, when he fought the troll boss and for the first time near the stream. Sam admitted that he might not have recognized Jack after a couple of meetings, but he remembered that the guy was always with the child. At first, Sam was skeptical, but now he was sure that this was the guy in front of him, and Jack confirmed that they had met before and asked why Sam remembered this. Sam didn't dare answer this question right away and only clenched his fist. Bowing his head slightly, Sam said he wanted to thank the boy for saving him. Jack had not expected such behavior from Sam and looked at him in surprise, while Sylvia looked at her partner with interest. Sam raised his head and admitted that Jack was his hero, and he would have died already if Jack hadn't taken the troll away with him. However, Jack was just trying to run and survive, but decided not to say it. while Sam talked about how surprised he was at how quickly they saw each other. Sam said that he would never forget about that servant and asked to give him the opportunity to repay the guy for his deed. Jack was surprised by this, because he didn't think that he would ever receive a favor from the King of Fists, and replied that he would remember Sam's words. When Sam addressed Jack very respectfully, the guy was surprised because he and Sam were the same age. While the boys were talking among themselves and deciding who would address whom and how, Sylvia watched them with a smile. After some time, our heroes walked in silence along a road lit by torches. When they finally arrived at the right place, Jack immediately glanced around the room. The first thing that caught his eye was a dungeon clearing crystal. Jack was a little disappointed that the crystal was intact, but he expected it to be that way. Suddenly, he turned to his partners and told them to sit down and rest, which surprised them. Then Jack explained that they were faced with a tiresome mystery. When Sam asked if they could rest right there, Jack explained that the temporary safe zone was still operational. Jack said that they could deal with the crystal later, but for now, they better gather strength for the attack. Suddenly, Sam turned to Jack and said that he could be on first-name terms with him. And Jack was surprised and wondered if Sam had always been like this. Suddenly, Sylvia intervened in the conversation and asked what she should call Sam. After thinking for a moment, Sam said that she could call him whatever she wanted. As they discussed how to address each other in the background, Jack thought about how hard it was for him to get used to the way Sylvia addressed him. When Sylvia suddenly said that she would call Sam uncle, the boy was surprised and upset. While Sam was in a despondent mood, Jack handed the girl a glass and asked her to drink its contents. Turning to Jack, Sam asked if the destruction of the crystal was supposed to tire them out so much. Then Jack said that clearing the crystal was directly related to clearing the entire dungeon, and since there was a final battle there had to be traps. Jack said that, roughly speaking, they had to be prepared for anything, but Sam didn't quite understand that answer. At the same time, other players were moving menacingly through the dungeon. They were led by Jackson, and they were all armed. When Jack received a notification that new players had entered, he didn't seem surprised. Due to the fact that there were now more than 5 players, the time zone disappeared, which our heroes were not happy about. Then Jack grabbed his sword and quickly told everyone to stand up. Placing his sword on his shoulder, he replied that now they would have to fight those guys. Only the sounds of footsteps could be heard as Jackson and his men approached Jackson's team. When he turned to them and asked if they had cleared this path yet, everyone immediately tensed up. With a crazy smile on his face, Jackson said that he thought Jack would clear the way because he was so confident in himself. But Jack calmly replied that Jackson could be disappointed in him as much as he wanted. Jack admitted that he had guessed that Jackson would do something like this. But Jackson, grinning, replied that Jack was again pretending to be a know-it-all. Raising his weapon sharply into the air, Jackson said that Jack was stupid to the very end. Immediately after this, the blades of the two guys met in a fierce battle. Gripping his blade tighter, Jackson said that Jack could at least show a little humility. After all, in Jackson's opinion, Jack should have understood that he would die at his hand. But Jack just frowned and asked if Jackson was sure he could kill him. There was a fierce battle between Jackson and Jack, in which neither wanted to give in to the other. At that moment, Jackson asked what happened and where all of Jack's confidence had gone. After throwing another punch that Jack was able to dodge, Jackson asked how long Jack was going to continue dodging and blocking punches. At that moment, Jack managed to get into a more advantageous position and pulled his sword back. He then launched one powerful punch, but Jackson was able to block it. Immediately after this unsuccessful attack, the guy asked if this was all Jack was capable of. At that moment, our hero stared at his opponent, and blood began to flow from the wound on his hand. Sam and Sylvia, watching everything, tried to support their leader. But at that moment, someone stepped forward and asked them if they had time to be distracted. Sam immediately reacted to the enemy and became wary. When the sword strike came, Sam immediately jumped back and remained unharmed. After this, Jackson's people asked Sam if he really thought he was living up to his fame. Those guys admitted that they had already encountered those who knew how to fight, but such people could never stand up to a whole group. When they said they would spare Sam's life in exchange for the girl, the boy immediately lost his temper with anger. At this point, Jack continued his battle and created distance from his opponent by holding his sword forward. Approaching the guy, Jackson said that it would be very boring if he only defended himself and asked if Jack had any other tricks. With a creepy smile on his face, he said that the guys would be about on the same level against the monsters. The guy didn't respond to the insult that Jack couldn't stand up to other players, and some of the guards enjoyed those insults. Jackson continued his monologue and said that Jack was unlucky. But suddenly Jack leaned down and told Jackson that he had ways to counter the players, and Jackson still hadn't mastered the shadow attack, but the guy wasn't surprised. Raising his blade up, Jackson said angrily that Jack could continue to show off and it would be easier to kill him that way. Jack held out an object in front of him and decided to ask if Jackson would still kill them even if they handed over Sylvia. With his blade held out in front of him and a creepy smile on his face, Jackson said that he could have just let Jack go earlier. Saying that he would now kill them and take Sylvia for himself, Jackson rushed at Jack. While the guy was running furiously towards him, Jack stood calmly, also holding the object in front of him. As Jackson reached Jack, our hero ducked, avoiding the blade, and struck Jackson in the chest. The blow was so strong that the guy immediately started bleeding from his mouth. Sylvia and Sam watched the fight between the two leaders with equal surprise. Saying that everything that happened next was the result of Jackson's decisions, Jack stepped back and raised his sword up. An hour earlier, one of Jackson's men had asked if they would go inside, since the administrator had blocked the entrance to the dungeon. Jackson himself told them that they could no longer continue the entire performance. With a creepy smile on his face, the guy admitted that he would rip Jack's head off and take the girl for himself. Jackson decided to attack after they finished clearing their path, and Jackson would not go his way in order to have strength. Jackson was sure that Sam couldn't do anything to him, no matter how tough he thought he was. When someone asked about Jack, Jackson responded with a relaxed air that killing bulls was his limit. He believed that Jack's stats were no higher than theirs, and that it was Sam they needed to worry about. However, the guy was wrong, and now, under pressure from Jack, he was gradually getting tired and covered in sweat. As Jack launched another blow, Jackson deftly blocked it with his blade. Taking a step back, Jackson reflected on the fact that Jack's fighting style had changed. While defending himself against Jack, he assumed that the guy's stats had increased dramatically. Meanwhile, Jackson's archer was about to help his leader and intervene in the fight. When he had already pulled the bowstring, Sam, who was quickly approaching the archer, tried to stop him. But Sam was interrupted by another player who shouted that Sam should not ignore him. Sam didn't notice the swordsman approaching and didn't have time to react in time. So now he looked at the approaching blade with fear. But at that moment, Sylvia stood between him and the blade and easily blocked the blow. While the swordsman was surprised that the little girl had blocked the blow, Sylvia gave a signal to Sam. He immediately reacted, thanked the girl, and prepared to attack. Using his powerful fist on the swordsman, Sam hit him right in the chest. Another of Jackson's team could only shout the victim's name in alarm. After telling the archer to help Jackson, the guy immediately ran to the victim. Immediately after this, the archer released one arrow, which flew towards his enemy. At this point, Jackson was already having a hard time holding back Jack's attacks. Jack could deftly dodge arrows and deliver attacks because he could sense the trajectory of each blow. The whole situation only made Jackson sweat even more, and he became silent. Sam continued to watch Jack without hiding his surprise. The archer was surprised that his arrow could be dodged, even though it was coming from a blind spot. Jackson's archer was the main pillar of all their group's surprise attacks. In some ways, he was more dangerous than Jackson because he could help from a distance, while Jack stood between the two opponents. But at that moment, when the archer had already pulled the bowstring, Sam appeared behind him, who was about to attack him. The archer turned around in fear and cursed at Sam, but the boy didn't like those curses. Sam flexed his fists and said that he wasn't the one here trying to kidnap the little girl. Meanwhile, the archer fearfully demanded that Sam not come closer to him. While Jackson's men were being dealt with, Jackson stood there with fear in his eyes as he slowly realized his situation. While Jack looked around and noticed that Sam had become stronger, Jackson denied what was happening. The guy didn't understand how their seemingly good plan could fail. Continuing to think that they should have won, and Jackson had miscalculated somewhere, the guy even began to shake with rage. Looking at Jack, he thought that the guy didn't look skilled before, and his stats seemed to be around level 10. Jackson breathed out heavily and continued to think about how Jack was now on the same level as Sam. After that, he got into a good stance and tried to calm down and find an opportunity to counterattack. A mad grin appeared on Jackson's face at the thought that Jack could be stronger, but he didn't know Jackson's skills. Just as Jackson was about to attack, Jack got ahead of him and attacked himself. Jackson, not expecting the attack, tried to dodge, but the liquid still hit him. Then he looked at himself and realized that it was room temperature water, but it was not clear why. Looking at Jack, Jackson thought that this was the very reason Jack was holding the thermos. Then Jackson angrily shouted whether Jack was making fun of him. A slight smirk appeared on Jack's face, and he denied Jackson's assumption. After this, Jack asked Jackson to look back, but the guy did not immediately understand the meaning of the words he heard. Jackson turned around only when he heard some noise behind him. There he saw someone's thin limb sticking out from the wall. A few seconds later, a huge bee appeared from there. Very soon, the wall behind Jackson broke down and there were even more bees there. When the bees flew at him, The boy realized what a terrible situation he was in and cursed. When too many bees appeared in the room, panic immediately arose among people. Some people were so panicked that they simply screamed in fear of the monsters. But the archer, who had just come to his senses, did not fully understand what was happening now. So he didn't notice how one of the bees came up behind him and stung him in the back. Jackson, who didn't understand what was happening, tried to fight off the bees that for some reason were attacking them. In a panic, Jackson continued to swing his sword for a long time, and at first he managed to get rid of the bees. Jack, standing to the side, knew that bees were very sensitive to sweet smells, and the honey water was enough to trigger a reaction. The bee attack was a raid event that took place on 2 paths. These bees weren't that easy to deal with, and the individual level was around 18. Also, the bees attacked in swarms of thousands of individuals, and unless there was a person in the group who could attack with fire, it was better to avoid them. There was only one strategy for such cases that Jack knew, so he shouted at everyone to quickly get on the ground. When the first bee flew over them, our heroes were already lying on the ground. Jack knew of the advantage that the bees had of not being able to see targets that were below a certain height. Jack also knew how poisonous bees were and how terrible their stings were. When the bees attacked Jackson and pierced his body until he bled, the boy had tears in his eyes due to the intense pain. Jack watched silently as the bees attacked Jackson one by one. When the bees had flown away, Jack could finally stand up to his full height. The guy exhaled heavily and began to shake the dirt off his clothes. After that, he silently turned his gaze to Jackson's mutilated body. Looking at him, Jack thought that if you are ready to kill others, you must be ready to be killed. Looking at his corpse dispassionately, Jack thought that Jackson himself was to blame for what happened. After this, Jack immediately received notifications about the player's murder after completing the tutorial. Jack was very surprised that he had a new ability forced to open again, because it was strange to get so much at the early stages. The ability was familiar to Jack. The conditions forced him to respond to attacks, but in return, he was given buffs that helped him fight against players. In Jack's time, this was a very rare ability, and even those taking the civil service exam knew about it. Jack now believed that this ability was hidden. Suddenly, Jack began to have flashes of memories from his past, but he was pulled out of his thoughts by Sam, who approached him. He turned to Jack and said that he would have done the same thing, and those people were not worth living. After that, Sylvia joined in, saying that Jack was not guilty of anything, but the guy did not understand the behavior of his partners. But looking at them, he realized what they thought. He blamed himself for what happened, so they consoled him. Smiling slightly, Jack told them that he was fine. Jack admitted that he didn't feel anything good, but he thought it was strange to let people go who wanted to kill them, because it would ultimately lead to our hero's death. So Jack didn't regret what he did to Jackson and his group. Jack said dryly but confidently that it was better to become a killer than to let yourself be killed. While Sam and Sylvia were changing their statuses to trust, the Libra woman understood Jack's feelings and wanted to give him a big gift. Jack was impressed by the strong emotions of his partners, but the situation did not shock him much, even without the support of his partners. But suddenly he froze from the realization that he had been much calmer about what was happening than usual. After some time, our heroes were able to return to the clearing crystal. Jack felt a little better at the thought that the dungeon was almost cleared, and the crystals of the 2 paths needed to be destroyed. Suddenly, the crystal changed its color from blue to lilac, and a strong wind began to emanate from it. Shortly after, the system issued a notification that the Soul Station crystal was not happy with the intruders. At that moment, Jack's eyes of perception detected danger, and all of our heroes tensed up. When Sylvia turned to Jack out of excitement, the boy dryly asked the others to step back. When Sylvia asked what Jack was going to do, he replied that he needed to sort it out. Having assured the girl that everything was fine and that she shouldn't worry, the guy took out bee stings from his inventory. Covering his face with his hand, the boy thought that he was preparing measures against the poisonous gas of the crystal. In fact, Jack chose the gloves as a reward only because of their resistance to poison, even though the stats were weak. The guy understood that this would not be enough to completely neutralize the effect. So Jack's job was to destroy the crystal before the effect became too strong. After this, Jack got into a more comfortable position and pulled the glove back. Now the haze became quite dense, and Jack could not see anything in front of him, and the crystal disappeared from his field of vision. At that moment, the poison of the crystal began to penetrate his body, and Jack could no longer hold his breath. When Jack decided to use the eyes of perception, the system sent a notification that they had found a serious danger. But even with this ability, Jack could not immediately find the crystal. But at some point, Jack was finally able to see some light in the distance. Noticing the clearing crystal, Jack pulled his hand back and prepared to strike. With a good swing, Jack hit the crystal with his glove with all his might. At that moment, Sam and Sylvia were standing very far away, and the fog was only getting thicker. Watching Jack, Sam wondered why the boy was moving even closer to the crystal. At the moment when the effect of the Soul Station crystal's poison began to wear off, the glove was already broken. Jack stood very close and put his hand to the crystal. When it was all over, Jack looked tired and was trying to catch his breath. Sam and Sylvia looked at Jack warily as his hands shook, as it turned out to be more difficult than he thought. But Jack had a clearing crystal, and one of the two conditions was met. When Jack received notifications from the guards, he noticed that one of the guards wanted him dead, and this angered Jack. While Jack was drinking the potion, Sam asked him how the boy was able to do it if nothing could be seen because of the fog. Then Jack reminded him about the bee's stings and explained that they helped him neutralize the poison. When Sam asked how Jack knew this information, the boy calmly replied that it was in the description of the item. When Sam asked if Jack relied solely on this, the boy confirmed. But in fact, it was the strategy of the great explorer Jackson. As Sylvia and Sam looked at Jack with admiration, the boy asked them to move on. At this moment, Senya watched the players with her dispassionate gaze. But what interested her most was Jack's mysterious personality. She noticed that the guy used bees to eliminate enemies and get stings. While the channel was filling with anonymous guards, the girl saw no point in explaining the strategy, because it was obvious. Jack walked back to the crystal and put on the glove, holding the bee stings in his hand. The guy did the same thing again as the first time and fully complied with the conditions of the cleanup. At the same moment, a notification arrived that the dungeon breakthrough had been sealed. Immediately after this, Senya appeared in front of Jack, wanting to tell him something. When the girl said she would hand out the awards, Jack thought it was something special if she came in person. The girl confirmed that this was indeed the case, and bonus stat points would be awarded to all players in the group. When a window appeared in front of Jack, she said that he could choose any reward, but the guy completely forgot about it. While the boy was choosing the most significant reward, an unknown observer was interested in his choice. The boy was thinking about choosing gold, the price of which was about 200 million won, but it was not such a big amount if compared to the future dungeons. Jack knew that an ordinary person would choose gold without a doubt, because it was money that was difficult to earn. In the early stages, they were not protected by law, so players had to give a significant portion of what they found to the state. Jack also remembered that the gold could be confiscated because it was an item from an unknown world that could be dangerous. Thinking that Jack would be lucky if the government didn't take the gold away when they tried to cash it in, the guy gave it up. So the guy decided to choose a more reliable and useful reward, the Elixir of Restoration. At that moment, everyone watching had different emotions about the guy's choice. Once the rewards were sorted out, a portal appeared that was supposed to take the players home. The city was in a normal state, and people were riding buses to go about their business. In one of these sat Jack's sister, who asked Jack again what she thought about moving. When she asked Jack where he got his money, he calmly said that he was saving about 100 million won. Allah asked a little rudely if Jack was drunk, to which the guy remained silent. Jack understood his sister's feelings, because 100 million was money that no one in their family could ever earn. The elixir Jack chose was very effective against a specific disease. Taking that elixir, Jack went to meet one person. The man had money to pay a good sum for the elixir that was supposed to cure him. The buyer met two conditions and received about 1 billion won. Jack could only hope that everything would be as it had been last time and that the deal would be successful. As soon as the buyer received the item, he immediately intended to open the elixir. For a moment, Jack watched calmly as the contents of the container were drunk. The guy was pulled out of his thoughts by Allah's surprise, who saw something on her phone. When Jack asked what interesting thing she saw, the girl said that she was flipping through the news and suddenly saw some chairmen. After showing what she found to Jack, she admitted that she thought the man was a bald old man. While Allah was discussing the naturalness of the hair, the guy thought to himself that the hair was real, because the guy saw this hair grow right before his eyes. The name of the elixir was the most effective remedy against baldness. Although it spoke of restoration, it was simply a cure for hair loss. However, the man who had built a large corporation himself saw investment potential in this. In exchange for the elixir, Jack asked for 100 million won in cash and a specially requested home. And that man also agreed to help with the adoption of Sylvia, whose fate was shrouded in darkness. Jack decided to raise the topic again and again suggested that Allah move, since he had bought a new house. Jack said that in this case, their family would not have to stress about work and they would live in a good place. But Allah dryly agreed with him. At the same moment, a new portal appeared in the middle of the street in another place. Suddenly, Jack said that everyone had better go home early today. When the portal opened, there was already a player standing facing it. Jack wanted to invite Alla to have dinner with her mother, but he didn't have time to finish because he was very surprised by what he saw. He was finally able to notice a portal in the middle of the street that he had not known about before. Jack was very surprised that a new gate appeared almost immediately after the previous one opened. At that moment, some girl had already approached the gates and was about to enter them very soon. Jack moved closer to the window to get a better look at the girl. Taking a closer look, the guy recognized the girl as Charlie. Then Jack pressed the button on the bus and shouted to Alla that he had urgent business. Jack thought that there was only one gate that could appear in this area, namely the Sword Empress dungeon, the clearing of which was described very briefly. Also, records about that dungeon remained not because it was somehow special. Charlie was the first player to successfully complete that dungeon. Approaching the girl, Jack immediately asked if she was going to go in there, and the girl asked if he had also seen the gate. Jack briefly said that he was also a player, and he himself recalled that he could not find information about Charlie, and the girl's aura was different from her nickname, which she was given. A two-faced killer. When the girl asked how much the guy knew, Jack checked her status window and saw that the girl was curious and positive. Jack briefly said that the thing was called a gate, and if the dungeon was not cleared in time, monsters would come out of it. And Charlie remembered that the administrator had told her about this. Jack continued to say that this didn't happen because the other dungeons were cleared, but even the trained ones said that it was possible, so what he said had to be true. While the girl was surprised at who exactly Jack was talking about, the guy was thinking that during this time, not a single breakthrough had happened because he used his knowledge to clear the gates. He recalled that the Soul Station dungeon had been breached several times before, and many players had given their lives to understand its strategy. This time, it didn't happen thanks to Jack's intervention, but the boy knew that in the future there would be more gates and breakthroughs were inevitable. When Charlie asked if she should go in, the guy reassured her that everything would be fine. When Jack suggested creating a group, the girl was a little surprised by such an unexpected proposal. When she asked what level Jack was, the guy turned out to be already level 19. Blushing a little, the girl was glad that she wasn't the only one, because she too was level 19, which was quickly rising. Next, Charlie asked the guy to wait a little while she figured out how to send an invitation to the group. When the girl asked how old Jack was, the guy was a little surprised by this question. When Jack replied that he was 20, the girl was surprised and admitted that she thought he was older. While Jack was thinking about how mentally he was 30 years old, Charlie suggested that they communicate without formalities, since they were the same age. But Jack suggested discussing this when they got out of the dungeon alive, to which Charlie punched him in the shoulder, promising that they would definitely survive. Jack had no idea he would come across this gate so soon, but he thought it was a chance. Looking at the gate, he thought that thanks to this, he would be able to see the dungeon that the Sword Empress had gone through right after her training. There was a girl in front of some gates who dropped her bag in surprise. Alla looked at the gate in surprise and could not understand what it was and where Jack had gone. Jack immediately decided to look around and decided that if the gates were not closed, then an escape from the dungeon was possible, and if Charlie was able to go through this dungeon herself, it should not be difficult. When Jack received the notification that monsters were appearing, he looked ahead in surprise. There he saw rabbit monsters that were about level 19. As she drew her sword, Charlie noted the size of the rabbits, but she didn't think they looked strong. Looking at the monsters, Jack reflected that the monsters' danger level was easier to determine, and the rabbits were not aggressive. Jack knew that their main feature was to escape at high speed if they noticed danger. But Charlie didn't know about this, so she looked in surprise at the monsters that were running away from the players. Jack immediately explained that rabbits run away if they sense a threat, so it is better to kill them the first time, if possible. Charlie was happy to hear this, because she had just the right skill for this situation. Looking at the girl, Jack immediately realized that she was talking about the skill of killing with one blow, which meant that Charlie had to be that very Empress of the Sword. While the rabbit was trying to escape, the girl quickly approached him with a sword, which greatly surprised the monster. She delivered one precise blow that killed the rabbit instantly. Immediately after this, the system began to credit the girl with experience and coins as a reward for the kill. Watching her, Jack was surprised that the girl had learned to use her unique ability so quickly. Jack also noticed that the atmosphere changed immediately as soon as the girl started fighting. As Charlie killed another monster, Jack kept thinking about how just a moment ago she looked like an ordinary student. But now, in Jack's opinion, the girl resembled the fight fan she would become in 10 years. But Jack kept up with Charlie and also killed rabbits, while thinking about what he didn't expect to see behind those rabbit gates. Jack knew that these monsters were famous among players only because of one feature, and despite their speed, their attack and defense were low. By killing rabbits, Jack hoped to get some item, but so far he has not found it. Suddenly, Charlie decided to ask if Jack had ever been to this place, but the guy replied that it was his first time here. Charlie thought the guy was doing it quickly, but when she heard in response that she herself kills with the first blow, she awkwardly scratched the back of her head and asked to do without formalities. Explaining that because of their age, she felt awkward speaking formally, the girl asked the guy's name and, upon hearing the answer, said that she wanted to ask him before entering the dungeon. Charlie immediately realized that Jack knew a lot and asked where he got all the information. The boy immediately had a flashback to his sleepless nights studying the gates, and he replied that he needed to study hard. When Charlie asked with a smile if she really should be satisfied with such an answer, a notification also came that some of the guards were amused by the guy's answer. But at that moment, new monsters appeared, which immediately distracted the girl. Looking at the rabbits, Jack suggested that they talk after they dealt with the monsters, to which Charlie agreed. Jack was so keen on hunting rabbits because he knew they were supposed to drop an item that would help him break the growth cap at levels 30 and 40. Of course, Jack thought it was foolish to hope that the object would fall from the first rabbits, so he continued his hunt. Jack was determined to stay here until he got that item. Sania watched with a little longing as the rabbits ran around the entire tunnel. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice saying that Jack was a wonderful player. Turning to Senia, the fairy asked if she was broadcasting with this player. The girl continued babbling about how Jack was level 19, but he could keep up with Charlie, which not all players could do. When Roa wanted to see Jack's status, she couldn't. And Senia immediately explained that Jack had set up the rights to view personal information and not only closed the status, but also deleted his name from the player rating. Roa was very surprised by the guy's knowledge and assumed that it was Senia who told him everything, but the administrator calmly replied that she had not broken any laws. The girl continued to be indignant that Jack had pulled this off and thought that he was the kind of person who would take advantage of frivolous players. But it seemed that Senia did not want to listen to her. But suddenly Roa suggested that the guy was bringing in a good income and asked if she could broadcast it. The smile fell from her face when she heard from Senya that this was also impossible. When the girl admitted that she had signed an exclusive contract, Roa was again outraged by this, because there were only 3 attempts, and Jack could only show his growth at the beginning. But Senya dryly replied that it was none of the other administrators' business and continued to watch Jack hunt. One after another, Jack continued to skillfully kill the rabbits and receive rewards for them in the form of coins and experience. But suddenly some object fell out of the last rabbit. Jack got a quality iron sword, which was made by a good craftsman and had good strength. Taking the sword, Jack immediately threw it towards his partner. Grabbing the new sword, the girl heard advice from Jack that it was better to use this one, because it was better quality than her current one. When the girl was surprised by the guy's behavior, Jack explained that she was better at handling the sword, after which Charlie happily accepted the sword. Once the players agreed that the next item would go to Jack, they immediately returned to hunting rabbits. Jack continued killing rabbits and didn't think about that sword because he didn't need a weapon. Jack had an idea about monsters for these 10 years and understood that his weapon was enough to kill them. Swinging his sword deftly, Jack wondered how many more rabbits he would have to kill to get the item he desired. Jack hoped that the item would drop before they reached the monster respawn limit. Suddenly, Jack killed another rabbit, which dropped some object. Seeing it, Jack happily grabbed the desired thing. As Jack began to examine the item, he thought that this was the best reward that could be found in this dungeon. Jack now had a health absorption ring in his hand, which allowed him to absorb health equal to 2% of his attack. But immediately after this, Jack heard some noise in the distance and turned all his attention to it. Turning around, the guy saw a dungeon clearing crystal behind him. The guy even opened his mouth slightly in surprise, because he didn't expect the crystal to appear so quickly. The crystal appeared too quickly and there were few rabbits around it. Then Jack realized that it was enough to kill a small number of rabbits for the crystal to appear. Then it became clear why Charlie was able to go through it alone. When the girl asked if everything was okay, Jack suggested they discuss it later and deal with the rabbits first. While killing rabbits, Jack kept thinking that one ring was not enough and that it was the only piece of equipment that could be used without being limited to one. Jack still had 9 free fingers, so he wasn't going to stop killing rabbits. Jack knew it might take several hours, but he was determined to collect all the rings, so he continued to kill the rabbits quickly. While Charlie was killing rabbits, she also managed to watch Jack. She soon noticed that the boy was killing rabbits almost as fast as she was. Besides, Jack had so much knowledge, as if he had already been through these gates. But the girl pushed these thoughts away and continued to kill rabbits. When the system sent a notification that no more monsters would appear, the girl was surprised. Trying to catch her breath, Charlie thought about how they would get out of here if they killed enough rabbits. But now she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Jack said that they should go that way because the exit was there, and Charlie was a little surprised by this. As they moved forward, the girl noted that it was very dark there and asked again if the exit was really in that direction. But at some point, Charlie looked in surprise at the object in front of her that was emitting light. She looked at the clearing crystal, which was already broken. While Jack stood in front of the crystal, the system sent out notifications that it was broken and the dungeon was cleared. Jack smiled at the thought that the gate could not be re-entered once it closed. The guy was happy with the situation because he was able to get 8 rings. Jack was a little unhappy that the watching guards were making noise all this time, and Senya behind his back was shaking with anger at the guy again. Jack realized that he had spent several hours hunting, and now it was time for him to go home. Already standing in front of the gates that were supposed to lead our hero home, the guy was thinking about how he would explain his lateness to Allah. But when the portal transported them to another place, Jack looked tense. Charlie looked around in surprise when they found themselves in a new place. She asked about the fact that it seemed to be the same gate through which they entered, but for some reason there were no people in the area. Suddenly, an administrator appeared in front of Jack, greeting the guards and thanking them for visiting his channel. Roa quickly explained that one of the guards had requested the PvP zone to be set up, and from that moment on, the zone was open. Jack immediately noted that Roa was Charlie's administrator and was the same as Senya, but a fairy. The girl announced that in front of them was a brilliant swordswoman and a guy who surprised everyone with his intuition. And in this zone, it was supposed to become known which of the two was stronger. Charlie was very surprised by this situation, while Roa continued to say that in this zone, players will not die and all damage received will disappear after the end. Jack was also surprised by the situation, but he looked calmer. Watching Roa, the boy thought that she knew how to control the guards' attention, so she could become one of the most popular mid-rank administrators. And also there was Senya, who lacked even basic conversational skills. Taking a break from Roa's conversation, Charlie walked up to Jack and said that she didn't know why things had turned out this way. Immediately after this, Charlie asked the guy if they were sure they wouldn't die in this fight. To this, Jack calmly replied that in the worst case, all their wounds would be healed after the PvP zone was disabled. But suddenly, the guy turned around and said in surprise that he didn't think he would be asked to fight in such a duel because he didn't even have a guard on his side, which surprised Senya a little. Senya then watched in surprise as she received many surprised reactions from the watching guards. Roa, turning to her friend, wondered how the guy could not know about the choice of the guard and decided that Senya did not tell him anything. But after exhaling, the girl decided not to interfere in this and thought that Senya would sort it out herself. Immediately after this thought, Roa waved her hand cheerfully and invited everyone to join the fight. As the girl continued to talk about how the guards should choose a player and support him, Jack interrupted her and said that he wanted to discuss something before starting. When Roa was ready to listen to the boy, he said that he wanted to say a few words to the true master of the heavenly Monarch Mountain, the guardian who requested the PvP zone. Charlie watched in surprise as Jack expressed his indignation that the guard, despite his nobility, encouraged betrayal and a request to despise a comrade with whom Jack fought shoulder to shoulder. Jack knew that the guardian had millions of followers. He was able to climb to the top, and in the future, he wanted to become Charlie's guardian. This guard was the same warlike maniac as the Lion King, but he sincerely considered himself a true warrior, so he insisted only on bravery. Jack understood that the guard was very arrogant and would react to the words. And meanwhile, Roa looked around in surprise at the players and did not understand what to do in such a situation. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of Jack, saying that the Mountain Master had given him a one-hit kill skill and it would only work in the PvP zone. At that moment, Charlie turned to the guy and asked in surprise if he was able to get the same skill as her. But Jack knew that she was better at this ability, so he was not completely confident in victory. Answering that he now had the skill, the guy thought that the guard considered everyone he had not taught to be weaklings. After that, Jack admitted to his partner that he didn't think that they would have to fight right after clearing the dungeon, which could mean that the guards were very interested in finding out the winner, which made the girl think about it too. After a short silence, Charlie replied that she agreed with Jack's expression, but the guy did not quite understand what her words referred to. Smiling, Charlie replied that she too was curious to know which of the two would win. Taking her sword out of her inventory, the girl reminded him that Jack had given it to her under the pretext that she would be able to use it better. Holding her weapon out in front of her, the girl admitted with a smile that she noticed that Jack was also an unusual warrior and dealt with monsters almost as quickly. Jack continued to listen silently to Charlie's words about how he also knew a lot about the gate and its internal structure. Remembering how Jack helped her get out of the dungeon, although it was dark there, the girl asked if he knew how to get out of there or saw it. The girl brought her thought to the fact that she was interested to know how far the guy would go if he fought seriously. With excitement in her eyes, the girl suggested that they measure their strength, since they had the same skills. Impressed by the girl's speech, Jack tightened his grip on his sword and agreed to the proposal. Telling the girl that she could take a risk if she was so interested, the guy thought that the guard was perfect for her. While the players were preparing for the fight, some of the guards got bored, while others continued to watch silently. Letting out a small breath, Charlie took a different grip on her sword and began moving first. The girl's gaze immediately became emotionless, and having gained good speed, Charlie prepared to strike with her sword. In just a second, the distance between our heroes was reduced by several meters due to Charlie's high speed. The girl delivered her blow, but Jack skillfully blocked it with his sword. Having come together in an attack, a second later the swords of our heroes had already diverged. When the girl jumped slightly to the side, the guy was able to anticipate her movements due to the skill of the eye of perception. Charlie was about to hit her left, and Jack, anticipating this, was able to stop the blow. Jack struck with such force that the girl threw away the sword and even unclenched one of Charlie's hands. After that, Jack could see that the next attack was from above to the side. But looking into Charlie's eyes, the guy thought that it might only look like that, but the attack would be different. Realizing that Charlie was aiming for her neck, Jack again blocked the blow, which greatly surprised the girl. Roa, who had been watching the fight intently, opened her mouth in surprise. The administrator found it hard to believe that the players were showing such a battle, considering their levels. Taking a step back and exhaling, Jack thought about how he had the ability to predict Charlie's attacks thanks to his skill. But Jack couldn't counterattack because he was far behind in terms of sword techniques. When the guy decided to change tactics, Charlie again made a sharp dash towards him and swung her sword. But Jack was able to anticipate this again and again, blocked her blow with dexterity and ease. Having parried the girl's blow, Jack immediately jumped back, while Charlie also tried to close the distance. After many of her attacks, the girl began to get irritated by the fact that she could not get close to the guy. But suddenly she asked Jack a question about the fact that he had not been trained in swordsmanship. Charlie noted Jack's good instincts and said that she would now attack in earnest. But straightening up, Jack asked what they had been doing before, saying that she was holding back and adding that they would not die from the wounds but would feel pain. Charlie thrust her sword forward. Jack also assumed a defensive posture and thought about how Charlie had been gathering information about his skills before, and to her, it looked like they were on the same level. As Jack was thinking about how important it was not to miss her funeral blow, Charlie had already approached the guy again. But, as expected, Jack dodged slightly and was able to block the blow. Unfortunately for him, that attack had taken its toll, and now there was a wound on his side. Deciding to take advantage of Jack's confusion, the girl prepared to attack again. However, looking at her, Jack immediately realized that this was the moment Charlie wanted to use her funeral strike. While the girl approached him, our hero stood motionless. When the girl's sword reached its target, a bright light appeared that illuminated everything around. But when he disappeared, Charlie saw that she had hit not Jack, but a tree that was behind the guy. Thinking about Jack hiding his speed, the girl turned around and saw a guy behind her. Jack had a cold look and was ready to use the killing skill at the first try. Then Charlie could only helplessly watch the sword approaching her and note the speed of her opponent. When the sword almost reached the girl's throat, it stopped abruptly. The girl fell to the ground in surprise and continued to look at the stopped sword. At that moment, Jack briefly asked her if he had won. When a blush appeared on the girl's cheeks and she rose slightly, Charlie acknowledged his victory. While the girl was getting to her feet, the system sent a notification that Charlie had admitted defeat and given the victory to Jack in the first PvP zone. Seeing the last notification, Jack was a little surprised because he thought that these zones were used before and after the guy was given the title of the first opponent. Thinking back to the recent fight, Jack thought about how he had an instant movement skill that allowed him to get close to the enemy so quickly that he didn't even notice. This powerful technique did not even consume the player's mana, and there were also many rumors that this skill was given to the Sword Empress. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Charlie, who asked him what he was thinking about and cheerfully said that as a winner he should proudly puff out his chest. While the girl continued to talk about her own, Jack continued to think that, in fact, he stole Charlie's skill. But on the other hand, everything happened by accident and he won that skill fairly. Checking the notifications, Jack saw that the guards were surprised by his victory, and due to the fact that some of the guards were watching with genuine interest, Jack thought that they were trying to impress the guy because he knew about the choice. At that moment, the PvP zone turned off, and Charlie was surprised that everything ended so quickly. Jack lifted the hem of his jacket and watched in amazement as his wound healed. Handing Jack the phone, Charlie suggested that he not leave so quickly. When she handed over her phone, the girl asked Jack to write his phone number there, explaining that they could go to the dungeon again. When the guy asked why she took his number, Charlie honestly answered that she liked him. Having accepted the phone, Jack was at the same time very surprised by the girl's straightforwardness. The guy decided not to argue with the girl and obediently entered his phone number into hers. At the same moment, the system sent a notification that the Eye of Perception had detected danger. But Jack realized that he would not be able to dodge this blow, so he would have to take the blow. A second later, Allah's palm touched his back with great force, and Charlie was surprised by the stranger's behavior. Turning around, Jack saw his sister behind him, trying to catch her breath and angrily saying Jack's name. Having finally caught her breath, the girl was indignant that Jack hadn't explained anything and had disappeared out of the blue, while she had been looking for him for several hours. With a calm and slightly disinterested face, Charlie asked who the girl was, and Jack briefly replied that she was his sister. Hurrying, Jack entered some room and thought that soon they would leave this place. Exhaling and running his gaze around the room, the guy thought that it would take 3 days to pack his things, and after that, his family would be able to live in comfortable conditions. Remembering the reaction of his sister and mother, Jack decided that they did not even believe the documents for the house, so it took more time for them to decide. Jack was going to change the future of his family, but the rest went almost as the boy remembered. On May 11th, the disaster began, and about 20 million people died in the training zones that were scattered around the world. Everything that was happening in the world corresponded to Jack's notes. The global conglomerate stated that they were directing all efforts and resources into the business related to the topic of players. And according to Jack's assumptions, if nothing changed in the future, then in 3 days, dungeons and gates should begin to appear all over the country. Jack might have known about all this, but he also realized that he couldn't solve all these problems. Jack didn't consider himself a hero or a saint, and as an ordinary player, he was only capable of one thing: playing every day. After reading the entry in the book about one of the events that was supposed to happen, Jack immediately closed the book. A few hours later, Sylvia was in the middle of the forest trying to catch her breath and asked Jack why they were there. Ignoring the girl's tiredness, the boy briefly replied that they were here to catch the monster. Sylvia knew that slimes were too weak to be called monsters, so she assumed Jack was referring to someone else. When she asked if the monster was somewhere else, the guy confirmed it. As always, with a calm face, Jack admitted that they were looking for a lycanthrope. However, his partner did not share his calmness, and out of fear of the monster, immediately turned pale and began to tremble. The quiet forest was filled with the voices of tourists discussing a recent incident in one of Seoul's districts, adding that this was now happening all over the planet. However, some were not happy with what was happening and preferred not to think about it, and were outraged that the police could not influence it in any way. While they were discussing how the bullets weren't damaging some of the monsters, one girl turned to the side and said that there was a monster even here. Looking at the slime, she decided that the monster did not look dangerous, so she could try to catch it and sell it. But the others asked to forget about it. Looking up, the girl thought that in her entire life, for the first time, she had seen such dramatic changes in the world. But suddenly, the woman walking in front turned sharply to the side and said that something had run quickly there. The girl turned around and said that she had not seen anything. But at the same moment, she and the woman turned pale with fear. Turning around, she saw some guy with some object in his hands approaching them at great speed. Jack recognized the 3 or 4 women, all in their 50s, and decided that they were the victims of one of the incidents 10 years ago. As Jack ran towards them, one of them, shaking with fear, tried to pick up her phone and call someone for help. Stopping in front of them and holding his hand out in front of them, the guy asked them not to shout, because then it would become very dangerous. The women immediately panicked and were divided on whether to call the police or run from the guy who had a knife. But suddenly, the woman who was standing behind them abruptly turned her gaze to the side. There she saw a lycanthrope who was looking at them with red, furious eyes. Seeing him, the women immediately became frightened and ran in different directions. But the last one was overcome with shock and fear, and she simply fell to the ground, asking the monster not to come near her. But suddenly at that moment, she felt someone's hand on her shoulder. Jack placed one hand on the woman's shoulder and held his sword in the other, thinking that the monster had appeared when the boy had expected it to. Looking at the level 24 monster, Jack thought that this would be his first fight without tricks. Jack followed the source of the bloodlust, but now it seemed to him that there was more than one such source. Watching the lycanthrope dart towards him, Jack thought that there had to be a stronger creature nearby. As the lycanthrope was about to attack, Jack stood calmly in his place and was more concerned with the question of where the stronger source was. As the monster jumped and was almost at the guy, Jack thrust his sword forward. But at that same moment, the guy was able to see something behind the monster. When the lycanthrope tried to attack, Jack deftly ducked and avoided the attack. Immediately after this, the guy darted in the direction where the other creature was. Seeing another white monster, Jack immediately intended to kill it. With his sword ready, Jack activated the effect of the first hunter title and the special skill of instant movement. Thanks to this, at the same time, Jack was able to move very quickly. When the guy changed his title to an excellent player, his damage and movement speed immediately increased, making his attack more powerful. Jack was able to pierce the monster's flesh, but the monster immediately jumped back and pulled out its sword. Meanwhile, having spotted the monster, Jack was surprised that the six-tailed fox had appeared so early. After this, the monster jumped back and bending slightly growled at the man. When the fox disappeared, Jack began to think that this monster was a spirit, using camouflage, surprise attacks, and even a little magic. Jack was comforted by the knowledge that he knew all about the fox, but he didn't understand why the monster had appeared so quickly. At the same time, in another place, another monster attacked the girl and took away her arm. As the girl fell to the ground and bled, the lycanthrope slowly approached her. At some point, one of the skills began to spread to the monster. Having approached the monster, Sylvia used provocation on it. When the monster turned its attention to her, the girl was reassured by the fact that this was not the first time she had fought him. Since Jack wasn't around, Sylvia decided to think like him and wondered what the guy would do in her place. While Sylvia was thinking about this, the lycanthrope began to scream at the top of his voice. At that moment, her body was under the effect of the howl, but the girl recognized this skill, from which she wanted to hide last time. But now she felt no fear of the monster and was preparing to hit him with her fist. At that very moment, the lycanthrope had already pounced on her and also wanted to attack the girl. When his paw almost reached the girl's body, Sylvia managed to activate a platinum shield and defended herself from the blow. When she managed to block the blow, she gained confidence in herself and decided that she could defeat the lycanthrope. Grabbing the werewolf's paw, Sylvia remembered that Jack believed in her and what he taught her. She grabbed the monster's paw tightly and, not intending to let go, fell to the ground. However, the monster still managed to snatch his hand and roared, preparing to hit the girl. But at that moment, as if from nowhere, Jack appeared with his sword. In that same second, he was able to plunge his sword into the head of the monster, who was not prepared for such a sudden attack. Immediately after this, while the monster was confused, Jack jumped back from it. Having caught up with Sylvia, he gave his partner a sign to attack. Sylvia immediately jumped up from her seat and punched the monster in the chest with all her might. The girl's blow was so strong that the lycanthrope immediately flew back several meters. After this, the monster's body fell to the ground, and while its blood was spreading across the ground, a notification came that the monster had been killed. While Sylvia was trying to catch her breath after the blow, coins and experience were credited to her account as a reward for the kill. Despite all the menacing names that were given to this monster, defeating it was easier than Jack had assumed. But while Jack was thinking about this, he heard someone sob, which immediately distracted him. There were people nearby who fell to the ground in fear and asked the monster not to come near them, and they believed that the monster was Jack. The guy didn't answer this and continued to talk about how, due to the sudden appearance of the monster, they couldn't avoid casualties. Our heroes looked at the corpse of a girl who probably died from blood loss because no one gave her first aid. Jack decided to quietly approach the body of the girl he could not save. Closing his eyes, the guy prayed for the already dead girl. But Jack suddenly raised his head up as an idea suddenly came to him. According to the boy's recollections, the government then reported that they had killed the lycanthrope, but the real killer, the six-tailed fox, remained untouched. Jack began to look around the area, reasoning that the fox was cunning and knew how to choose the moment to escape, but he could not run away anywhere with a wound. Jack was pulled out of his thoughts by a sound coming from somewhere in the forest. Some girl stepped back in fright and fell to the ground. The girl was frightened by the six-tailed fox, who looked at her furiously and growled. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes out of fear, and she began to call for help. Jack immediately prepared for battle again, because he realized that the monster had always been nearby. Jack also knew that the fox needed human flesh, or rather organs, to heal his wounds. When the monster had already approached the girl, Jack swung his sword and the guy was enveloped in a bright light. A second later, he was already between the six-tailed fox and the wounded girl. The guy immediately looked back to assess the girl's wounds and realized that the monster had attacked the tourists who were running away from the lycanthrope. From the wound, Jack could tell that the fox had tried to get to the entrails, but had not had time to eat them. But immediately after that, the guy put his sword in front of him and thought that his thought might be wrong. Jack assumed that it was most likely a double technique, because if it were the main body, there would be no space left of the girl. Our hero continued to look at the monster with a cold gaze and tried to understand where the real fox was. At this moment, the six-tailed fox looked at the guy with his red, furious eyes. For some time, the opponents stood opposite each other, and no one dared to attack first. At some point, Jack was finally able to determine where the real body was. This happened at the moment when the guy heard some quiet rustling among the trees. A second later, the real body of the fox, who had camouflaged himself and was watching, appeared among the trees. It seems he didn't sense that our heroes were watching him with their eye of perception and were approaching him. Otherwise, the fox would have already run away. As the players approached the fox, Jack asked Sylvia to provoke the monster. At the same moment, the girl was able to use the provocation skill on the move. This skill immediately had an effect on the fox, who immediately began to behave more aggressively and growl. But almost immediately, Sylvia noticed that the skill did not work completely. When Sylvia became confused, Jack asked her not to stop until she had his full attention. Jack held his sword out in front of him and promised to deal with the monster and asked to trust him. Sylvia decided to follow Jack's advice and used provocation again. At that moment, the six-tailed fox became even more angry and rushed at the girl. When the monster's mouth opened in front of Sylvia, she swallowed nervously and held her hand out in front of her. The girl was able to stick her hand into his mouth, and since it was part of a real body and not an illusion, the characteristics were divided between the two foxes. Jack understood that the weak clone could not break through Sylvia's defense, and the guy would immediately kill him if this could solve anything. But as Jack opened the system window in front of him, he thought that a real fox would have gotten scared and run away. At that moment, Jack bought a beginner's dagger, which he was immediately going to use on the monster. Jumping up from his seat, Jack knew he had only one option to solve the problem. Jack was going to aim at the real body and attack with a dagger throw. So the guy immediately ran up to the fox and swung his hand, which held a new dagger. When Jack threw the dagger with all his might, some of the guards watched from the side, and some mocked the guy. When the dagger flew at the monster, the fox immediately noticed it, but the dagger moved too fast. At that moment, Sylvia saw the monster she was holding begin to disintegrate before her eyes. The girl watched as the monster slowly dissolved into thin air, and she immediately thought that it was Jack who had dealt with the monster. But even despite this, Sylvia was still surprised by what was happening. The girl was also worried that she heard a sound that resembled an arrow being fired. At that moment, the real body of the fox was lying on the ground, and his blood stained the earth. When the guy approached the monster, it was not completely dead and was shaking slightly. Then Jack decided to finish what he started and cold-bloodedly thrust his sword into the fox's chest. At that moment, the boy began to gain experience and coins, and some of the guards were impressed by Jack's skill. At the same time, the guy received an item from the killed monster, which he looked at with disinterest. Jack knew that although the chances were not zero, the fox's tail did fall out, and in the future, it could come in handy in some dungeons. While Jack was receiving notifications that his level had risen and reached 26, a sound was heard throughout the forest. It turns out that help was already approaching the scene of the incident by plane. Jack immediately thought that someone had managed to call the police, but he couldn't attract attention to himself without a special reason. As Jack was about to leave, a familiar voice called out to him. When Senya asked him what his level was, the guy thought that asking questions out of the blue had become her habit. When Jack told her to check it herself, the girl's wings began to shake slightly, but she still checked the level herself. At that moment, Jack turned around and was surprised to see the girl's wings shaking. As soon as Jack thought that she was excited, the pause effect was activated. Then Senya announced that the guardian woman with the scales had used the pause, and there was also a notification from the other guardians. Senya's face was calm as she asked Jack to check the sentences, but her wings were still trembling. The guy listened to her and silently checked the notifications, and then was immediately surprised. It turns out that Jack had a whole mountain of incoming offers. Checking the notifications one by one, the guy noticed that he was receiving offers from two guards with opposite values. Items like the rare rank Iton sword and the forbidden fruit consumable could turn any player into a ranker. The last sentence that Jack thought was worth listening to was from the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. Jack believed that the guards were trying to influence him and force him to choose one of them by level 30. Exhaling, the guy scratched his head and realized why Senya looked so worried. Senya was supposed to inform the guards that the guy had reached level 25, and when the player the administrator was looking after approached level 30, the guards would want to make contact. Jack assumed that Senya was now inundated with messages about how she should have warned everyone earlier, and even the rule about non-interference by administrators would be a poor excuse in her case. Thinking that the girl couldn't even put two words together, the guy turned to her. Jack said he guessed the girl was in trouble because of the ad, but Senya said she didn't understand what Jack was talking about. Jack knew she was just pretending and said she must know she wouldn't be able to function properly if she angered all the guards. Sighing nervously, the girl simply asked what Jack was like. When she asked what he wanted, the guy confidently said that he needed 3,000 coins. After a short silence, Senya offered 2, but the guy said that she was not in a position to dictate terms and mentioned that it was better not to joke with some guards. After another brief silence, Senya offered 2,700 coins. Then Jack dryly replied that they were in the same boat, which is why he asked for that amount. As soon as Jack said that he could name the same conditions for strangers, the girl immediately agreed to give him that amount and told him not to ask for more. At that moment, the effect of the pause wore off, and the guy extended his hand forward, asking for a contract. As it grew dark and the sun set, Jack sat in the car with Sylvia sleeping on his shoulder. Suddenly, the guy heard a phone ring, which he immediately paid attention to. When Jack picked up the phone, he heard the familiar female voice of Charlie. Smiling slightly, the guy asked what this sudden call was, and the girl replied that she had already read the news and assumed that Jack was involved. After that, Charlie thanked her and said that she called only for this reason. She also told Jack that without his help, her mother would already be dead. The girl spoke about this with a warm smile on her face and added that she would never forget this act of Jack. While the girl said that she would do anything and could take care of Jack, these words confused the guy. Then Jack said that he wanted to call anyway, because he had a question about whether Charlie wanted to go somewhere with him in a few days. When Jack voiced his idea to all his partners, they all looked at him in shock, and only Charlie decided to speak. When the girl was surprised by the offer to go to Japan tomorrow, Jack was absolutely calm and continued drinking his drink, and also added that they were going there to clear the gate. Remembering what the guy was talking about, Charlie asked if the guy was referring to the place where they had been hunting for 5 hours straight. To this, Jack calmly replied that they would have to go inside to understand what the gate was like, and the only thing that was certain was that the gate could be breached. The guy also added that countries around the world have begun preparing for training after what happened in Korea. But the preparation will not help them protect people from sudden gates. But Jack was forced to admit that the gate he was targeting was about to break through. Everyone listened in surprise to Jack's words that the monsters could break out, and then there would be about 100 victims, including awakened ones. Meanwhile, Jack calmly continued to say that if a prepared group arrived there in advance, it would be possible to reduce the number of victims. Putting his drink aside and looking down, the guy said that he would understand if they refused. After all, this was not a vacation. Everyone continued to listen in surprise to Jack, who was also able to pay for the tickets and all expenses, while the rest were only required to take their documents with them and come to the airport. Charlie let out a heavy sigh and admitted that she couldn't believe the call was just about work. While the girl was saying that she should have guessed about everything earlier, Jack again mentioned that it was not a raid and asked why she even thought about a simple trip. Leaning her head on her hand, Charlie wanted to ask the guy a question. When the girl asked where he got this information from, the guy's face didn't change at all. After thinking for a moment, Jack answered briefly that he had had a prophetic dream. When the guy said that he hid the prophetic dreams because it was more profitable, Charlie asked doubtfully how possible that was. Taking the glass in his other hand, Jack continued to say that things were now appearing in their world that had never existed before. Although Jack believed that whether to believe him or not was only their decision, the guy knew what he was talking about, so he was ready to leave even alone. Charlie looked at the boy doubtfully and asked why he had gone so far, adding that Jack looked too serious. Sighing, the girl said that she would get bad grades if she skipped classes, but suggested to Jack that they consider it a date. Sam pounded his chest and said that he would follow Jack anywhere because he owed him his life. When Sylvia asked what about her, Jack promised to take care of the formalities, and if she didn't want to, then it would be better to confess. When the girl's face turned pink, she admitted that she wanted to go and excitedly said that she had never flown on an airplane before. While everyone was recovering from such an unexpected offer from Jack, our hero was thinking that at least one of them would have refused. But with such a team, he had nothing to worry about. Remembering the abilities of each of his teammates, Jack believed that this was the strongest team if you choose among the newcomers. And tomorrow, our heroes were supposed to fly to Osaka. As was supposed to happen the next day, our heroes were sitting on board the plane and waiting for takeoff. While the safety briefing was going on, Sylvia was delighted with the new experience. When the girl turned to Charlie and asked if the plane would definitely take off, Charlie confirmed it and told Sylvia that if she didn't fasten her seatbelt, she would fly out of her seat. Hearing the absurdity that Charlie was saying, Jack immediately turned to the girls. Turning away, the guy exhaled and thought that there shouldn't have been any problems on the road, But Jack didn't know when exactly the gates were supposed to appear. Jack only had information that training had begun in Tokyo shortly before the breakout, and that his survival rate was 33%. And soon after that, gates with weak monsters appeared, and sometimes even inadequately strong ones. But this was more an exception to the rule. Based on the information that the gate breakthrough had caused many casualties among the awakened, the guy had two thoughts. Either the gate appeared during training when people were not ready, or that very exception to the rule occurred. While Sam fell asleep next to him, Jack thought that he would soon be able to see everything for himself as soon as he got to Osaka. Suddenly, Sylvia said awkwardly that it was a little awkward to ask about it now, but could they be away for so long? But then Jack simply reminded her that Sylvia herself had seen how much her sister and mother liked the new house. Alla turned to the guy in surprise and asked what he had managed to do. Alla found everything suspicious, but Jack knew that they liked everything and were happy. After these words, Sylvia breathed a sigh of relief and said that she would take Jack at his word. As the announcement was made that the plane would soon take off, the guy silently looked at the girl and smiled slightly. A few hours later, our heroes had already arrived in Dotonbori and could enjoy the beautiful sky. They finally arrived at the place where the gate that had not been cleared last time was supposed to appear soon. In fact, Jack himself admitted that he would like to find the gate immediately to avoid a breakthrough. While Jack was thinking about how to show up after the monsters appeared and minimize the damage, Charlie was admiring everything that was around them. However, Jack, unlike the others, was only preoccupied with worrying about how many days it might take them to solve this problem. Jack's train of thought stopped when he saw the gate that had just appeared right next to him. But it turned out that it was simply Senya who decided to appear at such a moment, which frightened our hero. As soon as the girl showed up, Sam immediately noticed her, and a slight blush appeared on his cheeks. Senya didn't pay attention to this, and calmly said that now only the players could see her, and if they didn't want to attract unnecessary attention to themselves, they should have allowed only Jack to speak. When Senya asked the guy about the purpose of his visit to Japan, he briefly replied that he came on vacation. Senya said that it was a strange combination of people for a vacation, and was sure that Jack had other goals in mind. And then Jack asked if there was some event that was supposed to happen here that would somehow be related to the players. To this, the girl calmly replied that the law prohibited her from disclosing information that could affect the game, so she could not answer. But opening the system windows in front of her, the girl said that there are exceptions if the guards themselves ask to give the player a quest. Due to many guardians requesting the quest, Senya was willing to create a quest called Turtle's Nest. While Jack lied about coming to rest but now being forced to complete a quest, others were surprised that he didn't tell Senya the truth. After asking the girl if they should complete the quest before returning to Korea and receiving an affirmative answer, Jack promised that there would be no problems. Turning to his partners, the boy asked if they were hungry, and Sylvia immediately admitted that she wanted to try gyukatsu. As the players went to look for a suitable restaurant, Senya turned to Jack. In her opinion, it seemed like Jack was playing it safe, but now she felt like the guy was trying to get the most out of it. When Sam was surprised that they had just gotten away from the guard, Senya was silently surprised that Jack was able to use even the guards. A few days ago, a situation occurred that surprised Senya. Jack said he was grateful to all the guards and said he didn't deserve such attention, but he wanted to confess. After bowing at 90 degrees, the guy said that he was not going to accept any of the offers. The girl watched in surprise as Jack admitted that he couldn't choose one guard, but he wouldn't dare choose them all either. Jack continued to say that the only thing he could accept was their support. Standing up straight, Jack promised to show him the game in the future in which all the guards were waiting for him. Senya was very surprised that for one bow the guy received 3,000 coins for a contract with her, as well as good impressions from the guards. And the result of all this was today's competition of guards as sponsors in the quest. Assuming that this was his plan all along, Senya felt that Jack should think twice about the fire he was playing with. Finally, our heroes managed to find a suitable restaurant and they wanted to go inside. But suddenly Jack heard a sharp sound very close to him and turned in the direction from which it came. At that very moment, many people fled in panic from that very direction. But our heroes had no intention of running away and were already seriously prepared for battle. At the most unexpected moment, they came across a gate that was located inside the room. Sam immediately asked Jack with a dispassionate look if they were going inside. Jack immediately answered in the affirmative and told Sylvia to go through the gate first. As Sylvia walked towards the gate, the others watched the girl go. This made Jack grin, because he knew that most likely the others were not used to letting Sylvia go first, because she was a child. But they should have gotten used to the fact that she was the strongest of them. As the others passed through the gate, Jack followed them. As soon as the guy stepped through the gate, he immediately found himself in a different place. Now our heroes were in a place called the Turtle's Nest. As soon as they got into the nest, Jack couldn't help but notice that it was very dark there. The guy also immediately noticed that it was an area of water and swamps, and there was dirt underfoot. And since these gates were not cleared, Jack had no information about them. Just as Jack decided it was best to scout out the situation, he heard a sound. Looking up, our heroes saw a new administrator in front of them, who asked them who they were. Without waiting for an answer, the strange administrator suddenly said that his stomach felt strange. And then a strange smile appeared on his face, and he said that the players who had just arrived could be interesting. Jack immediately thought that he had the same feeling as Senya, but he could see the girl without using the eyes of perception. The eyes of perception could not detect someone stronger than the user. It followed from this that the creature Jack saw before him was a mid-ranking administrator, the fairy Celine. Once on the ground, Celine continued to talk about how Jack was the weirdest of them all, and after a quick glance at the guy, she assumed that Jack was an experienced young player. While Celine noted that Jack came from the Korean server, the guy thought about how in the past, this admin was known by the nickname of someone who hunted promising players, and also held the third place among streamers of the Japanese server. Jack assumed that there must have been a player from her broadcast next to her. And meanwhile, the fairy was saying that she didn't know what the future held for them, but she assumed that they would meet more than once. When Celine flew away, Jack immediately thought about the fact that there were players in Japan who came to the gate immediately after finishing their training. This point was not clear at the time, but now Jack can be sure that the turtle's nest was not cleaned out last time. And this meant that if other players were already inside, they would not cope and would die. After some thought, Jack opened the store and decided to buy a gate card, explaining that it showed the location of his team's players. Our heroes were surprised that the card cost 1,000 coins, and Charlie said that she could barely get that amount. But Sam was sure that if Jack said so, then he had to do it. Jack immediately explained that the card should have instructions, and if they suddenly needed help or something else, the signal could also be transmitted through the card. According to Jack, if others needed to pay attention to something, then they had to use a yellow light. If someone was in danger, then it was worth using the red light. Jack asked them to always watch the map when they moved, and also not to make noise, as this could attract unnecessary attention. Once Jack had explained everything and Charlie had spoken for everyone that they understood everything, Jack was ready to voice his plan. Jack said that they would split into 2 groups and gather important information, and Sam would go with Charlie. Jack was going to head in the opposite direction with Sylvia and asked to report on the map if anything went wrong. Jack explained that the most important thing for them was to always watch their step. The guy explained this by saying that in such places there were always swamps. Once the division was decided, Charlie tapped Sam on the shoulder and asked him to take care of her. As Sam went on his way with the girl, his administrator was surprised when he checked the viewers on his channel and noticed that many had left. The administrator didn't understand what had happened, because Sam and Charlie, who the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain was interested in, were on his channel. Having checked all the information, he turned back nervously. Looking at Senia, he immediately thought that all the guards had gone to her channel. At that moment, the situation irritated the administrator, because he was losing the battle for content and did not understand why the guards were so carried away by the player Senia. Remembering that the guy was moving forward in unknown ways, the administrator smiled and thought that he could use this. In his opinion, nothing was known about Jack because of the exclusive contract with Senya, and he was going to voice his thoughts to the guards. With a crazy smile on his face, the administrator said that Jack knew about all the events on the Korean server and was now teaching other players how to use the gate map. The administrator tried to stir up the guards' interest in this, asking if they wanted to know if Jack had used any prohibited methods. As they walked, our heroes noticed that it was indeed easy to fail if they didn't watch their step. But suddenly Sam noticed something not far from him, and then he immediately had a surprised look. He immediately informed Charlie that there was some kind of monster there. It turns out it was a level 11 golden turtle, which was small for our heroes. When Charlie suggested killing the turtle, Sam said they should have told Jack about it first. Sam immediately used the red light on the map, allowing Jack to understand what had happened to his partners. When a sound was heard nearby, the turtle immediately raised its head and turned to the side. Sensing danger, the turtle immediately hid, which surprised Sam a little. Suddenly, Charlie looked to the side in surprise and asked Sam to look there too. Looking to the side, our heroes saw a guy carrying something in a bag. When the guy heard that they were speaking to him in English, he immediately turned in that direction. Sam awkwardly asked if the guy was a Japanese player and asked if he hunted. Raising his hand and showing class, the guy replied that it was not quite so and that the turtles had high protection. When Charlie asked what the guys were talking about, Sam assumed from the conversation that the guy couldn't kill the turtles because of the high defense, so he was just collecting them for now. Sam continued to assume that the guy would pull the turtles out of the water and then kill them, but Charlie was surprised that he had gotten so much information from just a few words. Playing with her hair, the girl asked if they would wait for Jack, and Sam said that since they had not figured out the situation, that was what they would do. But at that very moment, the guy who was catching the turtles heard a sharp, loud sound behind him. A human scream was immediately heard around the area, which scared Charlie a little, and she immediately looked in the direction from which the scream was coming. The Japanese guy ran as fast as he could towards the players, calling for help in Japanese and saying that a monster was chasing him. But at that very moment, scarlet blood poured into the water, and the guy's face twisted in pain. Under the screams of the Japanese, Sam looked around and managed to assume that the monster was in the swamp. As the boy was pulled under the water, he stretched one arm forward and shouted that he didn't want to die. At that moment, Charlie noticed that the guy had managed to grab her leg with one hand. When the guy squeezed Charlie's leg, the girl wondered where he got so much strength from. Immediately after this, she raised her head up and was surprised at what she saw. She saw a monster that resembled a crocodile. It grabbed the Japanese man and tried to drag him under the water. At that moment, Sam looked down in surprise and said that the swamp had suddenly begun to expand. The moment Charlie looked down again and her eyes met the guy's, she wondered what she should do. Looking at the guy's face, which was in tears, the girl understood that he would drag her along with him. But on the other hand, Charlie didn't understand what she could do in such a situation. At that very moment, Jack appeared out of nowhere and swung his sword without hesitation. With a deft and confident movement, Jack cut off the guy's hand, with which he grabbed Charlie's leg. When there was a big splash in the water and the water turned red, Charlie looked at Jack in surprise. Turning to the girl, Jack looked at her sternly and asked if she had really gone crazy. The swamp crocodile was a level 17 monster and normally did not have strong skills. But in the swamp area, its strength was comparable to a level 25 monster. Jack knew that defeating such a monster in this area was much more difficult, and the swamp served as protection for the crocodile, so hunting without strong penetrating ability was impossible. When Jack noticed the red signal on his map, he immediately reacted to it. Jack was about to go ahead and told Sylvia to follow him carefully. Immediately after these words, the guy decided to use the eyes of perception. As soon as Jack arrived at the scene, he immediately realized that even though Charlie was being held with only one hand, she still would not be able to escape. That's why Jack decided to cut off his hand and save his partner. But Charlie was very surprised by this unexpected decision. When Jack scolded Charlie, the girl couldn't even answer him and remembered that her mind was clouded. Looking back, Charlie believed it wasn't fear, but rather that she was confused and didn't know what to do next. Charlie knew what would have happened if Jack hadn't cut off his hand, so she was now apologizing for her mistake. Jack calmly told her that there was no need to apologize, but she just needed to understand that in such a situation there might not be a second chance. After thinking for a moment, Sam asked Jack what they would do in this situation. While the others discussed the upcoming crocodile hunt, Sylvia tried to catch her breath. When asked how they would hunt the crocodile, Jack replied that the crocodile had had a snack, which meant that later it would want to crawl out onto dry land and take a nap. When Sylvia asked again about the crocodile coming out onto land to sleep, Jack replied that he had seen something like that in his dreams, and for now they should just wait. When our heroes started to go somewhere, one of the administrators appeared next to them. Celine watched with interest the player, who, according to him, had prophetic dreams. Celine's stomach was acting strange, but she didn't think it foresaw the guy's death. But the fairy believed that even such an imperfect prophetic dream was enough, and decided that if she were to sign a contract with someone, it would be with Jack. And then she crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. After a while, as Jack said, the crocodile appeared on the surface of the water. After this, the monster actually came out onto dry land while the other players watched him. At that moment, Sam resolutely stepped forward and wanted to kill the monster. Seeing that Sam's fists were already filled with magical power, Jack believed that this was not just a coincidence. It was a sign of overcoming the initial level. But at that very moment, a voice was heard from the other side, which also said that it would kill the monster. Turning back to Charlie, Jack thought that she, too, had advanced in her development. Seeing the girl's cold-blooded status, Jack decided to choose her to kill the monster and reported that beast-type monsters often had a weakness in the head area. Charlie raised her sword at the same moment and dryly replied that she had heard Jack's advice. As the girl began to quickly approach the monster, the crocodile noticed her almost immediately and growled. But he didn't have time to do anything, because at that very moment a sword pierced his head and dealt a fatal blow. Having deftly flown over the crocodile, Charlie plunged her sword into it and pulled it out. While the girl was still in the air, everyone received a notification that Charlie had defeated the monster. Watching the girl calmly, Jack was amazed that she had achieved fusion with the sword without using the eye of perception, while Sylvia watched the girl with delight. After her attack, the girl was able to land deftly on the ground. After that, a system window immediately appeared in front of her, looking at which she was surprised. The system gave Charlie a quest item as a reward, a swamp crocodile claw, and with its help, it was possible to receive a quest from a mid-ranking administrator. When accepting the item, Senia said that the quest would be given to Jack, since it was he who gave her the item. Looking at Charlie, Jack was surprised that she gave the quest to him, because she should have known what she could get for completing the quest. Sylvia voiced her thoughts out loud that they now had 4 more crocodiles to kill to complete the quest. At that moment, Jack looked up at Senya and asked her to open the item shop. Jack knew that fighting crocodiles in the water was suicide, so he tried to come up with a plan. Remembering that the first one to emerge from the water when he ate the player, Jack decided to purchase the newcomer's spear. After that, Jack immediately saw fear in someone's status, and did not understand why such an emotion came from his partners. Assuming that they were afraid, Jack would use them as bait. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Jack had simply used the spear he had purchased to impale a piece of raw meat on its tip. Looking at the piece of meat, Jack didn't think that the item he received in the dungeon of Soul Station would be useful to him so soon. Sam looked thoughtfully at the piece of meat and asked if it was bait for the crocodile, and Jack asked the guy if it was his first time hunting crocodiles. Having assured Charlie that they would definitely be able to lure out a crocodile like that, Jack also asked everyone not to relax because crocodiles could bite their leg at any moment and said to immediately chop it off if they got caught. After this, our heroes followed to the swamp and Jack used his bait. Just a few seconds later, a crocodile appeared from the water wanting to swallow the bait. Watching the crocodile, hiding behind the reeds, the boy remembered that the item's description indicated its ability. When the crocodile grabbed a piece, half the task was completed because a couple of pieces of such meat were more satisfying than a whole person. Jack was going to take advantage of their habit of crawling out onto dry land after eating. And after the crocodile crawls out onto dry land, the swamp effect will disappear, and the crocodile will simply become a level 18 monster. After that, our heroes only had to aim and attack. Sneaking up from behind the unsuspecting crocodile, the guy hit it in the back with all his might. Not only Sam, but also Sylvia and Charlie took part in this hunt, because it was not difficult to kill the monsters that emerged. Charlie killed the crocodile in cold blood, which greatly surprised and delighted Sylvia. Jack knew almost nothing about this dungeon except that there was a breakthrough. But even despite this, our heroes did an excellent job and got the claws. Jack, like the others, also killed one crocodile. As the monster's body began to disappear, Jack looked up and informed Senya that they had finished collecting the crocodile claws. The girl was silent for a moment and, as always, calmly replied that she understood Jack. When Jack asked if there was any problem, Senya replied that it was not that. At that moment, the quest was considered completed and Jack was about to be given a reward for the quest. The guy was given a map of the turtle's nest, and with it one could consider that the exploration was already complete because it indicated the key places of the dungeon. Now Jack believed that they knew almost everything, and in order to complete the cleaning of the nest, they first needed to complete the crocodile hunting quest. After running his eyes over the map, Jack finally pointed his finger at a certain point and was glad that he had found this place. It turns out that the map also showed the turtle's nest itself. Later, our heroes went there for Jack, and Charlie asked if they had already been to the turtle's nest. The girl asked that question only because there was not a single turtle in sight. Remembering the guy who collected turtles, Jack assumed that the Japanese guy had found this place first. Now Jack understood where he got so many turtles from, which he couldn't kill because of their shells, so he just collected them. In fact, Jack also looked around but did not find the purification crystal. Looking at the map, Jack said that there were 3 nests. When he said that all the nests needed to be checked, all his partners immediately nodded to him. After some time, our heroes came to the next nest where there were turtles. Jack immediately told Charlie and Sam that they had to be on guard and not let the turtles crawl into the water. With great enthusiasm, each of the players said that Jack could rely on them. Watching his partners go, Jack thought about how many coins fell out of each turtle. While straightening out the bag, the boy thought that if he was lucky, a box with a random number of coins might fall out. Jack was already ready to catch the turtles, and he was calm because he knew the most famous strategy with golden turtles. Jack also knew that the turtles could drop a hidden fragment. After some time, Charlie wiped her face with the back of her hand and was surprised that they had collected a whole pile from the two nests. But looking at Jack, who was dragging a bag of turtles somewhere, she asked why it was impossible to finish off the turtles right away, and in response, she heard that hunting all the turtles at once was much better. When Jack received a notification that the hidden fragment was completed, the guy thought that in the future it would be strange to call it hidden, because everyone would know about it. The condition was that 40 turtles had to be collected in one place, and after that, farms were supposed to appear where turtles would be raised. When the system window suddenly appeared in front of Jack, he looked at it in surprise. After reading a short message about his titles, Jack decided to ask for more information, and there he read about a hidden monster. Jack knew that it was a poisonous golden turtle, the level of which was higher than 30, and perhaps even higher than 35. It was difficult to deal with without high resistance to poison, and since the task was not forced, the guy decided to refuse it. When Charlie cheerfully asked what Jack was doing and the guy replied that he needed to check something, Charlie went on to say that she had received a notification saying that some drop chance had increased. After this, the girl continued to talk about how she had gained experience, so she would not be greedy because of gold. And the girl was also glad that she considered it a date. But Jack looked at her doubtfully, because he did not understand how it looked like a date. Then Sam started talking and said that he came here to help Jack. Therefore, he did not claim a reward, and Sylvia was simply ready to do what Jack told her. Jack was silent for a moment and then asked if anyone had a large, blunt weapon. After thinking for a moment, Sam said that he had a huge hammer, and Jack immediately asked to give him a weapon. When Jack finally got the hammer in his hands, he noted that the hammer was heavy and wouldn't hit a moving monster with it. However, the targets chained to the ground were easy to hit, and turning to his partners, the guy said that now they would start collecting coins, and Jack would take 70,000 for himself. Jack offered to divide the remaining gold among the others, and the others were very surprised by the guy's generosity. As Jack slowly pulled the turtles out of the bag, Charlie replied that she would be grateful for such a gesture. Standing over the turtles, Jack thought about the fact that he hadn't planned to take everything from the start, because the others also needed to be motivated somehow. After this, the guy immediately raised his heavy hammer upward. As the hammer began to move, Jack was simultaneously thinking about how he wanted to save their team. To begin with, Jack targeted one and the very first turtle. The others watched with interest to see if Jack would be able to break through the turtle's shells. When Jack's hammer reached its target, a very loud sound was heard all around. At that moment, the golden turtle was defeated and the system calculated the first coins for Jack. Naturally, Jack didn't stop there and continued to kill turtles, and he was constantly awarded coins for this. At some point, Jack was finally able to get a box with a random number of coins. After drinking some elixir, Jack thought that perhaps he should open the next hidden fragment if he manages to find 7 of these boxes. Lowering the hammer to the ground, Jack also thought that it was difficult to complete such a task, but he had to try. After taking a short rest, Jack picked up the hammer again and was about to lift it. The guy could only hope that all the right boxes would drop before all the turtles were gone. The others watched Jack from the side, and Charlie was surprised that the guy seemed to be faster than her, and Sam also noticed that his strength stat was higher than his. Continuing to watch Jack, they discussed that since his strength was higher, then his agility should also be higher than Charlie's. That is, Jack was probably superior to them in level. By the time Jack got the last box he needed, the boy had already fallen to the ground, exhausted. Jack took the box in his hands and thought about the fact that he had gotten 20,000 from the golden turtles alone, and there were 50,000 left to his goal. When the guy opened the first box, he got a little over 6,000 coins. The next box contained only 1,400 coins. Jack scratched his head and thought about how he had gotten almost 8,000 from 2, but he hadn't expected to get much at once. Having collected his thoughts, Jack decided to open the third box. The guy had more hopes for this box than for the previous ones. But when he got only 70 coins from it, Jack sighed heavily and thought that he was just an unlucky person. Looking at the remaining 4 boxes, Jack hoped that he would have better luck with them. From the 3, he got a total of almost 13,000, so he placed all his remaining hope on the last box. At the same moment, the guy received a notification that he opened 7 boxes in a row, and because of this, the hidden fragment of the desire for the jackpot fell out. Immediately after this, Jack received a notification asking if he wanted to play the scenario by linking the hidden fragment of the jackpot pursuit and the pioneer title. Turning to Senya, Jack asked the girl to share with him information about the rewards he received, but Senya was surprised by such a request. Noticing that the guards were getting worried when the guy received a double box of coins, Jack turned to his partners and said that the 7th box could be exchanged for a double box of coins. When asked by Charlie what it was, Jack said that the box doubled the balance of coins and was beneficial to use when a lot of coins were collected. Jack raised his index finger and said that they had all worked hard and everyone had been risking their lives. So he planned to use the box and give everyone 3,000 coins. When he asked them if it was fair, Sam was on the verge of tears, but Charlie had her suspicions and remained silent. Suddenly, Senior reported that the connection between the Pioneer and the hidden fragment was limited to 3 uses. But Jack said that it was better to use it now to distribute everything more fairly. By linking the title and the hidden fragment, Jack knew he could raise the required amount, and his 43,000 was doubled. By saying that they had all worked hard, Jack wanted to send everyone 3,000 and thereby leave a good impression on the woman with the scales. And Sam shouted out that Jack had tried harder than anyone. When Jack received a notification that the woman with the scales had donated 500 coins, a smirk appeared on the guy's face, and he wondered if it wasn't enough for a guard like her. After some time, Jack gave Sam the task of cleaning the cleansing crystal, which Sam obediently carried out. When the boy's fist reached the crystal, all the crushing force of the blow was distributed throughout the object. Once the gates were cleared, everyone was given a scroll of return as a reward, which surprised Charlie a little. As Jack was thinking about how while they were inside the gate, a rookie tower had been created outside, so they might run into the police on their way out, his thoughts were interrupted by Senya. Senya personally handed Jack the reward for clearing the dungeon and asked him to check if everything was given out. At that moment, Jack remembered that there was a guard who gave the task, but the guard's name was hidden. Upon touching the bag of coins, Jack received a notification that there were 7,000 coins inside. Looking at his administrator, Jack was silent for a moment and was a little surprised that he was given such an amount. Jack continued to ponder about the Guardian refusing to give his name and handing over such a sum for the entry-level dungeon through Senya. Jack mused that the woman with the scales would give such a task publicly, but the other guards were dubious. But Jack decided to push these thoughts away because he didn't think he would be able to find out any details now. Using the scroll to return to the newbie tower, Jack thought that it was time for them to leave here. When our heroes left the dungeon, Senya, as always, saw them off with her empty gaze. Once the players had finally dispersed, she announced to the guards that her broadcast would continue in the Korean newcomers' tower. When our heroes moved, everyone looked around and tried to figure out where they were. But looking around, Jack immediately saw that there were no players here, only NPCs. While Charlie was beginning to recognize the location, Sam asked if they could be there and if there were any formalities. Before letting everyone go, Jack suddenly advised Charlie and Sam to go through the Soul Station dungeon 25 times, which surprised the players greatly. Jack calmly continued to say that they could have gone further if they wanted, because it was a fast way to progress. Then Charlie enthusiastically replied that they knew the strategy, but it would take them a long time, and Sam asked Jack to trust them. After the two left, Sylvia worriedly asked Jack what she should do and if she would be able to get through the dungeon. When Jack asked the girl to go home and said that he would return later, Sylvia's face immediately changed, and her status changed to anxiety because of her weak brother. When Jack repeated again that she should go home and that he would buy ice cream before returning, Sylvia immediately blossomed before our eyes and asked for yellow ice cream. Finally letting go of Sylvia and watching her go, the guy was surprised by her love for ice cream. When his train of thought ended, Jack immediately turned back. Jack looked at the escalator that led to the second floor and which could be used by 15 people at a time, but one had to pay 100 coins. When Jack started to climb and noticed Senya nearby, he asked her if she thought he would waste coins, and Senya confirmed that she did think so, adding that there was no one up there at the moment. But in fact, Jack knew that there was no one there, but he didn't care about that, only that the way was open. Jack knew that the second floor of the tower was not so easy to get to and assumed that someone had done it before him. The name of the Demon King was unknown 10 years ago, and this player was the leader of the Nightmare faction and was always involved in the disasters that occurred after the Cataclysm. And the only thing that was known about that player was that he was the first to open the second floor of the tower where Jack was now. But Jack didn't care that he wasn't the first, because the first 3 players had the advantage. As Jack got up, he thought that it was the Demon King who had beaten him to it. When Jack reached the second floor, he immediately received a notification that powerful energy had been detected. At that moment, the eyes of perception were temporarily paralyzed, and this was accompanied by severe pain for Jack. Jack was sure that he had definitely seen someone, but at the moment he couldn't open his eyes. Assuming that it might be the Demon King, the boy's hand clenched into a fist and trembled. Once the paralysis of the perceptual eyes was lifted, Jack was immediately able to open his eyes. But when he opened them, he no longer saw before him that mysterious figure, who, according to his suspicions, could be the king of demons. Jack sighed slightly at this, because he really didn't want to run into that player. After this, the guy immediately turned to Senia and asked her to open a hidden object store. Senia was surprised by this and said that of course such a store existed, but for this one would have to pay 50,000 coins. But Jack was ready to pay that amount, so at that very moment that very hidden store opened up to him. Jack used a method that was not available to every newbie because not everyone had such an amount, and not everyone would want to spend it for access to the store for 1 minute. Jack had come all this way just to buy one scroll that was on sale at the time. Senya frowned slightly at the thought that Jack had managed to collect the required amount, which was most likely helped by prophetic dreams. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, which everyone immediately paid attention to, and which said that Jack was too suspicious, and even prophetic dreams were difficult to explain. The administrator, who was against Jack, kept saying that everything had to be some kind of glitch or error, so he issued a bug check request. A creepy smile appeared on the administrator's face as he asked the guy's name and asked him to come closer. But Jack didn't even turn to him and dryly replied that if they wanted to scan him, then let them come themselves. And then Jack turned around and with a smirk on his face called the administrator a dwarf. The administrator was perplexed by this and did not know how to react to such insults. When the administrator asked again what his name was, Jack was demonstratively surprised that he had not heard, and Senia watched the guy's actions with surprise. Again, with a slight grin on his face, Jack repeated that he had called him a dwarf. At that moment, the administrator waved his hand and used his power on Jack. At that very moment, Jack's face changed because he could not resist such force. When Jack fell to his knees and started coughing, the administrator angrily told him that if he continued to talk back, he would definitely be killed. After that, he continued to call Jack names, saying that he didn't even know what the difference was between him and a mid-ranking administrator in strength. Pointing to Senya, he said that Jack shouldn't be assumed to be safe all the time just because he had a calm administrator with him. Under the insults of that administrator, Jack thought only that he had many more ways to solve such a problem. Then Jack stood up and said that they couldn't kill him, but the administrator was surprised that it seemed that this wasn't enough for the player. Trying to catch his breath, Jack realized that the administrator thought the guy didn't know anything and would do nothing. After that, Jack explained his actions, that the dwarf was the first to show disrespect and Jack responded to it. Then the guy was unfairly attacked and he only responded by resisting, and called him a dwarf, because their race is really called dwarfs. But this made the administrator even more furious and said that he had been constantly watching the guy. While the administrator was thinking about how best to punish the guy, a red mark suddenly appeared on his hand, which was put there by a woman with scales. At that moment, the effect of forced submission was cancelled, and the administrator was very surprised by this. A smirk appeared on Jack's face as he said that the guards agreed with him. After this, the true master of the demonic mountain decided to use his power on the administrator, while the dwarf tried to reason with the guards. Looking at the administrator, Jack realized that he had lost a lot of viewers, so he couldn't control himself. And it was also easy to provoke him with the word dwarf, just like 10 years ago. At the same time, the true master's ability to give strength to the strong and give weakness to the weak also extended to Jack, so his characteristics increased and his eyes of perception returned. Thanks to this, Jack was able to see the status of Neptune's administrator and thought that the administrator was much stronger than the player. But in such a fight, Jack had a chance. While Neptune was surprised by what was happening, Jack was thinking that even in this situation the fight would be difficult. But Jack knew that the guards wouldn't like this, and that wasn't what the guy was trying to achieve. So he raised his finger and said that it seemed the system analysis was complete. When the boy asked about the results, Neptune looked at the notification with a surprised look. After reading the inscription that no errors were found, Neptune continued to wonder why this happened. Walking up to him, Jack leaned forward slightly and said that it was okay to object to something, but Jack was being persecuted without any evidence because Jack was weaker. This Jack found difficult, and this irritated Neptune, and at the same time he could not find what to answer. When Jack demanded an apology, Neptune was silent for a moment, and then tried to get the apology out. When he finally apologized, his face flushed, probably from shame, and he asked if that was enough. Then Jack straightened up and grinned silently at the administrator. But Jack didn't want to stop there and asked Neptune to prove his sincerity while Senya watched everything from the side. At Jack's house, everyone was already gathered, and his mother spoke with a little surprise about the fact that Jack had already eaten. Then Ala turned away and, frowning slightly, said that she had tried very hard to set the table. When asked why she suddenly wanted to set the table, the girl replied that the kitchen was too beautiful, so she wanted to try. Meanwhile, Jack already had a memo from Neptune that he would not attack the guy after the broadcast ended, as well as a ring from the dwarf. Waving his notebook, Jack reflected that he had two further options to consider. Soon, Jack entered the form of a real player, which was soon to turn into a large community, and in the meantime, the players on this forum exchanged information. Poking his fingers at the keyboard, the guy hoped that his search would not be in vain. At some point, our hero came across an advertisement for recruitment to the dungeon from a Chayandinsky firemaster. Jack knew that the nickname sounded cheerful now, but in 10 years it would be a formidable name for the spirit of summer. Jack knew that the dungeon the fireman wanted to go to was an event dungeon, which made it different from dungeons like the Soul Station dungeon, which could be completed multiple times. As Jack continued his search, he thought that many players wanted to go through at least some dungeons, but ended up losing their lives, and not so many players would go into this dungeon. But Jack had a chance to achieve maximum benefit in a short time if he could pass the risky dungeon. After all, Jack knew that this was not only a place where players died, but also a treasure trove in which riches were hidden. In the forum chat, they asked if Jack would definitely be able to bring one more person with him, and added that it would be better for them to take the minimum number of players, because then they would get more rewards. As Jack walked down the stairs with Sylvia, he thought that the player was very persistent and wanted to go into a dungeon that he had never cleared with a small team. All this time, Sylvia followed Jack and held some object in her hand, but at some point her gaze rose forward and became surprised. Approaching a guy on the street, Jack suddenly called out the guy's nickname, and the stranger on the street immediately reacted. After greeting him, Jack thought that this guy was thin, but in 10 years he would get fat and become round. After their short greeting, Jack immediately used his eyes of perception on the stranger and was surprised. Jack was surprised that he couldn't look at Simon because another guard forbade it, and meanwhile the guy thought that Jack was sick. When Sylvia asked if everything was okay, Jack replied that he had a speck of dust in his eye and rubbed his eye demonstratively. Jack found this suspicious, since Simon couldn't have been level 30 to choose the Guardian himself, and the Guardians themselves usually didn't interfere personally even for their own players. Simon looked at Sylvia in surprise and asked Jack if he meant to say that the girl was the third player, but Sylvia confirmed that she was the third player. Then Simon's look became a little frightened and he asked if it was too much. While Simon was saying that a child would still be a child, Sylvia was insisting that she was already a teenager and not little, but the guy still wasn't happy with that. Simon disagreed with this and refused to take the child with him, asking the girl to return and look after the house. While Simon tried to reassure them that the dungeon was very dangerous, Jack calmly asked what happened. Hearing this question, Simon became a little tense and did not dare to answer. When Simon suddenly said that the monster had already appeared, Jack was a little surprised by this. Jack knew that it was a fire cone monster, which was level 32 and belonged to the phantom type. Simon said tensely that the monster spared someone weaker than him, and the guy himself could have become a handful of ashes. When Simon said they needed someone to take the attacks while he would strike from behind, Jack chuckled at his honesty. Jack suggested they had a chance of winning, and Simon said he could cut the monster in half even on his own. Jack was surprised at the guy's luck because the fire horse was one of the lenient monsters to the weak, so it was enough to turn your back to it in time, and it would not pursue the player. Assuming that the exit was blocked because the monster was too strong, Jack asked if Simon could reach the next obstacle. Then the boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked if there was anyone stronger than the fiery horse further on, and Jack replied that they should check it out. When our heroes finally entered the dungeon, Simon told them that there were monsters that resembled black dogs and that the guy was able to defeat, and Jack asked if he meant black yaks. Suddenly, Simon pointed his finger to the side and said that the path was blocked, and if you use the portal, a monster will appear, and after that, the zone will become like a leg. After this phrase, the guy covered his face with his hand and muttered something about them taking the child into the dungeon, but Sylvia didn't like the way they reacted to her. Turning to the girl, Simon asked her to be sure to jump aside when he did the same, but Sylvia looked a little irritated, which did not escape Jack's attention. Soon after, our heroes finally entered the Firehorse Meadow in the Short Table Dungeon, and fiery traces were visible on the ground. Simon frowned and said sharply that he had already found that monster. Looking ahead, our heroes actually saw a fiery horse, which snorted and filled everything around with its flames. Stepping forward, Jack said that he and Sylvia would be in front and that Simon should get ready. As Simon was preparing to attack, Jack told him that all the guy had to do was lower the monster's health below 40%. And when Jack asked to use some kind of buff that would help deal a critical hit, Simon's face immediately became surprised. Looking at Jack, who was asking Sylvia to attack from behind while he attacked from the front, Simon wondered if he had told Jack anything about his abilities. A second later, Jack began to attack and threw a hand knife at the horse. It immediately hit the horse in the forehead, causing the monster to howl angrily. As the horse began to approach Jack, the boy immediately jumped back to keep his distance. At that moment, Sylvia was already able to sneak up behind the horse and was about to attack. The next blow Jack struck was simply a swing of his sword and wounded the horse. After this attack, the horse also decided to attack the players. A fireball flew towards Sylvia, but the girl was able to block the fireball with her abilities. Watching Jack and Sylvia work together as a team, Simon thought he had nothing to worry about. Deciding that the brother and sister were a real treasure, Simon was about to use the fatal flame skill and attack the horse. A few seconds later, the guy had already reached the monster and struck him. The fire horse was a strong monster, but it was also a beast-type monster, meaning it had many weak points such as its spine, neck, heart, and forehead. Jack believed that since his dagger was stuck in the horse's forehead, it meant that it was susceptible to critical hits, and Simon had an ability that increased the chance of a critical hit. And although the fire horse was resistant to fire, the probability of a critical hit increased greatly at that moment. After Simon's blow, a liquid resembling blood came out of the horse's mouth. But immediately after this, the horse stood in a stable position and was about to strike back. When Jack felt the time was right, Jack signaled to Sylvia and told her to pull something out of her inventory. As the horse was about to attack, he suddenly noticed that the man in front of him had disappeared. But in reality, Jack simply used his movement skill and attacked the horse from the other side. Watching this from the sidelines, Simon couldn't believe what Jack's methods really were. To everyone's surprise, Jack used a fire extinguisher against the fire horse. Sylvia repeated after Jack on his orders, because the guy knew that when the horse's health drops below 20%, it goes into phantom mode and tries to call its owner, so it is necessary to put out the flames and interfere with the horse. At the same moment, Jack gave the signal to Simon to attack the horse. As Simon was about to attack the horse, he was simultaneously indignant that everything had been planned and he had been left out. While delivering a crushing blow, the guy at the same time expressed indignation that Jack's act was too cruel. When Simon struck that blow, the critical hit probability was 36%. When Jack pulled his sword out of the monster, the horse's health began to drop instantly. After this, Jack jumped up and with one swing of his sword cut off the horse's head. As soon as the horse's head fell to the ground, players immediately received a notification that the monster had been defeated. When Jack tried to say something, Simon interrupted him, saying that he was already in a bad mood. At that moment, Simon was disappointed that he hadn't thought to take a fire extinguisher, even though he had military training in his youth. But Jack just smiled, because Simon was probably still glad that he had defeated such a monster. At that moment, an excited Sylvia ran up to Jack and said that some object had fallen from the monster. Looking at the object, Jack immediately recognized it and was a little surprised. Looking at what the girl was holding in her hands, he immediately recognized the fire water that awakened the power of fire. But Jack did not understand why it fell from the horse. When Simon got the water in his hands, he looked at it in surprise and asked if he could really drink it. Jack crossed his arms over his chest and asked to read the description of the item, which Simon immediately did. After reading the description of the item, Simon's gaze became more surprised by the news that the water increased abilities, and the condition for use was the patronage of the Sunset Giant. Jack immediately noticed that Simon had a different description, but he calmly replied that he had never heard of such a thing. But it seemed that the guard had made a choice, so Simon had better drink the water. But Simon was immediately indignant that without help he would not have defeated the horse, and if he did not give up the water, his conscience would torment him. But when Jack suggested that the next reward would be theirs, Simon hesitated a little more but agreed. This made Jack grin, because now Simon was in their debt. Jack then watched as Simon drank the entire contents of the container very quickly. Watching Simon, Jack realized that this dungeon was specially created by the Sunset Giant in order to awaken Simon's power. Meanwhile, the other guards were watching Jack, and the Whispering Devil was enjoying Jack's game. When our heroes entered the Valley of Fire, they received a notification that they had passed the second obstacle, and then there was a third. Looking ahead, Simon immediately noticed the high temperature due to the fire and asked how they would get through here. This made Jack frown, as he assumed that the Sunset Giant wanted only Simon to survive. Jack noticed rivers of fire that were 7 meters wide and they were too hot. So you could burn in the middle. Thinking that the path was made for someone who drank fire water, Jack asked Simon if he could pass through it, and Simon replied that he could. Saying that they were not strong enough to go this way, Jack asked at least Simon to cross. But the guy was surprised by this and excitedly replied that he wouldn't go. Simon was outraged that Jack wanted him to leave them here and cross the path. Not expecting such a reaction from the guy, Jack frowned slightly, because then Simon would sign a death sentence for everyone. Starting to look around, Simon said that he would not leave here without them, and they would definitely find a way to get across. Then Jack said that he and Sylvia couldn't cope. They would rather die, but that didn't mean that Simon would abandon them. When Simon heard that he would have to clear this place out alone, he didn't know what to say. Even when Jack said that the firewater gave Simon protection, the boy still hesitated. Afterwards, he rubbed the back of his head with his hand, and after a little more silence, cursed. As he ran away, Simon told them to wait for him at the site and he would soon clear the place. As he walked, Simon also shouted out his gratitude for Jack's good judgment of the situation and his giving him the water. Watching the boy go, Sylvia asked Jack if he was sure about this decision, and the boy replied that they would hope for the best. After opening the item shop, Jack decided to buy a whispering stone. This stone allowed a conversation to be held that would not be heard by others for 3 minutes, and after purchasing it, Jack requested a conversation with Senia. At that moment, the girl accepted the request and appeared in front of Jack. Turning his head slightly to the side, Jack asked Senia to end the broadcast and transfer it to the other players, because there was nothing interesting right now anyway, and they would just wait. To this, the girl dryly replied that she would figure out how to conduct her own broadcast. When Sylvia was surprised that the river could overflow its banks, Jack asked the girl to move away, and Senia continued to say that the guards were interested in how the boy would cross the river. Jack saw the notifications about this, but still continued to tell Senia that they should change their approach, because even the guards would get bored if they showed all the details. Jack suggested stopping the broadcast when the players were in danger, and then the broadcast could be resumed at the moment when the players were escaping from the fire. Jack suggested cutting out the boring bits and creating drama, which made Senia immediately assume that the guy knew how to cross the river. Leaning over to Sylvia, Jack asked her to climb on him if the river flooded, and then immediately asked Senia to stick to his plan. Looking slightly upset, the girl said that she would end the broadcast in 30 seconds, and wondered how Jack could communicate with her and Sylvia at the same time. But suddenly at that moment, the players received a notification that the Valley of Fire rejected living beings, so it began its movement to absorb the players. At that moment, the players immediately became tense because they were in mortal danger. As soon as Senia's broadcast ended, Jack immediately asked Sylvia to give him her hand. Now Jack was glad that the Sunset Giant couldn't see them. When the fire got very close, Jack decided to use instant movement. This skill allowed one to move quickly in a straight line, and the only option for salvation was to endure the pain of the flames. Jack kept thinking as he picked up Sylvia that without any preparation they would have simply burned alive. Luckily, Jack had Mandra's armor, which was fireproof and also provided extra protection. Jack recalled clearing out the Soul Station dungeon several times and being mocked by the guards for putting on a boring show, but in reality, he was trying to get that armor. But the impact of the fire was too strong, so after a few seconds it broke. The dwarf ring that Jack had recently acquired also had resistance to fire. It was the same ring that the boy received as an apology from the Neptune administrator. But after a few seconds, this ring was also broken. The guy also had a tail effect, which he received as a reward for defeating the six-tailed fox. When the fox fire was created, Jack began to be influenced by it, and his resistance to the fire attribute was greatly increased. At the moment when all the trump cards were used, Jack finally reached a safe place. But unable to stay on his feet, the guy with Sylvia in his arms fell to the ground. Our heroes were burnt by fire, and the system awarded them the title of Fireman for their achievement. After the work done, Jack chuckled that he would find a way to do anything, and that he couldn't be killed like that. Suddenly, Sylvia joyfully shouted that she had received the title. But then Jack said that he knew what title she was talking about, and Sylvia at that time shared her impressions that she thought the fire would consume them. But Jack interrupted her and said that they needed to buy new clothes first, at which point Sylvia immediately blushed and tried to cover her shoulder. Jack thought he had done all he could, and now it was up to Simon to act, as he walked through the fire. Running through the fire, the boy was indignant that the task was too long. While checking the system, Jack noticed that Simon had reached the desired location in about 6 hours. At the same moment, Jack increased his level to 27 and received the first fragment of the map. This made Jack smirk and assume that Simon was supposed to get the map, but one part ended up with Jack. At that very moment, there was a transfer outside the dungeon and our heroes returned to their world. Seeing his assistance, Simon even shed a tear because he could not believe that they had survived. As Simon joyfully rushed to hug Jack, Jack asked him to calm down and find himself some clothes. When the guy admitted that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon in time, his status changed to gratitude, joy, and relief. Seeing such a reaction from the guy, Jack thought that Simon was really worried about them. But suddenly Simon came to his senses, and remembering something, he began to take out some item from his inventory, saying that he was giving it to him as he had promised. At that moment, Simon had the Fire God's body book in his hand. Looking at the book, Jack smirked, because the Sunset Giant was furious, and Simon replied that he had to give it back, because he promised it. Jack sighed at the thought that this book was a rare magical source that could not be found even after years, and if Jack took it, the summer spirit would never appear. But our hero was not the first to change the future. But thinking about it, Jack realized that most likely that guard would go to the Senior Channel and try to kill him. And this thought made Jack's face look surprised, which Simon immediately noticed. But Jack had another idea, so he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Simon, saying that he had a proposal. After some time, the players were in another place, and some girl reported that the concluded agreement was registered in the system. At that moment, Simon turned to Jack and asked if the guy really liked solving problems in such a complicated way, to which Jack responded evasively. A smile appeared on Simon's face as he suggested that there must have been something in him that caught Jack's eye, since Jack had agreed to work on a joint script for that book, even though Jack's share would only be 3%. But Jack only smiled silently, because in this way he could interfere with Simon's personal scenario, and the Sunset Giant could not disturb them. Simon offered 30%, but Jack refused, because he knew how much money Simon would earn in the future. After saying goodbye to Jack, Simon went first, leaving his partners behind. Then Jack and Sylvia began to leave, and the girl offered to eat cutlets. But Jack said that first they needed to warn that they would return home late. Driving past a building, Jack suddenly remembered that a 7-story dungeon was about to appear in it, so he needed to find information about it. When our heroes finally arrived at the restaurant, Sylvia looked at the food with delight, and her status changed to joy. Thinking that her status was as strange as always, Jack asked if it was tasty and received a positive answer. Then suddenly, the boy remembered that at the shelter, Sylvia was collecting change to go to the diner, and her wish was a pork cutlet. However, little Sylvia was scolded for wanting expensive food when she herself had no money. Thinking about all this, Jack continued to be amazed at this world and how poverty always had a reason. Suddenly, Sylvia happily said that it was as if she had a family, and Jack calmly replied that it was true. So, Jack knew that in 2 days, the most difficult entry-level dungeon was going to open, which was going to result in a lot of casualties. And in 5 days, Simon was supposed to start writing his personal script. And Jack himself made plans for the future every day, because he wanted his life to be built by himself. Jack was determined to clear that dungeon, but he suspected that he would need at least level 30 to do so, otherwise he wouldn't have the strength. On June 23rd, there were soldiers at the Seoul station guarding some facility. The news at the time reported that a players' association had recently been created, which was aimed at responding to disasters and sending special people there. As the first representative of this organization stated that after the start of emergency response, they would have a special actual task, Jack approached those military men at the station. But he was immediately stopped by a military man who said that he was currently on military duty and asked Jack to show him his ID. When the man looked at the ID, he asked Jack who was next to him, after which the guy replied that she was a member of his family. After this, the inspection was completed and the military agreed to let Jack inside. There were gates inside, so you could tell the Players Association was in earnest, as police were now guarding the gates and keeping track of visitors. Thinking that Jack needed to get some rewards from the dungeon, he approached the gate, and Sylvia was stretching her arms. When Jack finally walked inside, the soldiers stood motionless for a moment. But then one of them reported to the authorities that Jack had already gone inside. The man on the other end of the phone responded that he had heard everything and asked to continue surveillance. After that, the man called the chairman and reported that the 2 players had already entered the Seoul Station dungeon for the 30th time. The chairman then asked if their number of visits differed greatly from other players. To this, the man replied that Jack and Sylvia's result was so fast that they could not even be compared with other players. The man also suggested that the guy had some kind of strategy for quickly passing the game, which he shared only with his teammates. Then the chairman suddenly remembered that Jack had asked for help with the adoption process for Sylvia. The man recalled with surprise the young guy who came to the company and did not lose his head when meeting the chairman. Saying that the world had changed a lot, the chairman mentioned that Japan and the United States had allowed their players to carry firearms on their person. The man spoke about how their country was the first to face the training, but the permission to carry weapons gave other countries an advantage over Korea. With a little sadness in his voice, the man said that if they don't keep up with the times, they will be left behind. The chairman said that their future guild, the Great Limit, needed proactive people like Jack, to which the second asked what position to offer the guy. When the chairman said that Jack should take the position of the guild leader, the dark-haired man was very surprised by this. To this, the chairman replied that the head of the guild was not a very inflated position. On the contrary, it might not be enough over time, so they had to try to convey their intentions correctly. Recalling the public opinion that the leader should be the chairman's grandson, the man only replied that it would be a great honor for Jack. Meanwhile, the chairman still remembered Jack's gaze, which seemed to pierce everything. Squeezing his hand tighter, the man thought about how Jack could become their famed sword, the one that would move their company forward. And the chairman was determined to carry out his plan and make Jack his hunting dog. Meanwhile, Jack broke the clearing crystal for the 30th time. After this, Jack also received a hidden fragment and was given the title of Pioneer for clearing the dungeon 30 times. When the guy received a notification about whether he wanted to take the script, the guy thought that in the future it would be widely known. But for him, with the title of Pioneer, everything changed. So he checked the system window with a little doubt. Looking up with surprised eyes, Sylvia suddenly said that she had received a notification about a hidden fragment and asked if they would go through it. But Jack calmly replied that they had enough for today, and he himself thought about the fact that the hidden zone appeared when the average player level reached 30. And their levels, which were among the best, barely exceeded 20, so Jack decided not to be greedy and refuse. As our heroes began to be transported back, Jack thought that tomorrow they would aim for the second floor. Thinking back to Charlie and Sam, the boy thought that they should have gone through the dungeon about 25 times, but they needed to go through it 30 times. Returning to the gate the next day, the system asked if the players really wanted to go to the second floor. And our heroes, as a whole team, were ready to go through the second floor of the dungeon. As Jack walked inside, he knew that stronger monsters were spawning there, and that there were no safe zones like the first floor had. Jack assumed that they would be attacked right at the entrance, and he was not mistaken, because someone's arrow immediately flew at the players. She flew to Sylvia, but the girl was not harmed thanks to her shield. The shield was developing quickly, so it was already taking shape on its own, and all Sylvia had to do was warn about the danger, and the shield would appear. When Charlie was surprised by the arrow, Jack said that there was an enemy there that specialized in long-range attacks. The first unexpected task that our heroes got was to deal with an orc archer. Noticing the enemy, Jack immediately began to pull out his sword, thinking that now they would have to fight real monsters. Many of the monsters that appeared after training were vulnerable to normal weapons, but the orcs had resistance, which is why they were called real monsters. But it turned out that our heroes had to fight not just one orc, but dozens of them. When the next arrow was fired, it flew back at Sylvia and the girl was able to defend herself again. The orc turned his attention to Sylvia and was angry that he was hitting but not causing damage to the girl. Jack wasn't worried if the orcs would suddenly target others, but Sylvia was able to withstand 2 more such attacks, and the girl's hands were already starting to shake. While Sylvia blocked the arrows, Jack was going to take Charlie with him and start fighting his way through. As the orc fired another arrow, Jack moved from his place. Charlie ran after him, even though she didn't understand Jack's plan, which the boy refused to explain because they didn't have much time. But Jack thought that this was simply not necessary, and running up to the orcs, he sharply bent down. When the orc tried to attack the boy with a club, Jack deftly ducked and avoided the blow. Passing one monster after another, Jack thought about the fact that from the second floor his team should move as one whole, and only then they will clear everything without losses. Believing that words could only do harm, Jack and Charlie ran around all the monsters. Charlie ran after Jack, but still didn't understand what the guy was up to. At some point, Charlie noticed that Jack was running behind the orcs to avoid getting shot. She also noticed that the orcs' reaction was twice as slow as the guys, because they constantly missed him. But because Charlie was running almost immediately after Jack, some of the attacks landed on her. After dodging the last of these attacks, Charlie finally figured out how best to move. A few seconds later, the girl had already used the transfer technique, the treasure of the heavenly demon. Turning back, Jack saw that Charlie had finally figured out how she should move. Jack knew that the girl had only reached the first level of that ability, but it was enough to confuse the already slow orcs. At the same moment, Sylvia blocked another of the arrows that were constantly flying at her. The girl was breathing heavily and holding her hand, which made Jack realize that that arrow was her limit. At such an opportune moment, Jack finally reached the archers and could attack them. Jack managed to land one blow to the orc's shoulder, and the monster immediately screamed in pain. Immediately after this, Jack told Charlie to attack the orc from behind. With a deft turn, Charlie managed to pierce the orc's neck and mouth, thus delivering a fatal blow. Jumping away from the dead orc, the girl was glad that they were able to do this. At that moment, Charlie thought that the second floor was easier than she thought. But at that very moment, Jack tried to warn the girl about the danger. It was only at that moment that Charlie noticed that an arrow was flying at her, which the girl could not dodge on her own. But Jack managed to run up to her and push her away, so the arrow flew past our heroes. Because Jack pushed her, the girl hit the ground hard with her back. Then Jack asked her to pull herself together. Otherwise, she could die because of her own mistakes. After her fall, the girl immediately got up and collected her thoughts. Meanwhile, Sylvia was having a hard time, and trying to catch her breath, the girl hoped to block at least one more arrow. At that moment, one orc archer had already drawn his bowstring and was about to shoot. At that very moment, another orc was about to shoot the girl. Gathering her courage and exhaling the air from her lungs, Sylvia was confident that she could block the arrows. At that moment, Charlie and Jack were running towards the orcs and trying to distract their attention. While attacking one of them, Jack was simultaneously thinking about the fact that he had deliberately not explained how to act when they arrived on the second floor. One of the orc archers immediately turned to the side when he sensed someone approaching. Jack continued to act together with Charlie and believed that he should not demonstrate to everyone that he knew the conditions of the dungeon perfectly well. Besides, his teammates did not need it. Having dealt a double blow and killed the orc, our heroes immediately began to receive a reward for the kill. When the conditions for completing the first task were completed, the path to the next barrier opened and it was necessary to destroy the crystal. Upon seeing it, Sam immediately assumed that the crystal would be his target, so he ran towards it. Sam deftly avoided the slow orcs while they growled at him in displeasure. But suddenly at one point, Sam encountered an orc who was already ready to strike. Seeing the brute in front of him, the guy immediately realized that he would not be able to dodge the club. So Sam decided to take the punch with his left hand. And then, twisting slightly, the guy hit the crystal with his right hand and was able to break it. After this, all the orcs turned to stone and stood motionless. Looking back at the orc with the sword, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief as she almost got hit by him. While everyone was trying to catch their breath and Jack had put his sword back in its sheath, Charlie decided to apologize for being so stupid. Then Jack sternly replied that she had better give it up if she was going to keep doing this kind of thing. Charlie listened sadly as Jack said that one action of hers could put the entire team in danger, so she apologized again and promised to be careful. When it was all over, Sam decided to break the stone statues. Sylvia was drinking the potion at that moment and regaining her strength. Standing to the side, Charlie thought about how everyone but her was coping with the tasks at hand. With her head bowed down, the girl tried to collect her thoughts. Charlie knew she had made mistakes before and couldn't do it again, and she also promised to protect her loved ones when her mother was hurt. But the girl was unable to achieve her goal and believed that she should repay Jack rather than cause him trouble. Charlie's face became much more serious when she thought that she wanted to become as strong as Jack. At that moment, the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain saw Charlie's passionate desire and was ready to respond to it, so the players immediately received notifications. When the guard suggested a new title, Jack thought of a way to change his profession through a title. Usually Guardians wanted to do this at level 30, but this Guardian tried to do it now through a title. Jack thought the guard was offering a great title for a future swordmaster, but was surprised that the title was offered to him. At that moment, Jack remembered what status Charlie had and what power she possessed. But Jack also knew that only the entire group of 8 people could resist the Demon King. This meant that Charlie's class had a limitation, and if Jack took the title, he would set a limit for himself. And with the thought that Jack had returned to the past, so he would try to surpass the Swordmaster, Jack gave up the title. Looking at Jack's notifications in surprise, Charlie was surprised that the boy had not been offered any title either. When Jack admitted that he had given up the title, the girl was even more surprised. Jack explained his decision by saying that he already had a personal idea of his potential, so he could use knowledge and intuition to simplify the team's battles. Then Jack asked the girl to remember their last fight and said that he understood the value of each player well, and without them, he would not have been able to go further. Then Charlie suggested that Jack was more comfortable being the leader, adding that his playing style made it seem like he knew about all the attacks. Then Jack looked at her and said that she could consider that his special talent was to unlock people's potential. When the girl admitted that when she follows Jack, it's as if a road opens up before her, the guy replied that he thinks he knows Charlie even better than she knows herself. Then Charlie was surprised, and Jack said that her sword-wielding potential was much higher than Jack's. When Jack said this, the girl immediately became embarrassed, and the guy thought that these words were not intended only for Charlie. Jack suspected that Charlie had been offered a title lower than his, so the boy did not accept the unique title because he could not do that to his friend. When Jack said that the title would suit the girl much better, a blush immediately appeared on her face. Jack deliberately continued to praise Charlie because he knew that the guard was weak to praise and flattery. When the guard listened to Jack's statements, he agreed with the guy's opinion and immediately offered Charlie the title. When the girl saw that very title in the notification, she couldn't help but smile. The moment Charlie accepted the title, a pink light immediately appeared around her. And after that, she happily informed Jack that her profession had changed. But then Jack abruptly covered her mouth with his hand and said that she should not divulge information about herself even to him or her teammates. After finishing speaking, Jack was about to remove his hand, but he did not understand where the trepidation in her title came from. Just at that moment, the waiting time for the first barrier was exceeded, and the heroes were automatically transferred to the second. The second barrier was very different in atmosphere from the first, because there were meadows and mountains and an orc village very close by. Realizing where they were, Sam wasn't too happy that they would have to fight orcs again. Jack didn't pay attention to his words, because he received a notification about the script change, which was surprising. Now the special feature of the second barrier was that the orcs did not turn to stone after they destroyed the clearing crystal. Also, the limitation on the level increase of orc warriors has been removed. Now the players were tasked with destroying 3 crystals in 10 minutes or else an orc archer would appear. But Jack had his doubts, because this was not what he remembered. At that moment, the players were able to see the very first orcs. Sam immediately tensed up at the approaching danger, and Charlie asked Jack what they were going to do now. Jack decided to start looking for crystals and try not to run into the orcs, because they had to make it in 10 minutes. Jack knew they couldn't handle the orc archer in the open, so they had to finish before he showed up. But Jack couldn't believe what was happening and why exactly this monster would appear in this dungeon. At that time, Jack already knew about the Great Orc Warrior. Jack knew that sometimes the scenario could change if the player leveled up too quickly. Looking back at Charlie, Jack suspected that the changes had occurred because Charlie had been given that title. Otherwise, the script would have changed only under the influence of the players. And if the orcs are not petrified, it will be difficult to get rid of them, and the Orc Warrior level limit has disappeared. Jack knew that this was a monster that could grow stronger through prolonged battles. Looking at the village, Jack didn't think the Orc Warrior was too high level, but the players were still at a disadvantage. Now Jack's only fear was that the Orc Warrior might have reached level 37 or 40. By the time new orcs began to emerge from the village, the players had just over 8 minutes left. Jack knew he had to come up with something urgently, because if there was no petrification, then a fight with the Orc Warrior was inevitable. To begin with, Jack decided to take the iron rod that he had picked up earlier, and most importantly, to prevent the archer from appearing. Deciding not to openly show that Jack knew the location of the crystals, the guy simply suggested checking some tent and asked to avoid the orcs. Very briefly, Jack began to explain to everyone that Charlie was moving towards a point on the right side, and on the left side, Sylvia and Sam were supposed to move together. As Jack drew his sword, he thought that with this method they would definitely destroy 2 crystals, and he himself would have to destroy the last crystal. When the first orc tried to attack Jack, the guy was already running at full speed and wanted to get around the orc. Luckily, Jack was able to run around the orc and left him behind as the orc was about to strike the ground. Jack knew that the last crystal was inside the Orc Warrior's tent, so he was going to go there himself. When Jack received the notification that the first crystal had been destroyed, Jack assumed that it was Charlie who did it. Thanks to the title that Charlie received, Jack was confident that the slow orcs would not be able to catch up with her. As soon as Charlie got to Jack, she immediately said that she had destroyed the first crystal and the orcs were chasing her, but it seemed he had decided to give up. When Jack praised her, Charlie asked if he really thought so, and Jack answered in the affirmative. Approaching the tent, Jack decided to carefully look inside while Charlie stayed behind. Loud snoring from the orc could be heard in the tent. Looking inside, Jack saw that all the orcs, even the Orc Warrior, were asleep. Because the petrification effect is gone, players will have to fight, which causes difficulties. But even in this situation, Jack came up with a plan and wanted to give Charlie the first instructions. Taking out a small bag from his inventory, Jack asked her to listen carefully, because he was going to tell her how to clear this place. At the same time, there was a noise in the street, because many orcs were trying to catch up with Sylvia and Sam. Seeing his comrades, Jack shouted to them that they should fight their way through the orcs and anger them. Jack told Charlie to attack each orc, and Sylvia was to distract them. A second later, one orc was already wounded because Charlie plunged her sword into his neck. While the monster was bleeding, Jack thought about how Sylvia and Sam would definitely bring the orcs with them. In this case, Charlie was required to attack the orcs, and it was enough to inflict bleeding wounds. Soon the girl activated her quick strike ability and attacked the orcs one after another. The girl moved so quickly that it was impossible to even keep track of her, and the orcs did not even have time to defend themselves. But during one of these attacks, something went wrong and Charlie made a mistake. Sylvia suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her because there was danger ahead. If it weren't for Sylvia, the Monsters Club would have flown towards Charlie, but Sylvia managed to use her platinum shield. But even with all her defense, Sylvia found it difficult to hold back the blow and her left arm began to hurt. When the sharp sound of impact was heard, the orc warrior immediately opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. First, he stood up from his place and started growling, and then everyone else did too. Jack, watching them from the side, immediately saw that they had all woken up because of the noise. But Jack saw no point in running to the crystal, since in that case they would have nowhere to go anyway. Therefore, Jack only had to kill the evil monsters after sleep. As soon as the monsters saw the player, they all immediately rushed at the guy. In order to make the fight easier for himself, Jack decided to kill them one by one and stood on the club that was lowered down. Having climbed up it, the guy immediately killed the first orc by cutting his throat. But Jack had to act carefully and keep his distance from them, and a moment later he slit the throat of the second orc. The orc warrior watched the guy with interest from the side, and drool flowed from his mouth. Deciding that now was the right time, Jack gave the signal to his team. A second later, his comrades ran into the tent, leading a bunch of orcs behind them. At that moment, the tent already smelled of blood due to Jack attacking the orcs. The smell filled the area, and the orc warrior growled because of it. Suddenly, the orc warrior grabbed the head of the orc who was next to him. After that, he bit off his hand and grabbed the head of another orc who was trying to escape. At that moment, our heroes watched the picture with horror and fear in their eyes. Charlie was shocked by Jack's words about the orc warrior being weak to the smell of blood. Intoxicated by the smell of blood, the orc began to kill his fellow tribesmen, but one managed to escape. But at that moment, the orc warrior's unique ability was activated, and the orc who was trying to escape simply froze in place. This caused a smirk to appear on Jack's face as he realized that this was it. The orc was completely unable to move from the spot because the orc warrior's fear ability was spreading to him. Jack knew that this was an ability that most boss monsters had. The ability prevented players from escaping, but Jack used it against the orcs, who looked more appetizing than the players. This ability took a long time to recover, so now the orc spent it in vain, but was able to rise in level. Then the players watched in surprise as the monster grew larger, and Charlie was worried about it, and Sam agreed with the girl. But trying to catch his breath, Jack said only that in their situation it was better not to confront a well-coordinated group led by an orc warrior. Jack thought it was much easier to fight one monster. Jack resolutely chose to fight one great orc instead of fighting 100 ordinary enemies. When the orc warrior finally finished leveling up, he opened his eyes and growled angrily. Soon he stood up and grabbed an axe, preparing to attack Jack. Compared to the orc's new form, Jack was very small and inferior to the monster. But Jack felt some confidence, and he was given a sudden task that required him to kill an orc warrior. When the orc's axe hit the ground, pieces of it flew off. Dodging the blow, Jack was surprised that the intimidation skill was possible to obtain in this dungeon. When Sylvia wanted to come closer to help, Jack immediately stopped her and said that he would handle it himself. Running towards the monster, Jack thought that Sylvia's protection was useless here because the difference in strength was too great. Jack saw that the orc's level was not displayed above him, meaning that no one present could resist his attacks. When the orc swung his axe, Jack was able to avoid the blow and continued to close the distance between them. Thanks to this, Jack was able to land one attack directly on the monster's head. This happened because only Jack had the ability to instantly move, and only he had the ability to get close to the orc. The plan to catch the monster needed time, and in the meantime, Jack dealt it numerous blows from behind. When the orc swung his weapon again, the blow missed the guy. Watching the fight from the sidelines, Charlie wondered if everything was really okay. To her concerns, Sam could only answer that the plan Jack had come up with must have had some effect. While Charlie watched the battle, she simultaneously remembered what Jack told her about the cleanup. When Jack handed her the item, the girl immediately recognized it. Jack explained that Charlie was supposed to attack the orcs that Sylvia and Sam would bring, and this item was supposed to be used on the orcs. When Charlie asked how she was supposed to do it, Jack replied that it was much easier than she thought. In fact, the bag contained the fangs of the beast, which, according to Jack, had a purpose from the very beginning. These fangs were collected by Jack from a wolf pile in the training area, and these fangs caused fatal paralysis in people. It turns out that Charlie stuck a fang into each orc when she attacked them. At that moment, Jack chuckled at the thought that the orc who ate his own kind had swallowed about 70 of these fangs along with them. But for now, the orc had no effect from the fangs and was still just as furious. But Jack already suspected that it would not be possible to paralyze the orc warrior with just fangs. However, the orc now moved slower because of its fangs, which gave Jack an advantage over it. So Jack dealt the orc blow after blow while he only growled angrily at the guy. At some point, Jack decided to signal to the others. Then Charlie appeared and immediately attacked the orc with her sword. Charlie aimed at the side, but the orc blocked her blow and looked angrily at the girl. For now, Sam and Sylvia stayed back and left everything to the fast swordsman. Jack knew that the difference in attack and defense power remained, but the orc knew this too. The orc noticed that the body was moving slower, but he was still confident that he could eat ordinary people. The orc immediately began to salivate at the thought of what human flesh might taste like. But the orc's stream of thoughts was interrupted by a sudden sword blow to the face. At that moment, Jack was a little annoyed by the fact that even an attempt to pierce the eyes would not be fatal for the monster. But deciding to try another deadly attack anyway, the boy aimed for the eyes as the orc tried to grab him. It turns out that Jack decided to try to plunge his sword into the orc's mouth and put an iron rod. The attack was successful, so the orc immediately fell to the ground due to unbearable pain. Jumping back, Jack told Sam to be careful so that the iron rod doesn't fall out and the orc doesn't close his mouth. Immediately on this command, Sam took action and struck the monster with all his might. After that, he dealt multiple blows at high speed, and the orc was unable to react in any way. After all his blows with his hands, Sam suddenly grabbed the orc by the head with his hands, and then he hit the monster in the face with his knee with all his might. The attack was a deafening blow, so the orc retreated a little. At that moment, Charlie wanted to use the one-hit kill skill and finish what she started. After her attack, the entire room was covered in blood, and players were awarded a reward for winning. Unfortunately for our heroes, for killing such a strong enemy, they only received a molar. But as a reward for completing the task, Jack was given 2 useful items from the set of the Great Orc Warrior. Also, on top of all this, Jack was able to acquire that very skill of intimidation. But this skill was given not only to Jack, but to others as well, so everyone tried to figure out how to use it. Suddenly, at that moment, Jack received a notification that a guard, whose name was familiar to the guy, began to watch him. The Las Vegas Cowboy was a guard who placed great importance on effective team play and was known for creating a contract with only one player. Immediately, this guard decided to support Jack with leather pants from the same set that were the reward items. Due to the fact that such a guard decided to pay attention to Jack, the guy managed to get 3 items from the set. After everything that happened, our heroes continued to fight the orcs and raise their level. They soon managed to clear everything out, and Sylvia was genuinely happy about it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sam said that everyone had tried hard, and Charlie wanted to take a 3-day rest after that. Jack didn't answer them, and only thought about how they had barely managed to clear the 2nd floor. But suddenly he saw something in front of him that greatly surprised our hero. Looking ahead, Jack wondered what kind of portal it was. But the others did not understand what Jack was talking about and claimed that they had not seen anything. As the players were set to exit the dungeon in 13 seconds, Jack tensed, and suddenly an idea came to him. At that moment, the guy moved from his place and ran at full speed towards the portal. The others tried to stop him because they didn't understand what he was doing, but they couldn't catch up with Jack. With 3 seconds left before their teleportation, Jack only managed to tell them that they had to leave without him. Running towards the portal, Jack was sure that it was a hidden fragment that only the guy could see. When Jack passed through the portal, he was transported to an unknown wild forest, and his task was to talk to the owner of this forest. Jack knew that information about such portals had appeared since the beginning of training, and the gap in the player's abilities led to a gap in information. And Jack believed that if this door was visible only to him, then he should accept it as a privilege. When Jack first entered there, he immediately saw that many guards wanted to sponsor Senya. After reading the terms of his mission, Jack did not understand what unknown forest was being discussed. Jack didn't remember anything like that appearing at the initial stage, and he didn't understand what kind of mark was on his map. From the map, Jack realized that the forest was almost the size of Seoul, so he was scared to imagine what kind of forest owner they were talking about. Jack was amazed at such a difficult task and said that one could die of hunger if one made a mistake. When Jack told Senya that he had almost reached level 30, a look of surprise flashed across the girl's face. Jack knew that there were 2 factors in this situation. The first was the zone, the second was the special hidden fragment. Now Jack was in a huge forest that even he didn't know about, and Jack was level 29, and soon he would have to choose a guard. Thinking about all this, Jack just chuckled slightly. When the guards began to give Jack various items that would help him survive, Senya looked at them in surprise and did not understand how to react. Meanwhile, Jack was glad that he was not only given things, but also that his level of perception eyes was raised. At that point, Ceres decided to explain the purpose of the items and started with a camping kit that allowed you to set up camp in a simple zone. While the girl explained the purposes of the objects, Jack checked her status and was surprised that she denied any feelings. But Jack was impressed by the sponsored items as he looked at them, as each one could sell for a large sum. But suddenly Senya looked up at Jack and asked if he had heard her. When Jack said that he listened to her and that she shouldn't worry, Senya's wings began to shake and she began to say that she wasn't worried about the guy. But with the thought that Jack did not agree with her, Senya decided to give him a task from a mid-ranking administrator. The task was that Jack had to repeat what she said, and she was even willing to give him coins for it. And Jack was surprised that she was so worried about him. Jack started talking about the magical camping kit and ended up talking about the magical fire pit he was holding in his hands. When Jack finished speaking, he was surprised that he was able to complete the task. Senya noted that he had told it perfectly, but she believed that he should still listen to her more carefully, since it was related to his survival. But Jack turned away from her and ended the conversation by saying that he just needed to remember everything, because he knew that the guards didn't like long conversations with the leaders. But Jack was more worried that he hadn't told her about raising the level of the eyes of perception, and the task had already been completed. From this, Jack concluded that Senya, who was watching the guy, did not know about this. Jack was worried that it would take a long time to clear out the place, and he knew nothing about the place. So he walked through the forest, thinking that he would carry out the task that had been given to him. Looking up, the guy noticed that it was already evening and this area was subject to the flow of time, and this helped the guy determine where the west was. Continuing to walk, Jack suddenly remembered the words that if you don't know where to go, it's better to go east. Jack didn't think it was a high-difficulty dungeon until he noticed a claw mark on one of the trees. By the time it was dark, Jack had set up camp and his safe zone was shown in green light. Suddenly, Senya appeared and asked him what he had learned from exploring the place. Looking at the girl, Jack was silent for a moment and realized that this was not a question from Senya, but from the guards. Jack explained that the process of learning was not exciting, and at the moment he was simply collecting clues. Jack knew that there were guards who weren't watching the boy at times, so they needed to be presented with the results of the reconnaissance. Jack immediately said that this was a forest-type area, and he found 3 types of claws. The tracks were left on the trees, and judging by their depth, it could be assumed that they were cat-type monsters. Jack assumed that each had their own territory, but there were no fights because they avoided each other. When Senya asked how this information was useful, Jack replied that if you move along the borders, you can avoid most of the monsters' attacks. Jack saw that predatory birds and monsters were flying at night, so he assumed that they must be hunting something. But Jack was surprised that there were no signs of victims, so he turned his gaze to Senya and asked what that could mean. While many of the guards were interested in Jack's investigation, Senya remained silent and did not answer the question, but Jack was not surprised by this. While drinking water, Jack tried to encourage himself that he could handle everything. The main thing was not to panic. When the boy drank the water, a grin suddenly appeared on his face. Suddenly, Jack thought that he had seen this place for the first time and did not know the strategy for it, and he could only find traces of animals. Thinking that he should be afraid, but the guy remained calm, Jack suddenly came to the conclusion that this game was more interesting for him. In dangerous passages, Jack was left with no choice and had to throw down the gauntlet. But even from simple things in such games, the guy enjoyed it. Jack looked at the fire and thought about how some people called it talent. But the fact that he was a talented player was a fact. But a sad smile appeared on Jack's face at the thought that he hoped not to be the one who only shined at the beginning. The guy had to rise above level 40 to understand that he was not one of them. And in the meantime, time passed and it was already the 4th day of research. Suddenly, Jack entered a burnt-out village of peasants, which was a safe zone and the first thing the boy found after all this time. Seeing that all the houses were burned down, Jack wondered if there were any clues left. Suddenly, Jack's gaze fell on the house that had suffered the least. Once inside, Jack immediately began searching the room in search of something useful. Suddenly, Jack found a letter that was delivered from an elder from another village, and it said that that village would soon come to an end because the owner of the forest was angry. Jack frowned as he looked at the piece of paper, because part of the letter was burnt and he couldn't read any further. While putting the letter away in his inventory, Jack thought at the same time that there must be another settlement to the east. Based on the information he had just received, the boy thought that meeting the owner of the forest was a feasible task. But with this thought, the guy decided to use the eye of perception. As he began to draw his sword from its sheath, the boy thought that a safe zone had definitely been established here. Jack pulled his sword out slightly and looked around because he had a premonition. And the eyes of perception also informed the guy that someone was watching him right now. Looking around, Jack noticed that there seemed to be an evil aura coming from one end of the room. Even though Jack was in a safe zone, he had a strange feeling, so he didn't want to relax. Jack put his hand out and found that they didn't want to let him through any further, and the notification said so too. Jack decided to check the westernmost part of the western village, but came across a transparent wall, and to move, most likely, you need to fulfill a special condition. When Senya asked the guy what he was going to do, Jack was thoughtfully looking through the system. When Jack received another notification from the Las Vegas cowboy, the boy frowned, because he knew that this guard sometimes lured players with offers that were hard to refuse. After that, the guy read the hidden fragment notification, which said that a reward of 100,000 coins was offered for clearing the forest within 3 days. Jack thought the price for success was very good, but there was no mention of failure. After thinking for a bit, the guy turned to Senya and asked the girl what would happen if he failed the task. Then she calmly answered him that when the time came to sign the contract with the guard, Jack would sign it with the cowboy. But the guy was surprised that this guard put 100,000 coins on it. When Jack fell silent again, Senya asked him if he would accept the mission. Then, hanging his head down, the guy replied that he could not accept this task. In fact, Jack didn't like constant gambling and said that he only bet when he had a chance to win. Jack knew that clearing the map in 3 days was pure luck, and he needed at least some kind of trump card to cope with such a task. Turning around and starting to walk away, Jack added that relying only on luck was the same as jumping in the mud, and the guard respected the guy's decision. When Jack received a notification that some guards were making fun of him, he thought it was strange to refuse such a task on the 29th level, but Jack didn't care. Jack returned to his task and thought about the fact that he was now in the western village, and then he needed to follow the letter to the eastern village. Deciding that he would need food for the long journey, Jack decided to go hunting and had already caught one boar. After the guy stuck the sword into its neck, the animal immediately fell to the ground. As Jack pulled his sword from the carcass, he remembered that he had learned several things during the hunt. Jack reflected that the boar gave too few coins for its level, but it was still huntable. The guy also knew that boars are vigilant to what is happening around them, especially if there is a predator nearby, and judging by the tracks on the trees, there was a red tiger here. But during the hunt, Jack noticed that the boars were not afraid of anything at all, which led to the assumption that for some reason the boars were not afraid of predators. But then suddenly the guy thought that the boars might not have been attacked at all. When Jack got a basket of fruit, he was surprised because he had never heard of them falling from boars. Jack assumed it was a hidden fragment that cared about survival, but it was still strange, and Jack still felt the strange surveillance that was provoking his eyes of perception. Jack understood that something continued to watch him from the village itself, and even the enhanced skill did not help to determine who was watching him. Jack could only assume that the master of the forest was watching him, but the boy was tormented by doubts, because it seemed that he had missed something important. With this thought in mind, Jack decided that he needed to hurry and go to the eastern village. At that moment, Jack saw a magic rope trap on his way, and the guy did not understand where the expensive artifact came from, but decided to take it with him. After some time, Jack was finally able to reach the second burnt village, where there was also a safe zone. After entering the village and searching one of the buildings, Jack again found a letter that said that he needed to find a victim for the master of the forest. But Jack did not understand what restrictions of the forest were being discussed and whether a sacrifice was meant. Suddenly, the boy thought that if he didn't do the same, he would repeat the fate of the village. As Jack walked out of the building he had just been in, he looked back and thought that all the buildings had been burned down. Thinking that there must be another trace left by people here, the guy looked around and something caught his eye. Looking to the side, Jack saw a stone well there. After looking into the well, Jack continued to look inside for some time. At some point, Jack was finally able to see inside the character, who was already almost on the verge of death. At that moment, Jack decided to use the rope he found in the forest to pull the character out. Thinking that the rope had come in handy and that Jack had picked it up for a reason, he threw one end into the well. After a few seconds, the capture was successful and the character began to be pulled upward. When Jack could reach out to the character, he was able to recognize who it was. At that moment, Jack was able to see the elf girl's face. It was one of the elven times that had healing powers and loved the world, and was also known for its beauty. While preparing the potion, Jack recalled that this race supported non-violence, and such traits gave rise to a large number of streamers, but some used these elves in the slave trade. After the potion was ready, Jack carefully brought it to the girl's mouth. After drinking the potion, the girl immediately opened her yellow eyes. Looking at her, Jack thought that she was somewhat reminiscent of a plant, because she immediately recovered from the potion as if she had not been rotting in the well a couple of minutes ago. The girl immediately tried to lean on her hands, and her body trembled slightly from weakness. When the girl got up, she immediately thanked him for saving her, but Jack looked at her with a stern gaze. After that, he immediately asked her if she was a resident of this village. When Jack started talking about the sacrifice, the girl immediately said that they were never able to offer the sacrifice on the altar. When the guy asked her which victim they were talking about, the girl hesitated, so Jack assumed that she herself did not know. And the girl sadly confirmed this, saying that they did not understand what was wanted from them. Otherwise, they would have offered a sacrifice. When the girl said that she would soon return to the embrace of nature, Jack began to frown, because the potion had revived her for a short time. Then the girl, putting her hands together, said that she would return to the embrace of the earth, and becoming powder would be food for the oak. After listening to her, Jack only dryly replied that he understood her. Then Jack asked if she meant that the elves lived in houses made from felled trees. Jack became more serious and asked why the girl lied to him. But then she looked down a little and replied that she didn't understand what the guy was talking about. The forest immediately seemed strange to Jack, because it was unclear why the boars did not try to fight for territory, and there were no victims of predators around. The zone was very strange, and the elf was not from the race that cut down trees, but they lived in huts. And all this could only be explained by the fact that the elf was just a character who was supposed to pass on information. As the girl began to dissolve into thin air and a blush appeared on her face, she asked Jack to make a sacrifice to the master of the forest. Now looking into the void, Jack was not surprised that the girl had indeed turned to dust and disappeared. Looking ahead, Jack found that a green wind was blowing from there, but the boy could not see anything. Now it all seemed fake to Jack, and the zone seemed to have careless settings, as if everything around was fake. When Jack activated his perception gaze and noticed that someone was watching him again, it made the guy angry. Suddenly, the eyes of perception began to resist the magical effect and tried to see reality. Such notifications surprised Jack. A few seconds later, Jack's eyes began to bleed and he dropped to one knee, covering his face with his hand. But Jack opened his eyes again, fighting back all the pain. Jack thought that if he failed to destroy the fake, he would die here, just like that elf, and would also consider everything to be his reality. Jack didn't want to risk becoming a new quest character for the next player to find this place. Jack wanted to live in reality, not in a fake, and his eyes of perception responded to his strong will. Jack now realized that this fake zone had its limits, and the creator did not want this to be known. However, the letters pointed to the extreme east and west, and at the border a notice appeared about the impossibility of moving further. Under the player's strong will, the eyes of perception began to gradually destroy the boundaries of the fake. When the process of destroying the false reality was complete, Jack breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, Jack thought that it seemed like he was in the same forest. But in fact, the size of the forest had shrunk. As the boy thought that he could now take in the forest with his eyes of perception, he suddenly looked away sharply. Suddenly, the boy turned to the owner of the forest and said that now the fake was destroyed. Wiping the blood from his face, Jack assumed that with his small skills as a forest master, something had helped him create such a large zone. When a figure appeared from behind a bush, Jack suggested that some kind of artifact could help. Then Jack turned around and asked with a grin why the master of the forest did not want to come out. At that moment, the guy squinted a little and said that his eyes could still see everything. The blue monster, who was peeking out from the bush, said angrily that the guy shouldn't lie to him. And then he rushed at Jack, shouting that an ordinary person would not be able to find his treasure anyway. When Jack looked at the skinny goblin, his status showed confusion, doubt, and despair, and his level was not shown. This monster was quite important, and he was skilled in illusion magic, good at distorting space, and his hobby was causing trouble for players. And in the third stage of development, he was called a cannibal. Jack remembered that when these monsters first appeared in Italy, about 400 people were eaten in the same place. But in front of Jack was a first-stage goblin who posed no particular danger to Jack, so the guy continued the dialogue by asking if the monster thought the guy was lying. Noticing that the goblin was confused that Jack could steal his treasure, Jack firmly said that his eyes had seen everything. But this only made the monster more angry, and he refused to believe it. Pointing his sword to the side, Jack said that he already knew that the treasure was hidden there underground. In confusion, the goblin's intelligence dropped to the level of a child, and the monster began to shout at the man that he was a deceiver. But Jack used a quick strike, and instantly reaching the goblin hit him on the head. When critical damage was dealt, the guy immediately jumped to the side. The goblin started bleeding, and clutching his head with his hands, he began to shout something about his horn, which he no longer had. At that moment, the monster became even more enraged by this and gave Jack a ridiculous insult, calling him like a broom. Seeing the goblin's rage, Jack leaned slightly and was ready to take the blow. At that moment, Jack saw that the goblin was using the Goblin Club skill and was trying to hit the guy. When the goblin's club reached the ground, the entire earth around it cracked from the force of the blow. Taking the hit himself, Jack nullified the damage thanks to the effect of his kit. At that moment, the goblin was confused, and this gave Jack the opportunity to attack the monster with his sword again. As soon as the goblin was defeated, a distortion of the unknown forest was immediately discovered. When the reward for clearing the unknown forest was given out, Jack thought that it seemed like he had done everything right. The guy decided to leave here as soon as he received the reward, and he also needed to take the magic stone with him. Jack went to look for the goblin stone because it was a valuable artifact, and in 10 years it would be worth 10 million won. After digging around in the ground a bit, the boy refused to think that the goblin had buried him even deeper. Jack dusted his hands and thought that this was all strange and that he was missing something. But suddenly his gaze rose up and he looked ahead with interest. At that moment, Jack saw a chipmunk in front of him who was looking straight at the guy. After a few seconds, the chipmunk decided to come closer to the guy. After this, the chipmunk spread his paws, and Jack thought that he wanted something from him. Looking back, Jack saw that Senya had not appeared, meaning the chipmunk was not a bug. Standing in the same position, Jack suddenly noticed that he still hadn't been transported back, and there was no road beyond the forest either. After that, the guy turned back to the chipmunk and looked at him coldly. Looking at the chipmunk, Jack thought that the animal was the last puzzle of the zone. Because the eye of perception did not work on the chipmunk, the guy decided that the animal was unusual. When Jack spoke to the animal about the deal, some guard paid attention to the guy, and he himself was supposed to be from the Italian server. The guard was known to value deals and negotiations, but Jack didn't think he'd show up at the auction with a squirrel. Then Jack decided to tease the squirrel a little, and taking out some bull meat, asked if the animal wanted it. But the chipmunk immediately began to get angry and squeak something to the guy. When Jack showed the goblin's perfume, the squirrel didn't like the item again. By creating the number 1 in the air, Jack realized that the squirrel could use magic, and he had one last try. Taking out the last item, Jack grinned and said that he had no idea what the chipmunk wanted from him. When Jack said that he would try to give the squirrel something valuable, the chipmunk immediately blossomed before our eyes. Holding a basket of fruit in his hand, the boy said sarcastically that it was too big a loss for him. When the chipmunk happily wagged its tail, a window of transactions appeared in front of Jack, and the guy was surprised that the chipmunk knew how to use it. The item that Jack could get in this deal was a magical stone that could enhance strength. Seeing that the deal only made the guard more interested, Jack smirked and made the exchange. A second later, a clearing crystal appeared in front of Jack, after the destruction of which the guy would be able to return home. And as soon as Jack destroyed the crystal, he immediately moved to Seoul Station. Some people thought that Jack appeared out of nowhere, but some suggested that he was simply not visible because of other people, and Jack himself thought that something had changed. Looking around, Jack thought that everything was now in order and there were no people watching the players. Sweat also appeared on Jack's face, and the boy immediately noticed that the weather was hotter. Then Jack decided to check his phone, and when he looked at it, he was very surprised. The date on the phone showed that it was now September, which meant that 3 whole months had passed. Then Jack grabbed his head and decided that he had missed a lot, and then immediately decided to call his own. The first thing Jack decided to do was call Alla, and she picked up the call pretty quickly. But as soon as she heard the guy's voice, she immediately dropped the call. Then Jack decided to call others and dialed Sam, who was very excited to hear Jack's call. And then the voices on the other end became so loud that the guy just took the phone away from his ear. When Jack returned to his family, Alla wanted to get into a fight with him, but Sylvia stopped her. But the mother was glad that her son had returned and looked at him with love and awe, not thinking of scolding her son. But then Jack's look changed completely when he asked why there was an animal in their house. After showing the chipmunk to Jack, Sylvia asked him if he thought the squirrel looked cute. Then Jack leaned forward toward the chipmunk and looked at him with interest, and Sylvia said that she named him Darren. When Jack checked the information about the animal, the chipmunk grinned at the guy while he thought that there was no such information in the dungeon. Because of this, Jack assumed that the chipmunk allowed him to look at the information and greeted his friend. When the boy recognized the chipmunk's name, he immediately became its owner and his title changed. While Sylvia continued to play with Darren, Jack thought that the chipmunk was happy with everything. Darren's appearance distracted everyone, and Jack's return went more smoothly, but the guy disappeared for 3 months, which is a long time. Jack felt that he could have accomplished a lot in that time, but he felt that these regrets were a waste of time. But still, In 3 months, the guy was able to earn more than 1 billion won, and now Jack was interested in how the world had changed. However, Jack was now about to make one important choice. Then Senia appeared next to Jack and expressed her gratitude to the guard who activated the pause. When Jack's level increased to 30, the girl announced that he now had to choose. Jack was serious at that moment, because choosing a guardian was the only option to change classes at level 30. Soon, the system decided to select 5 guardians who would be able to send messages in the form of notes. At that moment, Jack noticed that Senia was a little worried, because she probably didn't expect such an influx on her channel and didn't know how to deal with it. Within seconds, Jack had already received 5 offers. As Jack started to get out of bed, he thought about how the player had to be lucky to be chosen by at least 1 guard, and the maximum number of contracts was 4. But Jack had never heard of 5 sentences at once, and now Jack realized that his talent was so enormous that it made an ordinary man into a genius. But despite this, Jack's expectations were not met. After looking at all the messages, Jack couldn't understand where the other guard's message had gone. At that very moment, Senia asked the guy who he would be signing a contract with. But Jack replied that there were so many outstanding personalities that it was difficult to choose, which was approved by the guards. After opening the message from the Whispering Devil, Jack thought he was a scammer, because if the guardian wanted to be the guardian of the Demon King, the guy would already be above level 40. With the exception of his one, all the other offers seemed to Jack like traps that pushed the player to make a choice. Jack knew that a generous guardian would speed up his development, but he could only choose one. Jack was serious because he felt something strange. It seemed to him that among the space where the notes were, there was something that the guy couldn't see. Then Jack decided to calm down and focus his eye of perception. Focusing, Jack wondered why the unknown observer hadn't sent an invitation. After all, Jack remembered that from the very beginning he had been under the watchful gaze of this guard. It was his skill as a cold-blooded observer that later became the eyes of perception, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Jack's game began from that moment. Jack also believed that this guardian often violated common sense, and it was he who gave Jack the reward in the turtle's nest. Jack understood that the reward was not at the level of a mid-ranking administrator, and the guards were simply able to cleverly disguise it. Usually the guardians wanted to become famous and did everything for show, but if the guardian decided to remain unknown, then he would only have unknown methods. Jack thought that this time too, the method could be something that only Jack could see with his eyes of perception. Using his ability, Jack finally saw the 6th message and reached for it. Grabbing the message, Jack thought about how he wanted to choose it from the very beginning. The moment Jack grabbed the message, she immediately made a contract with the unknown observer. Jack was offered the caretaker class, and at first glance, the guy thought that according to the description, the class was not the best, but Jack was ready for this. At that moment, Jack decided to open the hidden shop and took the class change assistant item. After using that item, the overseer class was promoted to observer. Jack was a little surprised when he picked up the message that there was only one promotion, since Jack had worked so hard to prepare everything. The guy's look changed to sadness, and he decided to agree after all, because it was not reasonable to go against the will of the guard on the day of the contract. Jack was a little disappointed, but he had no choice, so he changed classes on the spot. The description of the new class said that he could observe everything that happened in the world, which was better than the previous class. When Jack opened the detailed description, he was a little surprised when he started reading. But as he read, the guy's face became even more surprised. That same evening, a man was looking for Jack's place of residence. As the man adjusted his tie, he thought that Jack was very difficult to meet. A hidden door appeared immediately after passing the 2nd floor of the dungeon, and Jack immediately went there because he realized that this was a hidden area. After that, the guy ended up in a location called an unknown forest. While the boy was trying to complete the task, he constantly felt a sense of discomfort. And later, Jack used all his knowledge and clues and was able to understand the essence of the forest. When the illusion wore off, Jack encountered the master of the forest, who turned out to be a goblin. But in the end, Jack was able to defeat him and take the monster's magic stone. Right after this, Jack made a successful deal with the chipmunk and was able to get out of the forest. And returning to the real world 3 months later, Jack had the opportunity to choose his guard. Having figured out the methods of the unknown observer, Jack decided to choose him. But when Jack read about his class, he didn't understand what kind of profession he had. Jack decided to test his profession skills and learned that the observer zone displayed the observer's available application zones and gave 50% of the experience when playing in a team. The observer's eyes could copy the title or abilities and exchange the ability with the observed object. Jack frowned at the lack of basic attack or defense skills, but if he raised his observer's eye level, Jack had a big advantage. For example, Sam could gain the ability to kill with one hit, or Charlie could use Sylvia's platinum shield. Jack's ability could be very useful to everyone in the future. But the problem for the guy was to increase his level, because it would take 5 years to reach level 40 using simple methods. However, a smirk appeared on Jack's face at the thought that he could have done it faster. However, Jack had a feeling that everything would work out, so he decided to thank his guard for this opportunity. But when he went into the privacy settings, Jack suddenly saw that only the name of his guard was hidden. Jack assumed that the guard did not want to reveal who he had contracted with and lived up to his name. But Jack decided to adapt to the guard's character and simply said that he would try to play well and not disappoint the guard. Sonia noticed that the last word sounded like bragging, but she knew that some people liked that when changing professions, so she just sighed. When the pause was lifted, Jack immediately lay down on his bed. Looking at the chipmunk, Jack thought that the little animal was sleeping very cutely next to him. And when Jack checked his phone, he suddenly saw that he had 7 missed calls from Charlie. When he dialed her, the girl was indignant that he didn't pick up the phone and reminded him that the first players' meeting would take place tomorrow. Now Jack knew that it was time for the Players Association to act, and they had to assign their rules to the players. While Charlie was talking about how much information could be obtained at the meeting and how there would be many free places in the guild, Darren suddenly woke up and raised his head. As soon as Charlie said that the companies and salaries were good, Jack quickly told her that someone was at his door and he would call her back later. Calmly opening the door, Jack hoped to see someone he knew there. But on the threshold, he saw an unknown man who was looking for Jack. The man at the door introduced himself as Kai, the manager of a company with which Jack had previously been associated. Soon they were sitting in the kitchen, and Jack was looking at the man whose name he knew. Jack knew that the man was the head of the Players Association's personnel department, and in 2028 he personally came to Jack and showed him the test results. Jack could not forget that pitiful look on the man's face. Realizing that Kai had been running the company even 10 years ago, Jack's train of thought was interrupted by a man who apologized for being so late. After checking Kai's status, Jack decided that he wasn't such a bad person and politely asked how Jack could be useful to their company. Taking some papers out of his bag, the man said that their chairman rated Jack very highly. That's why he offered the position of guild leader, but Jack was a little surprised by this. Jack knew that this guild was developing very quickly, which is why he was surprised by such an offer. When the man explained all the benefits of the offer, Jack asked dryly if they needed an answer now. Then the man said that it was better not to delay his decision, and that this was most likely the last offer of such a scale. Having said that he would expect good news from Jack, the man drove back. Jack felt like they were confident he would agree for the 200 million won salary. But Jack wondered why the company offered such a sum for the elixir that Jack had previously given to the head of the company. Jack sighed as he thought that there was no malice in it, but it seemed humiliating. But now he had in his hands a stone that would be worth 3 billion won in 3 years. Besides, his guard would hardly like such a direct introduction, so Jack had already decided to refuse the offer. The next day, as soon as Sam saw Jack in the distance, he immediately rushed towards him. Hugging Jack, the boy was glad that everything was okay with him. But Jack looked exhausted. Jack said he understood how worried Sam was, but he thought the hugs were unnecessary. Then Charlie sternly said that they all already thought Jack was dead. But Jack was only surprised at how quietly she had crept up on him. Looking at all his comrades, Jack felt that it was not only his family who were worried about him. But suddenly our heroes noticed that there was some kind of commotion among the other players. Looking at the other players, someone suddenly asked if everyone had already received their score. Then Sam and Charlie happily said they had an A, and Sylvia modestly said she had a C. Then Jack stroked the girl's head and reassured her that he had an F grade, but the others were surprised. While Charlie and Sam were surprised by this result, Jack was thinking that he hadn't actually taken the test, because it was useless anyway and only showed physical strength, so it would soon be cancelled. After that, Jack smiled and told everyone that only combat class players had high scores. And then he called everyone to follow him, because the official meeting was about to begin. When Simon saw Jack, he greeted the guy cheerfully and jokingly asked permission to kiss Jack as a sign that he had returned alive after 3 months. But at that very moment, Jack darkened and Simon apologized, asking him not to look at himself as if they wanted to kill him. Later, they continued to talk calmly, and Jack suggested that in 3 months, Sylvia had helped the guy make friends with everyone. Seeing that it was almost time for the event to start, Jack was surprised that nothing had started yet. But at some point, the guy's gaze met the gaze of the leader of the other team. Looking at the gloomy guy, Jack thought that this was the starting point of today's event. Jack knew that the blonde guy had made a contract with the Lion King, so he was looking for a target with whom he could have a pointless argument and fight. And behind that jock, Jack noticed a guy who would later become a powerful wind mage, and Jack had to help the guy to make him his ally. When someone called out to that guy, he immediately stopped and froze. Before this, Jack told Senya in advance how everything would end at the meeting, and even made a bet with her because she did not believe it. Suddenly, the two guys started arguing with each other, and the blonde one was the first to start being rude. While the brunette was trying to get away from the conflict, someone's hand fell on the blonde guy's shoulder. Simon decided to stand up for that guy and expressed his dissatisfaction. While Jack watched with a look that everything was happening as it should, Senya did not hide her surprise. And at that moment, Jack decided that the picture was almost finished because the players were already arguing. At that moment, a PvP zone was established and the situation became tense. Suddenly, the administrator appeared and became outraged that someone was pestering the player he was broadcasting about. Approaching Simon, the rhinoceros decided to teach the guy a lesson and beat him up. Then, as agreed, Senya intervened and asked if Percy was trying to put unnecessary pressure on the player. With her arms crossed over her chest, the girl asked for the laws to be followed and said that there was no reason to harm that player. Then the rhinoceros became even more angry and asked why Senya was interfering in this. Jack knew that if Senya intervened, the situation would be difficult to resolve peacefully, and the Lion King would send a task to his player. The target of the mission, as expected, was Jack, who was immediately looked at angrily. Looking at the blonde man, Jack immediately realized that he needed to enter into a conflict with Jack. And when the administrator Percy notices the desire to fight in his player, he will change his behavior. And he will point towards Jack and try to drag the guy into a duel. But Senya found a reason to refuse and said that her player was not a combat class and was not suitable for PvP. And then Senya decided to choose another team member who was more suitable for this. When Charlie was chosen, the girl immediately saw it as a good opportunity. Then the blonde guy started to make fun of the guy for hiding behind the girl. However, before he could even get his weapon out, Charlie's blade was already at his throat. It was all over in an instant because the guy wasn't even able to follow Charlie's movements. Then Charlie said mockingly that the fight was too easy and the guy turned out to be a weakling. But the guy got angry and waving his weapon said that the end comes after the enemy dies. But in an instant, Charlie was above the guy and ready to attack him in his blind spot. Before delivering her first and last blow, Charlie called the guy restless. When Charlie finally killed the guy, everyone around was surprised that the girl turned out to be a killer. Jack smiled, because he expected nothing less from his partner. And besides, she helped him test the eyes of the observer. Just as Charlie was rejoicing over her small victory, the boy was brought back. On top of that, Jack also gained team experience. Meeting his partner's eyes, Jack thought that if he added up all the titles he had, they should have dripped 80% of the experience. Jack chuckled at how he now had a better understanding of his class and could just stand in the back to gain experience. But suddenly, a stranger appeared in our hero's field of vision and praised Charlie's performance. This guy had a chipmunk on his shoulder that looked a bit like Darren. The pale, red-haired boy was genuinely impressed by Charlie's skills. Jack immediately recognized this guy, who was a professional coin thief, and he also preyed on newbies. The guy had a pocket reveal feature that allowed him to see how much money he had in his inventory. Then Jack thought that the guy was targeting Jack because he was the richest. But Jack chuckled at the thought that there was more than one thief here. In fact, Jack had already robbed the guy who wanted to rob Jack. Because of this, Jack had a profit of 47,000 coins. When Charlie pointed to some guy, she said that he wanted to thank her, but Jack should listen to it. Jack knew about Garrett's peculiarity of remembering enemies and those who helped him. After Charlie introduced him, the guy nodded briefly and thanked Jack. Jack said that the situation was trivial because the guy himself behaved like a child. When Jack asked if Garrett had a mage class, the boy was surprised that Jack guessed his class. Then Jack explained that when the guy started getting harassed, Jack felt a slight breeze. Garrett was surprised that someone had intervened in that situation and already considered Jack to be outstanding. Afterwards, Jack invited the guy to go up to the meeting floor together, and he did not refuse. Already in the elevator with everyone else, Jack was glad that they had managed to get everything done in time. As the elevator reached the desired floor, Jack continued to reflect on the importance of Garrett to him. Now Jack knew that after Garrett had been lured to his side, the hard part was starting. As Jack stepped out of the elevator, he knew that the planned meeting was about to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of the gate. Looking up, Jack recognized the place and was sure that this was where Garrett had awakened. Now Jack wanted to help the boy wake up and get something in return. Because of the unknown gate that was supposed to appear today, half of the players were supposed to die. Jack knew there were 18 columns here, and to find clues to closing the gate, the columns had to be destroyed. But this led to changes. The increasing flow of wind gradually tore people into pieces, and ferocious monsters also appeared. And Jack was afraid to think what would have happened to him in such a place if he had not studied Garrett's memoirs. But Jack's original goal was to awaken the boy and get something in return. Jack was confident that with an eye for detail and the right distribution of roles within the team, they were guaranteed success. When the 7th column was destroyed, Jack knew that everything would soon change. At some point, a central column appeared, which everyone immediately noticed. At that moment, Jack was given the task of finding the Vault of Gifts, which was located at the top of the tower. At that moment, the blonde guy was happy that he had found a clue and was attracting everyone's attention. Then all the players perked up and decided to try their best too. When the 8th column was destroyed, everyone was asked to be careful. There were a lot of fragments from the columns, so our heroes tried to protect themselves from them while Jack was on guard. Jack suspected that after this, a key item might have appeared, which played an important role and was located in one of the columns. As Jack wondered where the item might be, Darren suddenly jumped on his shoulder. When the chipmunk brought Jack the wind shoe, the boy was surprised that the chipmunk had managed to get it somewhere. Wind shoes increased compatibility with the wind element and created a synergistic effect for steps. Jack had been wondering where to get this item, but now everything was solved by itself. When the wind began to blow again, Jack quickly laid down on the ground and asked the others to do the same. Then Jack turned his gaze to Senya and asked if she remembered the argument with him. Exhaling heavily, the girl replied that of course she remembered the bet, and for Jack's victory, she had to open a mid-range store for him. After this, the desired window appeared in front of Jack, and the guy was happy with how everything was turning out. When he received a notification that the price of all items would be increased tenfold, Jack was immediately surprised by this. Jack considered this fine too harsh, and besides, he didn't have enough coins. But suddenly Simon noticed the red-haired guy who was trying to rob the players. While the guy was wondering when it would all end and thinking that it was a good idea to rob everyone while they were busy, he didn't notice how he himself was robbed. From that guy, Darren was able to bring 23,000 coins to Jack. And at that moment, Jack had a smile on his face because he figured out how to get around a fine at the store. When Jack said that the chipmunk would be rewarded with a mountain of fruit and 15 minutes of petting, he happily wagged his tail again. Having bought the necessary things, Jack was stressed about such expenses, but he thought it was time to invest. When Jack approached Senya and said that he wanted to strengthen the item, the girl reminded him that such an opportunity only comes once. But Jack still agreed, and after that, a barrier of blue light appeared around him, which he had seen more than once. Jack smiled when he saw that the guardian who loved item-boosting content was still watching the channel. But suddenly Jack's gaze fell on other information and changed to surprise. Jack was surprised that usually the success rate of the first enhancement was 90%, but his was up to 120%. Clicking on the inscription with the reinforcement, Jack remembered one saying that reinforcement is not a fight between 1 and 100. There is a more beautiful world beyond this. At the same moment, the wind shoe became stronger, and the chance of success increased by 10%. When the success rate rose to 140, Jack was even more shocked. Because of the situation, Jack thought he had a talent for enhancements, but Darren didn't understand it. But getting up from his seat, Jack decided to think about it later, because now it was more important to clear the dungeon. Jack knew about his next step, but suddenly turned his attention to Garrett, who was fighting monsters. Turning halfway towards Jack, the guy asked why there were so many monsters. At the same moment, one of the flying monsters tried to attack Garrett. Using the eye of perception, Jack realized that the boy would not be able to dodge the attack on his own. Then he ran up to the guy and pushed him in the back with his hand, while Garrett himself did not have time to assess the situation. It so happened that by pushing Garrett away, Jack took the blow entirely on himself. Immediately after that, the guy had fresh blood on his face, and a notification came that the Orc Warrior's kit was losing its durability. While Garrett looked worried and tried to find out how Jack was feeling, the boy thought about how he had exposed himself to the attack because of his equipment, and was lucky that he had not been paralyzed by the poison. Covering his face with his hand and looking at the guy, Jack thought that Garrett was an important part of his plan and should not be harmed. Without answering the guy's question, Jack announced that the winds would come again and that they should prepare, which surprised Garrett a little. When our heroes hid from the wind, Garrett asked if Jack had the ability to take hits, but the guy replied that it was simply safer for him to expose himself to blows than for Garrett. When the guy turned around and said he would be in debt until he died, Jack was a little puzzled. Looking at the guy, Jack was surprised that he was so moved by the act. Rising from the ground, Jack suddenly said that in that case he had a task for Garrett. When Jack pointed to the central column, Garrett added that they had a mission to retrieve the vault of gifts. After that, Jack asked dryly if the guy had seen the wind flow around the column, but Garrett did not understand what Jack was talking about. When Jack asked him to take a closer look, the guy nevertheless turned his gaze to the tower and concentrated. It was only at that moment that he finally managed to see the flow of wind that he had not noticed before, and this surprised the boy. After this, Jack handed the surprised Garrett the sneakers and said that he would lend them to him. The boy accepted the rare item with a surprised look, but was very surprised that Jack wanted to give the shoes to him. But Jack tried to calm the guy down by saying that he would be able to use the thing more effectively. Looking at the sneakers, Garrett thought that he hadn't helped Jack in any way, but the guy had already managed to save him and was offering him a rare item. Deciding that Jack's request could be trusted, Garrett held the sneakers close to him and asked what he needed to do. While Jack was asking him to remember that the wind flow surrounded the central point, Garrett was warming up for his mission. Standing up straight, Garrett resolutely replied that he would try to do everything. Having said at the end that he would bring Jack a repository of gifts, he immediately ran forward. A few seconds later, he was already climbing the tower with the help of a stream of wind that Jack had helped him to see. Looking up and smiling, Jack thought that Garrett, as expected, was doing well and reading the wind flow with ease. As the guy continued to climb, our hero thought that he was capable of reaching the top, because in the past he had cleared the dungeon in the same way. But at that time, he didn't even use shoes with reinforcement, which once again emphasized the guy's talent. Turning to Simon, Jack asked what the boy's attack range was, and he replied that the range was 50 meters. When Jack said that he thought that monsters would soon appear from the central column, Simon turned in that direction a little thoughtfully. At that moment, the player saw a bird with a human face, which was from Korean mythology. When Simon asked in surprise how Jack knew about their appearance, our hero only asked him to calm down and shoot down the birds. At that moment, Garrett was already descending from the tower with the vault of gifts, and the birds were pursuing him. Telling Jack that Simon was amazed at his insight, he agreed to shoot the birds, which brought a smile to Jack's face. As the fireballs flew upward, it attracted the attention of the other players, who were now wondering when Garrett had managed to get to the top. At that moment, the blonde-haired boy was outraged that the wind mage was acting without orders. But Sam was irritated by the guy's talkativeness, so he decided to shut him up in a rude way. While some monster was climbing the tower, Jack calmly asked his partners not to kill that guy, but to make sure that he did not interfere with Jack's plans. Looking up, Jack thought that 11 columns had been broken in that time, and the role of an observer meant minimal intervention. But now an unexpected situation arose, and the monster was walking towards Garrett. At the moment when Jack decided to use instant movement, the lizard had already approached the guy and opened its mouth, showing its sharp teeth. But at that very moment, Jack appeared and thrust his sword into the lizard's head. When Jack received a notification that the lizard had been killed and that the experience would be reduced, Jack thought that it was not such a big problem. After all, for Jack, the plan was a priority, and he was concerned about the safety of Garrett. Looking at the lizard and Jack, Garrett thought that he himself would not have been able to avoid her. Landing on the ground, the boy thought that Jack had saved him again. While some of the guards were delighted and the watcher was watching, Jack came down to the ground and Garrett asked if he was okay. After replying that everything was fine, Jack noticed the notifications that the blue barrier promised Jack's support, but Jack didn't yet understand what that meant. After telling Garrett that he had done well, Jack asked for the object to be lowered, and Garrett obediently complied. As soon as the object was on the ground, the sacred repository of gifts immediately began to have an effect. At that moment, all the winds began to subside, and the monsters were gradually destroyed, and the other players could watch this. The healing of the victims also began, including the guy whom Sam managed to beat up. As Jack checked the system, he thought that the situation began to change from the moment the vault touched the ground. The gift box was related to the gift of the wind, and in order to pass the windy hill, the box had to be filled. Later, all the players looked in surprise at the notification, which asked to indicate the amount of coins that the player was willing to donate to the gift storage. And in total, 100,000 coins had to be collected. Thinking that no one knew which player had donated how much, Jack turned his gaze to Garrett. Jack knew that in the past, Garrett had donated all of his accumulated 15,000, and that was why he received a special reward. Jack decided that if it hadn't changed, then he needed to sacrifice more than 15, and at the moment he had 21,000 coins. At that moment, Darren showed Jack a bag of coins which contained 10,000. While Jack couldn't figure out where Darren got such a large sum from, the red-haired guy was indignant that his coins were constantly disappearing. Jack chuckled and thought that not everyone would donate, but the situation was different from the last one, so he decided to play it safe. Jack donated 30,000, and at that moment the storage was filled and the system began distributing their rewards to all players. When Jack saw the big exclamation mark, he received a notification that the vault had chosen him. At that moment, the vault's reward was transferred to Jack, and one of the notifications stated that the vault had determined Jack's needs. Jack was given the cognitive dissonance skill, which made it easier to hide the player's abilities, achievements, or crimes. It was the first time Jack had heard of such a thing, but he thought that the skill should be useful, since the system assessed the guy's needs. There were 2 conditions for use, and Jack had already fulfilled both: support of the Guardian and the eyes of perception. Suddenly, one player looked up excitedly and asked if this wasn't the end of it all. At that moment, the columns began to disappear, and a notification was issued about the identification of the remaining columns. When the system counted the columns, a notification came that they would be awarded rewards, and Jack was surprised again. Deciding that others might see it, Jack didn't want to draw attention to himself. So he used cognitive dissonance at that moment, and the skill's effect spread around. This left the players confused and asking each other what had happened. Now Jack could check everything calmly, and the blessing of the Wind Temple was received. For the remaining 6 columns, he was given 30,000 coins. And Jack believed that in the past, not all the rewards were received because the players destroyed all the columns. At that moment, the conditions of the hidden fragment of the 6 blessings were fulfilled, and a hidden fragment appeared in front of Jack. At that moment, Jack remembered that interview with Garrett, in which he said that it would be good to destroy only 12 columns. But then Jack did not understand those words. But Jack decided not to think about it, because the more rewards, the better. And the book of the divine body of the wind appeared in front of him, and Jack was surprised that the book could be obtained here. This book could greatly enhance the characteristics of the wind class, and turned one into a unique genius. Because Jack had previously received the fire book, it became obvious that there were other books to obtain, and 10 years ago there were only 5 wind books. Looking at the book in his hand, Jack considered himself very lucky. Remembering Garrett with a predisposition to wind, Jack turned his gaze to the guy but was immediately surprised. Seeing a strange object on the guy's back, Jack asked in surprise what it was, but Garrett could not see the object. Looking at the strange candle with a blue flame, Jack thought that the situation was strange, and where the candle came from was unclear. But Jack knew that the blue candle was a random artifact. The conditions of its appearance were unknown, and a new zone would open when the candle went out. Jack wondered if he should choose the players who would go with him, since it was a high risk but high reward. While Garrett looked at Jack and waited for the boy to react, Jack thought that if they put out the candle too quickly, the difficulty would only increase. The guards also continued to watch Jack, and the guy meanwhile thought that since the candle had not yet disappeared, it was not too late to make a decision. At that moment, Jack took a deep breath and exhaling put out the candle. Because Jack extinguished the candle at the right moment, the difficulty was reduced and wind began to appear around the players. At that moment, Jack immediately put on his armor and firmly told everyone to get ready. Once the new gates appeared, Jack told everyone that they would go straight inside. Having moved to the tomb of the Wind Warrior, all the players began to look around and tried to make out the room. But Sam was the most worried and stuck to Jack. Hearing a sound, Jack told everyone to stay alert because something was approaching them. There were limbs scattered across the ground, and the enemy's footsteps made the entire earth around shake. Only when the enemy approached did it become clear that their opponent was a great orc warrior. At that moment, Jack frowned slightly, but was glad that he had put out the flames in time. Otherwise, many archers would have appeared with the orc. Grabbing her sword, Charlie asked if they just needed to defeat him, adding that they had done that before. As the orc slowly grew enraged, Charlie asked Jack if he had an iron rod, and Jack was surprised that she had not forgotten the strategy. But at that very moment, a pause was applied at the request of the Las Vegas cowboy, and this confused all the players. The Guardian offered the players a task in which the difficulty would return to the original level, and after completing it, the players would receive a lot of money and useful items, but in case of defeat, the entire team would die. While all the players were asking Jack what they were going to do, the guy was wondering why this guard suddenly offered a task. Jack would not want to lose all the rewards offered, but he knew that all offers from this guard were always gambling. Jack squeezed his hand in nervousness and continued to think about how their lives were at stake, and that any errors in intuition or observation would put everyone at risk. Turning his gaze to Garrett, our hero thought that they had little chance of winning with their current forces. But after this, Jack decides to give the book to the surprised Garrett. Jack answered him with a serious face that the book would suit Garrett much better. While Garrett continued to look at the book in surprise, Jack thought that if Garrett used this book, they would have a chance to win. It was obvious to Jack that the guard was a master gambler and had set the conditions on the brink of failure. But if the guard didn't know about the book that Jack had, then Jack could destroy the balance with his advantage. Jack chuckled and thought that everything had worked out in the right direction and there was only one thing left to do. Turning to Senya, Jack said that he would like to offer the guard something. But Senya only became indignant and asked if he was in his right mind if he was going to make a counteroffer to the guard. Then Jack frowned slightly and asked if there was a law that prohibited this. Jack understood that the guards had different personalities, and a counterdeal for a guard who despised players was a direct path to the grave. While Senya's wings were shaking with emotion, Jack continued to remember that in the past there was a player who often made counteroffers. But after that, the guy immediately spread his hand slightly and, looking at the girl, asked her to convey his will to the Las Vegas cowboy. Frowning, Senya replied that the guards shouldn't be underestimated, but Jack said he knew that without her. Starting to think, Jack said that based on his capabilities, 2 archers and 1 warrior would appear, and 5 additional orcs would join them. Jack's counter-proposal was to specify the purpose of the hunt using an item that would drop from the orc warrior. While the others were surprised by Jack's words, the guy understood that the guard, offering a task without details, was checking whether the player was worthy of further attention. In this way, the Las Vegas cowboy wanted to check who would be best for him to sponsor in the future. And looking at Senya, Jack thought that the presenter was only capable of being nervous and allowed the player to argue with the guard. However, at that moment the task was activated, and Jack was constantly confident that his offer would satisfy the guard. Charlie asked if she should be a distraction and Sylvia would irritate the monster, but Jack stopped her. Jack got down on one knee and was about to do one more thing. Jack handed something to Senya and asked her to accept it, but the others couldn't see the object because of the guy's back. At that moment, Senya's wings began to tremble again, and she recognized the object, and at that moment, the forced pause was activated. In fact, Jack already had experience fighting the Great Orc Warrior, as well as proof of his victory. Seeing Senya's reaction, Jack asked her dryly if everything was okay. Holding the orc's fang in his hand, Jack thought about how the guard had started watching them after that battle, so he didn't think the guy would have proof. Seeing how different the guards reacted to this turn of events, Jack was not surprised, because he understood that not everyone would like such a game. Looking at Senya's surprised face due to the reaction of all the guards, Jack decided to take the opportunity to increase the reward. Then Jack told her that he had surpassed that guard, so some of the guards started to fuss so that Jack's cleanup would not count. Jack smiled slightly and said that at times like these, a mid-level administrator should take the initiative and attract more naive customers. There was another option, to give out a task that would satisfy everyone, and these words at least allowed Senya to come to her senses a little. Smiling, the girl announced that the conditions of the purge had been met, but she noticed that not all the guards were happy with this, so the Las Vegas cowboy thought about whether to acknowledge the purge or not. Continuing to speak, Senya asked one person to give a new task and take an active part in solving the problem. Then, after thanking everyone for their support, Senya said that the clearing of the tombs would begin soon and turned back, where new monsters were appearing. Now Jack could create content that would attract more guards, but now the difficulty was very high. A great orc warrior and 2 orc archers, as well as 6 regular orc warriors. As one of the monsters approached the players, it roared in rage. After that, all the monsters with red eyes rushed towards the players in rage. At that point, the players continued to stand quietly and did nothing for the time being. But a moment later, Jack asked everyone to stick to the plan and everyone immediately grabbed their weapons. When Jack asked Charlie and Sam if they were ready, the players confidently replied that they were. When Jack gave the command, both players immediately rushed forward at high speed. As Sam approached the orcs, he pulled his hand back and clenched his fist, and Charlie pulled her hands and sword back as well. Within moments, many of the orcs were already receiving punches in the face or taking sword blows. Watching his teammates work, Simon praised them and tried to encourage them. And after that, the guy brought his hands together and began to pronounce a spell in an unknown language, and a fireball was created in his hands. Watching Garrett closely, Sylvia said that she would protect him because he was the key man in this battle, and all he needed to do was follow Jack's orders. When the archers were about to shoot, Garrett needed to anger them. When the arrows were released, the boy put his hand in front of him and a wind formed around it. That spell was like the wind on a windy hill, but all that was needed was to change the trajectory of the arrows. In order to avoid a direct hit, Sylvia immediately used her platinum shield. After that, having shown the guy the class, the girl told Garrett that he did well. Looking at his hands, Garrett was surprised at how much the world changed just by listening to Jack. But looking at Jack, Garrett suddenly assumed that the boy might have a monarch class. Holding his sword in his hand and walking slowly forward, Jack told everyone that they were doing a great job. Using the eyes of an observer, Jack could clearly see that everything was going smoothly now. And looking at one orc, who was the farthest away, Jack thought that there was only one detail left. Jack was going to fight the great orc warrior, but the monster was level 41. After some time, the orc raised his axe up and growled menacingly at the player. He then brought the axe down with force, but Jack deftly dodged the blow. After dodging that blow, Jack thought that he had encountered many anomalies before, but for now he wanted to use the normal method. While delivering one blow, Jack thought on the move that they had a difference of 11 levels, which meant that it was impossible for him to do it alone and without a special strategy. Since the usual method required modification, Jack decided to provoke the monster first. When the monster got angry, he raised his axe up again and was about to hit Jack with it. When Charlie killed one of the orcs, she suddenly looked forward with interest. Looking at Jack, the girl thought that his movements were not perfect, but he strangely looked like a heavenly Pegasus. As Jack dodged the blow, he reflected that he didn't have the paralyzing poison like he had that time, but he could now read the orc's movements with the eyes of an observer. Jack had a chance because he could calculate the distance and speed, and with the same thought, the guy took out an iron rod from his inventory. Immediately after this, Jack deftly inserted the rod into the orc's mouth, and the monster hesitated for a moment. Having come to his senses, the orc tried to close his mouth, but the rod did not allow him to do so. This made the orc even more angry and activated his unique intimidation ability. But at that moment, Jack tried to create distance and deliver several blows with his sword. Soon after, Jack noticed that the effect was not completely removed, causing his body to weaken. But even despite the effect of the orc's skill, Jack could still read the monster's movements. Jack's mind was filled with absolutely everything, even weaknesses that appeared only for a moment. Waiting for the right moment, Jack used his instant movement skill and thrust his sword into the orc's mouth. While the orc was screaming in pain, Jack was happy with his successful blow, into which the guy put all his weight and speed. But when the guy was on the last step to victory, he noticed that an orc's fist was approaching him. Unable to dodge the blow, Jack was forced to take it with his body, blocking it slightly with his hands. When the orc hit its target, dust rose into the air from the powerful blow, and the orc continued to growl furiously. While Jack was wiping the blood from his face, his partners asked if he was okay. As Sylvia helped him up, Jack calmly replied that he was fine. When Jack asked if the others were finished, Sylvia replied with a slightly surprised look that everyone was finished. Lightly holding his shoulder, which was protected from breaking thanks to the armor, Jack replied that all that was left was to deal with the monster. With the climax of Jack's production approaching, the guy asked everyone if they remembered his plan. At that moment, Simon and Garrett began to use their magic and the process of merging magic began. When everything was ready, both fire and wind flew at the orc. The orc had no way to defend himself from such an attack and had to take the flames with his face. After watching the boys attack, Jack praised them for using magic fusion for the first time, but doing so well. And Sam and Charlie had to finish what they started while the orc was screaming in pain because his head was burning. When it was finally over, Jack smirked slightly, and then a notification of victory arrived. Afterwards, the guards were delighted with the teamwork and the fact that a level 30 player defeated a level 41 monster. The bodies of the slain orcs did not dissolve, but continued to lie and slowly rot. Once the quest to defeat all the orcs was completed, all players were given rewards. Seeing that the reward for the Las Vegas cowboy mission was being awarded, Jack grinned. When Charlie and Sam were happy about the potions that increased their attributes, Jack also smiled and was happy for his comrades. But the guy's stream of thoughts was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a system window. The notification said that a secret reward, a high-ranking orc spellbook, had been given out. And then Jack decided that something was going on between the guards, and the book might have been sent on purpose. Checking the notifications, Jack chuckled at the fact that the guardian who granted mercy to monsters despised Jack. When the players returned home, everyone was happy about it, and Jack suggested that since they returned at the same time as the other players, time had stopped for the others. Considering the opinions of the other guards, Jack understood that the Lord of the Fields would not do anything to him, but the boy still wanted to prepare. A man turned to the players and expressed joy that they had returned safe and sound. Turning around, Jack saw a guild of players that had appeared immediately after the quest was completed. Looking at Chris, the guild leader, Jack thought about how he hadn't seen him during the gate clearing. Approaching Jack, a small boy turned to the guy and asked Jack's name. Exhaling, the boy replied that he was curious about who his grandfather was interested in. The thought that the boy had been sent to him on purpose brought a grin to Jack's face. Now Jack thought that the chairman was curious about how capable Jack was. Since he refused the position of the guild leader, Jack decided to live up to the company's expectations and told the boy that he was Jack to him. But the boy was surprised that the guy switched to informal address. The boy was outraged by this and asked Jack if he knew who was in front of him, and Jack replied that he did not know. Clenching his fist, the boy said he would teach Jack a lesson. Turning to some men, the boy immediately ordered them to put Jack on his knees. While the boy was complaining about the men's delay, Jack suddenly addressed him as a child. And then he said sternly and with a stern look that the boy should behave politely. Using his spirit skill, Jack said that the boy would become cool when he treated people properly. Because of Jack's strong aura, the impudent boy even began to tremble slightly. But the men also noticed the strange atmosphere hovering around. And after that, Jack dispelled his spell and ruffled the boy's hair, asking if he understood everything. An ordinary boy couldn't resist such a skill, and as Sylvia walked past him, her facial expression showed that he was a dumbass. For those watching, the picture of Jack became a little clearer after that. With a slight bow of his head, a guy told Jack that they couldn't leave this place now since the guild was divided like this. At that moment, Jack turned around because he heard a man loudly announcing to everyone that the Players Association was now going to conduct an investigation. Jack immediately realized that the guild wanted to take control of the entire floor and wanted to suppress the players, and all the agents were not even awakened. Jack thought there was no point in holding back in front of these people, but they were still scared. When Jack returned to the others and Charlie immediately noted the tense atmosphere, Jack agreed with her. Looking around slightly, Jack suggested that someone was deliberately creating such an oppressive atmosphere. While Charlie was outraged that they were being taken for sinners, and Simon suggested setting everything on fire, Senia quietly watched everyone from the side. At that moment, the girl used the pause and asked Jack what picture he had in mind. And when the guy suggested that she wanted to spoil the guards, Senya replied that she wanted to know the details in order to build the right direction. But with a serious face, Jack only said that at the end the chairman would receive a message that would say, "Don't look down on our value." After listening carefully, Senya asked if that was all Jack had to say. But then Jack said that they would start building steps, and Senya suggested that provoking the boy was part of the plan, and by confirming her guess, Jack thought that Senya now understood better, and continued to talk about how the boy would be bait because he was easier to anger. Jack understood that the bait would create a reaction, and the reaction would create more bait, and so on. After listening, Senya dryly replied that she understood the result, but did not understand how Jack was going to get there. But the show was about to start, and for now, it was really hard to understand everything. When the pause ended, Jack thought that soon the whole process would only just begin. Jack also wanted to increase their value and later take over the guild for his concert. When Jack started to go somewhere and suggested that the others take a rest in another place, they hesitated a little. When the man noticed Jack approaching, he immediately covered the impudent boy with his hand. Jack approached and said that the players had never become their subordinates. But the man countered that the guild simply wanted to gather more information about the enemy. When Jack asked what would happen if they refused, the man replied that the players had no choice and that they would soon all become members of the association by law. But then Jack said that it would happen soon, not now, because the guy had no desire to cooperate with them yet. And a moment later, he used the observer's eye and said that he especially did not want to cooperate when impudent children tried to bring him to his knees. But then the boy was surprised and said that Jack should have known who this boy was, and his pride was greatly hurt by Jack's words. At that moment, Jack leaned over to the boy and said that he was just a high school student who was rude even to employees of a large company. With a stern look, Jack said that you didn't have to look long to see a tycoon, but that didn't mean big companies wouldn't feel the pain of the blow. When Jack said that he couldn't be bought and the little one could only dream of it, the whole boy trembled again from the guy's charisma. Jack then felt that he had done enough to get the chairman's point across, and now Jack could move on to the next goal. When someone came up and said that the guy's words were too harsh, Jack wasn't the least bit surprised. The same guy with white hair came up and said that he kept watching and listening, but for some reason Jack considered himself the best. And you didn't have to look at the guy to know that his pride was hurt, because he lost to Charlie and then got beaten up by Sam. Jack guessed that the Lion King's quest was still unfinished, and the guy also wanted to leave a good impression in front of the Players Association. Finding a good moment to intervene, the guy told Jack that those people just wanted to collect some data. Then Jack calmly asked the guy what would happen if they obediently gave up the valuable information. And the guy answered him that it would be better for future games. because everyone would get more information. At that moment, Jack received a notification that one of the guards had temporarily given the guy the skill of mockery and provocation, which was very lucky for Jack. After using the skill, Jack chuckled a little and asked if the guy really thought it would be beneficial for the players. And then Jack calmly continued to say that the organization would not care about the well-being of society because it had never been a charitable organization, and in fact, they came here to subjugate the players. While Jack scoffed at the fact that they mistook the players for their subordinates and interrogated them when business partners didn't do that, the entire guild was surprised by the words they heard. Jack finished everything he said by suggesting that the guy in front of him had decided to submit and become a slave, and he wore his earrings to please others. At that moment, the guy began to gradually lose his temper and said that he had previously spared the non-combatant type. At that very moment, a system window appeared in front of Jack, to which he immediately turned all his attention. While the interlocutor was angry and promised that he would not spare Jack anymore, the guy read the notification that a PvP zone would be created. While Jack continued to receive notifications from the guards' reactions, Jack turned to Senya for some reason. Jack decided to ask her if this was a player-to-player offer, and then Senya answered affirmatively, adding that the guy personally challenged Jack to a duel. At that moment, Jack said out loud that this problem had nothing to do with the script, and these words surprised Senya a little. Immediately after this, Jack confidently accepted the challenge to PvP. At that moment, Jack thought that if the fight had nothing to do with the system, then he would have minimal justification for not acting as an observer. At the same moment when the PvP zone began to appear, the guy with white hair took out a weapon from his inventory. Swinging his axe, the boy said that Jack had nothing to worry about because he wouldn't die in this zone anyway. When the fight started, Jack didn't even draw his weapon and just continued to dodge the attacks. With his skill, Jack could predict every attack. As Jack watched his opponent, he suddenly realized that he was moving only at half his speed. Suddenly, Jack remembered the battle with the orc and thought that, just like then, he was able to sense the direction of the attack. Jack could see all the enemy's attacks, and this made his task much easier. At that moment, Jack guessed how it would all end if Jack continued in the same direction. And a second later, the guy received a notification that he had achieved enlightenment, and the level of the Eye of Perception was increased. When Jack leveled up and the future vision function was activated, the opponent tried to catch his breath. After reading about the ability to see the future, Jack thought that the semblance of intuition was becoming a skill, that is, it was a cheating ability. Especially considering what a weak opponent Jack had come across, because the guy was already tired from his constant attacks. When Jack was attacked again, the boy calmly dodged and thought about how he could look 1 second into the future with that ability. But after that last attack, Jack thought he'd had enough of testing. When Jack asked if he had mentioned his class, this only angered the enemy. So the boy swung his axe and shouted menacingly at Jack to shut up. Then Jack suddenly appeared in front of his opponent and, surprising him, said that the essence of his class was prolonged observation. And then Jack pushed the guy with one hand and grabbed his hand with the other. And then, sharply throwing his leg to the side, he knocked the guy off his feet and lifted him into the air. Everyone watching at that moment was surprised by Jack's attack. As Jack explained that his role as a leader was to gather information, his opponent was already lying on the floor, unable to continue. Jack could maximize the team's effectiveness, and by defeating his opponent, he demonstrated his abilities to everyone. The second stage of Jack's plan ended with him admitting that his class was the Monarch. Soon, all our heroes left that building, and Jack walked behind everyone. When he suddenly became thoughtful, Sylvia immediately noticed it and asked if everything was okay. When Jack expressed his premonition that this was not the end, Sylvia did not understand him. When Jack was suddenly called out and called trash, he immediately looked back at the noise. Jack saw an angry, defeated, and humiliated player coming towards him, and he still wanted to kill Jack in order to relieve his anger. And with the guy came the Orcsrofs, who were level 32. When the guy was in Berserker mode, the others didn't understand if he was in his right mind and didn't understand where the monsters came from. When Simon suggested burning the monsters, Jack calmly stopped him and told him to wait and be on guard. But in reality, Jack knew that this time the hunt was not for players. When the SWAT team showed up and asked the players to retreat, Jack warned them that their current weapons wouldn't work on the monsters. Then it occurred to Jack that the special forces had appeared as if they had been expecting this. When the first shots were heard and someone dropped their machine gun, someone shouted to everyone that they needed to keep their distance. While Chris was amazed at what was happening before his eyes, Jack decided to simply watch. Then the special forces opened fire again, making every effort to stop the monsters. But the bullets from regular weapons didn't have much of an effect, so the monsters continued to confidently run forward. Jack saw through the plan to make a splashy debut for the guild and create a situation where the guild would take the initiative. But normal weapons were too weak against the monsters. Watching the whole scene and seeing the first casualties, Jack thought that everyone should have understood the risks and that conventional weapons would be useless. However, Jack had a way to stop the monsters, otherwise all the people would die. When someone told Chris that the situation was not pleasant, the man had a slightly lost look. At that moment, Jack started approaching him and offered to talk a little, and this would allow Chris to become a hero. In response, Chris was surprised by the guy's words and asked him to explain what it meant. Showing his palm and 5 fingers, Jack said that it would take him 5 minutes to deliver a powerful blow to the monsters, causing them to lose their balance. And at that very moment, according to Jack's plan, the guild was supposed to attack the monsters and Chris would become a hero. At that moment, the man used his Eye of Truth ability and asked Jack if the monsters would really be in that state. At that moment, Jack's eyes of perception discovered a new ability, and our hero was surprised that Chris already had a unique skill. At that moment, Jack used his powers to block the Eye of Truth, and Chris was able to hold back and did not outwardly show his surprise. Jack chuckled, because he knew that he was suspected, but so far the guild knew nothing about him. Placing his hand on the man's shoulder, Jack said that he had mentioned earlier that he had a special ability. When he said that the Eyes of Truth wouldn't work on him, Chris couldn't help but be surprised. Chris's hand clenched at Jack's words that he was helping for a reason and wanted to get all the items and materials from the hunt in return. At that moment, Chris turned to the side and saw how people and monsters were fighting an unequal battle with each other. Turning back to Jack, Chris said that the guy's confidence was surprising, and he asked if Jack really thought the man would agree to the proposal, and Jack was completely sure of it. When Jack heard that Chris had finally agreed, he immediately stopped in his tracks, and after a short silence, he promised that he would fulfill his condition of the deal. As Chris watched the guy go, he thought that Jack seemed like a dangerous person, and although his abilities were not seen, they seemed quite real. Watching Jack take action and approach the monsters, Chris wondered what kind of person Jack was. When one of the special forces asked when reinforcements would arrive, another told him that they had to wait. But at that moment, everyone saw that something was wrong with the monsters. All the monsters fell to the floor, and small lightning bolts ran all over their bodies. At that moment, Jack only had a book in his hands, and the guy had already finished doing what was required of him. Jack thought it was almost impossible to defeat such orcs without losses, but the presence of his book changed everything. Jack knew that the item worked perfectly on orcs, and even hybrid orcs and werewolves could not escape the effects. Jack realized that the Lord of the Fields and the brave Lion King wanted to get rid of him, and the Whispering Devil foresaw this, so he sent the guy a book. But Jack didn't understand why the guy with white hair hadn't moved from his place the whole time. At that moment, Jack's Eye of Perception began to sense a strange energy, and the boy felt severe pain. Then Jack realized that the guy wasn't just standing there. Something was actually happening. Suddenly, Jack thought that the boy's guard was trying to show leniency and fight Jack personally. At that moment, Jack immediately rushed to the guy because he understood that otherwise he would be in danger and the guy would die. Quickly approaching the guy from behind, Jack was about to knock him out. When he grabbed him by the neck, the guy didn't expect it and couldn't really resist. But as Jack strangled him, the boy gradually weakened and lost consciousness. At some point, he finally fell to the ground, and then Jack was able to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the guards were on Jack's side, and the guy was convinced that the brave Lion King was really going to possess his player. Jack didn't understand what was driving the guard, because even high-level players couldn't stand it. There was a reporter in the helicopter that flew up to that building, who was reporting near which building they were reporting. Seeing the immobilized monsters, the host immediately thought that this was the guild's success. When Jack returned to the others after his small victory, everyone was worriedly asking what happened to Jack's eye. The players decided to leave the place and leave everything to the guild, and later Jack suggested that everyone take a rest, and he would contact them soon. Everyone waved to Jack, and Sam even wished him a good rest. Afterwards, Jack turned to Sylvia and asked if she was very tired, and the girl confirmed this and added that she was very hungry. When Jack turned to Garrett and asked if he wanted to discuss something, the boy hesitated a little. Because the guy remained silent, Jack joked that he should guess what Garrett wanted to say, but he scratched his head awkwardly and said that he could say it himself. Still, Garrett decided to admit that when they were leaving the gate, he received an unexpected notification, which said that with the help of a foxtail, the guy could activate a single dungeon. When the guy apologized for talking about it so late, Jack replied that it was no big deal. Jack said that there was no need to report to him, and if help was suddenly needed, he was always ready to help. Then Garrett thanked him and admitted that he did not know where this foxtail could be found. Then Jack thought and remembered that in the past, Garrett was the one who single-handedly cleared the Wind Temple. Jack assumed it was for one person, but he never thought about the tail, which means it was Garrett who caught the six-tailed fox in the past. However, Jack changed the course of events and the tail ended up being his. And after that, Jack used the item in the Valley of Fire, but now he thought he should share the information. Jack explained where to get the item, but surprisingly, our hero said that such foxes were unlikely to appear in these parts. Finally, Jack recommended only to be wary of clones and camouflage techniques. Jack assumed that in the past the boy blamed himself for not being able to prevent that disaster, but now perhaps Jack saved him from that burden. In the past, the government hid the existence of that six-tailed fox, also the existence of the head of the organization, and also Garrett, who couldn't tell anyone the truth. Thinking about all this, Jack began to feel like there had been some serious mistake in the past. But Jack decided that if he continued to play, he would definitely find out. Later, Alla learned from the news that Jack had gone to a players' meeting and said that she was very worried about him. But Jack reassured her that he had returned. The news immediately announced everything from sudden gates to the appearance of orcs, and the Players' Guild was declared heroes. Having put everything he had bought on the table, Jack offered everyone something to eat. But suddenly Jack looked up from his food and looked away, and Alla asked what was wrong. Looking at his watch, Jack asked no one to be surprised by the guest who would soon arrive. When his sister was worried that Jack had done something wrong, the guy calmed her down, and Darren watched the commotion with interest. When there was finally a knock on the door, Jack stood up from his seat and said he would open it. When the police appeared on the doorstep, they immediately asked Jack to come with them. In his free time, Chris walked down the hallway and kept thinking about who Jack was. Remembering the orcs, the man understood that they could hardly be called simple monsters, but Jack had the ability to deal with them. And since even Chris's grandfather was interested in that guy, more information about Jack was needed. And since they found a reason to accuse him of assault, Chris wanted to make Jack his subordinate. As he entered the room, the man thought that if the guy refused, it would be better to get rid of him. When Chris finally saw Jack, he said that his lawyer had finally arrived. Chris couldn't help but notice Jack's very relaxed demeanor. And looking at Senya, the man did not understand why a mid-ranking administrator was here, because they were not at the gate now. Jack then watched a short conversation between Chris and another man. But it was too obvious to Jack that they wanted to get him into trouble. Interrupting the men's conversation and drawing their attention to himself, Jack was about to ask a question. Jack said he was being questioned about why he knocked out that guy and asked if he was in a coma. Then Jack tried to explain that it was all about leniency. One of the guards tried to take possession of the body, and the only way to stop the process was to knock him unconscious, and the coma was just a side effect of leniency. When Jack said that he had stopped the process in the middle, otherwise they would never have seen him again, Chris asked why that would have happened, and then Jack dryly replied that the guard would have killed them both. Looking at Jack, Chris didn't understand where he got such information and asked if there was any evidence. Sania nodded her head slightly and calmly replied that she was confirming this. Chris swallowed, because he guessed that Jack was initially prepared for this, but he did not understand why the administrator accompanied the player. Chris then asked if he could talk to Jack alone, and the man agreed. Jack knew that the white-haired guy was just an excuse, and the real conversation was starting now. When the stranger finally left the room, Jack expressed a desire to speak first. Because the guy was in a coma, there was no one to report the attack, and Jack was still unknown to the media, and everyone only paid attention to the guild. While the man waited outside the door, Jack continued to talk about how, judging by the speed with which the police arrived at his home, it could be concluded that the authorities were targeting Jack. Jack continued to talk dryly about how he was there at the behest of a man who could control information and had power. Then Chris was a little surprised that it seemed like they were talking about him and said that he was here to help Jack, so it was unpleasant to hear something like that from him. But then Jack didn't believe him and asked how Chris knew about Jack's location, but the man didn't answer him. Jack crossed his arms over his chest and said he wasn't going to blame him and suggested they start a conversation and spend some quality time. Chris said he knew he had scared his little brother and spoken badly about his grandfather, and then asked if Jack was sure he could handle the consequences. When Jack emphasized the consequences, Chris was a little surprised by it. Jack replied dryly that the child had been sent to him without reason, rank, or position. In fact, Chris was telling his grandfather that the whims of a small child would not affect Jack. But the chairman was interested in how Jack would behave, and this would give more accurate information about Jack. Jack believed that his conscience was clear, and he simply responded accordingly to such an action. Chris frowned slightly, thinking about how much Jack knew. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and thought that he was wrong, and that the grandfather was not checking Jack, but his grandson. At that moment, a familiar smile appeared on Jack's face, and Chris asked what Jack wanted. Putting his elbows on the table and clasping his hands, Jack said that now they could come to an agreement. When Chris realized that he was in an unfavorable position in the negotiations, he lost all initiative and everything turned out well for Jack. Jack's plan was to put the guild on display for everyone to see, and they would get some practical benefit. The guild will also gain fame, and Chris will be able to strengthen his position as the next successor. As the negotiations drew to a close, Chris was surprised by Jack's desire to remain anonymous and without honors. But then Jack decided to take a risk and said that the guard Jack had a contract with did not want the player to attract attention to himself. As he opened the door, Chris promised to do everything possible to ensure that Jack returned home safely, and our hero thanked him for that. Jack had another success, and Chris was on his side. But suddenly Jack called out to the man and asked him to think about something. Jack decided to check if the other guild members knew about him, and Chris confirmed it. Jack firmly said that then they needed to show something that would convince them to cooperate with Jack. Meanwhile, someone was outraged that the white-haired guy managed to fall into a coma after a fight with a non-combat class. The guy sitting next to him was very irritated by this situation. Crossing his arms over his chest, he suddenly said that if he had been there, he would have won easily. The solution to the small problem was to choose a player for the PvP battle, and the choice fell to Dick, who would later become the strongest PvP player and be able to compete with Charlie. That player was dangerous in battle even now, so now Jack could show his strength to the guild even more. And to dispel doubts about their cooperation, Jack suggested that Chris test him in PvP, and the man immediately accepted this idea. Jack was also glad that he had enough information about Chris, and it came in handy. As Jack was walking down the street and thinking that he should prepare for a PvP fight, suddenly someone noticed him on the street. Suddenly Garrett noticed him and immediately called him to him. When Jack approached, the guy handed him the sneakers that Jack had given to Garrett when he went through the gate. After putting them on, Jack thanked the guy and promised to return them, but Garrett was embarrassed by this because it was Jack who gave him the sneakers. Then suddenly Garrett said that he doubted it, but Jack could put it on. But our hero was a little surprised by Jack. Garrett said that the shoes could be worn by the Wind class, but apparently the Monarch class included many other classes. Or the guy assumed that this was because Jack had no attributes. For now, Jack couldn't know why this was happening, but after saying goodbye to Garrett, he was sure that he would find all the answers to his questions. Opening the system window, Jack decided to check all the items he had. Jack had 4 items from the Great Orc Warrior set, and his activation level had increased from 30 to 35. Remembering that Dick was still level 30, Jack was sure that he would completely block one of his attacks. When she met Charlie in a cafe and asked her for a favor, the girl was very surprised by the request to borrow her sword. Jack asked to borrow the sword, and the girl was upset because she thought it was an invitation to a date. Jack thought she must have a good artifact, but Charlie wasn't sure if she could even borrow her sword. But after a few moments, the sword was already in the hands of a surprised Jack. The boy was a little puzzled as he stared at the sword. In Jack's hands was a very high-quality sword called Asura. Seeing Jack's surprised face, Charlie immediately explained that the guard had allowed her to borrow the sword. Sometimes the Asura sword was called a ghost sword or a magic sword, and in the future it would be known as the sword master's favorite weapon. Looking at the sword, Jack thought that it was a little different from what Jack remembered, but there was no doubt that it was Asura in front of him. When he put the sword back in his inventory, Charlie said that she even borrowed the sword, but Jack still didn't ask her out on a date, and the guy honestly answered that she wasn't his type. The next day, Jack asked someone if the fight would take place on the roof. Standing near the edge of the roof, Jack thought that someone could have fallen from here. Usually, PvP battles were held in open spaces, because players could destroy buildings with their strength. But Jack thought that it wasn't that important yet, and it seemed that the principles of PvP battles weren't understood yet. When someone spoke to Jack from behind, he immediately turned around calmly. Chris stood at the front of the room, apologizing to Jack for keeping the boy waiting. See the status of one of the guild members. Jack thought that many doubted him. A girl came forward and said that everyone wanted to know why Jack wanted to have a closed battle. Seeing Jenny take action and Chris not stopping her, Jack thought it was all planned. And Jack approved of this step, because he believed that they should use all means to walk hand in hand with Jack. And after this thought, he replied that he simply did not want to reveal himself. Frowning, the girl said that Jack had little chance, and a fight with a non-combat class was not very interesting for her. Coming very close to Jack, Jenny suddenly promised that if Jack lost to a member of their guild, he could have a drink with Jenny that evening. Jack responded to this proposal with doubt and assumed that this girl was his first rival. The eye of perception was able to see the energy of temptation for Jack, and Jack realized that they were trying to deceive him. But a little later, Jack destroyed the energy of temptation and wanted to answer something. But at that moment, the guy saw notifications that the eye of perception had moved to the second level, and the condition for awakening a new ability had been met. At that moment, Jack was able to activate the reflective gaze. Looking at the system window, Jack thought that he wouldn't be able to get such an ability at a time like this. When the girl's face turned pink, she asked if Jack wanted to cross his little fingers. Realizing that the guy had seduced the girl, he asked what he would get if he won, and she replied that she would get everything she wanted. After that, they crossed their little fingers, and Jack asked her not to forget her promise. Jack immediately said that he needed the water of decomposition, which could be created by people of the class associated with poisons. When the girl left the guy, Chris followed her with a surprised look. Approaching Chris, Jack admitted his disappointment in her ability, and Chris immediately apologized to Jack. When Jack firmly said that another such stunt would end their cooperation, Chris again apologized for such a low act. Turning away from his interlocutor, Jack said that there would be no second chance like this. Looking at Dick, Jack hoped that at least their fight would be fair. As Dick walked towards his opponent, Jack thought that the time had come to show them the limitations of their world. At that moment, Senya appeared and was present at the creation of the PvP zone. Taking a spear from his inventory, Dick said his name, class, and weapon. Afterwards, Jack also gave his name and class, but said that he did not have a primary weapon. At that moment, all the players and guards were concentrated before the start of the battle. Seeing the reaction of all the guards, before the fight began, Jack wondered which of their guards he would be better off working with this time. When a Las Vegas cowboy started watching him, Jack decided it was the best time to start. Suddenly, Jack asked his opponent if he liked betting, but Dick was surprised by the sudden question. Jack offered to make a bet and said that he would not move from his place. Jack said that if he didn't move, he wouldn't be able to dodge the first attack. At that moment, no one understood Jack's actions, but Chris was the most surprised. Jack waved his sword and said that he would stand still and that Dick should attack with all his might. But Dick frowned and asked if Jack understood what he was talking about. But Jack was completely confident in what he was proposing and said that he had to convince those around him that he could beat Dick by a wide margin. With a small smile on his face, Jack asked his opponent how he liked the idea. When Jack's gamble was proposed, Dick was seething with rage. While the guards were enjoying what was happening, Dick, in anger, squeezed his spear even harder. With his guard up, Dick was about to test the value of Jack's confidence. Dick didn't understand where the non-combat class got so much arrogance from and was going to win in one blow. Moving quickly through the space, Dick wanted to aim for the heart and make Jack regret his words. Jack actually stood still and calmly took the attack. This made Dick's face look very surprised. When Jack asked if that was the strongest attack, Dick's spear shook as there was no damage. When Chris was surprised by this, someone explained that it was the power of the object. In fact, Jack had complete protection against all attacks below level 35. Jack explained that the item's effectiveness and value varied depending on its use. At that moment, Chris finally realized that the fight was not simple. Jack was showing everyone the value of the items. Looking at Chris, Jack thought that the man must be thinking in the right direction. Placing his spear level, Dick firmly said that he had lost the argument, but not the PvP. Meanwhile, Jack continued to say that he could only use this defensive ability once a day for now. Jack told everyone that if the guild realized the value of the new achievements and started to act, it would influence other players. While the guards admired the boy's actions, Senya watched from the side and was surprised that Jack thought even about such trifles. Taking out a sword from his inventory, Jack said that he would now use it. Later, a PvP battle began, and it was difficult to keep track of the players. Dick continued to attack Jack with his spear, furiously and quickly. But as expected, Jack was able to calmly dodge the attack every time. During the fight, Jack thought that he could easily read Dick's movements, but he had a strange feeling. Jack felt like he had gained the ability to see into the future for a moment, as if Asura wanted to say something. At that moment, the unique ability of the sword path was activated, which attacked all enemies within the area of effect. Jack was surprised by this skill, since it was usually only a swordsman's skill, but he believed that it was due to the use of Asura. Now Jack realized that they were trying to show him a path in space that would allow him to suppress the enemy. At that moment, Jack used instant movement and with a single attack cut off the guy's head. Jack found it all easier and didn't even have to wear shoes. Jenny even covered her mouth with her hand at the sight she saw. Everyone was surprised that you couldn't kill in PvP, but Jack very naturally decapitated his opponent. At that moment, looking at Jack, everyone realized that if he wanted, he would kill them all. When Dick mentioned that Jack had a monarch class, Jack looked back in surprise. Dick was angry that Jack had many opportunities to get good items. Dick was not prepared to admit that the victory was fair because they had such a big difference in equipment. And when Chris tried to stop the guy, Jack said that if someone was not satisfied with the results, then the fight could be repeated. Approaching Dick, Jack decided to discuss the difference in classes, since Dick was a spearman who dominated PvP. But Jack told the harsh truth. In this battle, it didn't matter. Looking directly at Dick, Jack said that dealing with players was Dick's specialty, not Jack's. When Jack suggested fighting in a battle where his special skills would be revealed, Chris noticed some people approaching. When Charlie, Garrett, and Sam arrived at the scene, they were all surprised that a PvP was taking place there. While everyone was asking if this was why Jack was borrowing the things, Chris was surprised that Jack had called all the team members. Watching Jack and his comrades, Chris thought that Jack wanted not only to dominate, but also to convince everyone to cooperate with his team. In fact, Jack's goal was to crush the players by showing the difference in strength. Approaching Chris after the dialogue with his comrades, Jack asked what the man could have said. When Jack suggested a rematch, Chris thought that Jack wanted them to lose completely, but if they won, they would have an advantage. After some thought, Chris decided to accept the offer of a rematch. At that moment, Jack turned to Senia and asked if she could announce a zone where the guild would fight against the guild. But the girl said that this was only possible with the support of the guards. But the first consent came at that very moment. Because of this, a battle zone between guilds was immediately created, and everyone watched the process in amazement. But not only Jack's comrades, but also other players watched with surprise. At that moment, Jack was thinking that Chris must have realized what Jack was trying to achieve. But Jack grinned, because the enemy definitely didn't know one detail, and that was that Jack now had the condition of the hidden fragment fulfilled.